You fool! Warren is dead. Cursed Curiosities. 10 Tales of Haunted Relics. The Artist and the Door by Dorothy Quick. The advent of The Artist and the Door was almost simultaneous. I've always wondered if the one would have been as sinister without the other. Of course, the evil was in the door, but if the artist hadn't come along just then, perhaps it might never have been released. I say that to comfort myself, but I know it isn't true. Evil is evil. It is a power, and its strength is beyond mortal knowledge. Even without the artist, there would have been horror. He only served to give it speedier expression. But I'm ahead of myself. The story goes back to my desire to have a carved door for my Elizabethan farmhouse. I had rescued the cottage from demolition. It was just a frame when I first saw it, but the Tudor structure was there, and 2 of the old tiny-paned glass windows had miraculously survived. The old beams were still in place, and 1 linen-fold panelled room which I visioned for my study. There was a gap, like a missing tooth, where the front door had been. I bought the house and restored it tenderly into the lovely place it now is. I did it with care and devotion. But my entrance door was modern and an anachronism. I hated it, but I told myself someday I would find an old one in keeping with the rest of Little Tudor, the name I had bestowed on my home. I moved in, made friends with my neighbours, particularly the 10-year-old daughter of the people who owned the manor house of which the farm had originally been a part. Anne was old for her years and bookishly inclined. When she heard I was an author, she read my historical novels and accorded me a kind of hero worship that was good for my lonely spinster's heart. She was always underfoot, and my brother, Weston, who lives with me and looks after my affairs, said, "She's good for you, Tansy. She keeps you from too much work and loneliness." Weston was right. He had to be in London a good deal, attending to my contracts, for my novels are done in the cinema and on the wireless, and there are quite a lot of details to look after for which I have no head. I wouldn't be half the money-maker I am without Weston's pushing. As it is, we do very well. When he was away, I welcomed Anne's society. We grew very close, and her parents were delighted. They were busy enough, Sir Richard with his bird-raising and Lady Salter with her young. She had 5 children younger than Anne, so all in all Anne was with me a good deal of the time. I was alone, however, the day I found the door. It had been a day I intended to devote entirely to work, so I told Anne not to come over. The morning's writing had gone very well, but after lunch I struck a snag. Catherine Howard, my current heroine, proved difficult, the facts about her too obscure to fit into my plot. "You need air," I told myself sternly, and went out to the barn for my car. As I drove the Bentley past the road leading to the manor, I slowed up, but Anne wasn't in sight, so I rode on, thoroughly enjoying the Kentish countryside. It was in springtime blossom, and the apple trees in full flower provided such breathtaking beauty, I could hardly keep my eyes from them long enough to do justice to my driving. As a matter of fact, it was fortunate there was no traffic on the back roads I'd chosen, or anything might have happened. I gave myself up to the season and wove in and out and around every orchard I could find. All at once, I noticed a group of cars and carriages, even a riding horse or 2, standing by an old stone fence. I stretched my neck and saw at the end of a long lane a dark, forbidding stone house, with a sign hanging from one of the windows announcing, "Sale today." There were people going in, and I realized it was an auction. I added my Bentley to the cluster of cars and walked up the lane. Auctions have always fascinated me, and a country one is usually something special. When I saw the door, I knew why I was here. I had been led. There it was, just what I needed for little Tudor, the farm, Aldringham, Kent. It was of oak polished by centuries of wind and rain, carved by the hand of man in Tudor times, just what I wanted. I went inside, sharp-eyed for London buyers who might prevent my getting it. Antiques and period pieces are hard to come by nowadays, but so far as I could see, the people were local. There was no one well dressed enough for London. It was a country crowd. I looked around. The large room, drawing room I supposed, was quite crowded, with people and the strangest assortment of furniture I'd ever seen, of all kinds and periods, from a Gothic bench through a wonderful Queen Anne chest to some pieces that must have come from Grand Rapids, USA. There was a table, complete with a pitcher of water, a glass, and gavel for the auctioneer. Presently, a red-faced, jolly-looking man took his place behind it, picked up the hammer, and was just about to begin, when a voice rang out, "Tell the truth before you sell, man. Don't let them buy the devil's wares unknowingly." The speaker was a wizened old woman who looked like a witch. Her eyes were beadily bright, and she spoke with authority. The auctioneer held up his hand. He was obviously annoyed. "If you'd given me time, I was going to tell my audience," he began with a lie, for I'm sure he'd had no intention of anything but the usual patter, "that this house has had the reputation of being haunted. That's why it's to be torn down. But everyone in these parts knows that. The last owner, an artist, was supposed to have sold his soul to the devil, so's he could live here. He was the last of the line, and the pictures he painted were passing strange." His audience was breathless now, and a little shivery, so he warmed up to his work by adding melodramatically, "These pictures have all been burnt, and the house has been exorcised with bell, book, and candle by a priest. That includes the furnishings, ladies and gents, so you can buy with a free hand. Now, take this chest, genuine Queen Anne." He began extolling the beauties of the chest I had singled out. From then on, everything went quickly to O's and R's, from the ladies and gents. Bidding was brisk, and the auctioneer worked even faster than most of his kind. It was as though everyone was anxious to get away before sundown. I didn't blame them. The place had an uncanny atmosphere despite the exercising, or maybe that had only been in the auctioneer's mind. A good many things had been sold that morning, so there wasn't so much to fall under the gavel. I edged nearer the witch-like old woman. Towards the end she grinned at me. "You're wise, dearie, not to buy. The Masseries never had no luck, not since William the Conqueror's time they didn't, and their things shared their evil with them. Ain't you noticed things do? Reflect their owners, I mean." I told her I hadn't, but now that she spoke of it I thought she was right. I admitted I wanted to buy the door. She looked at me and shook her head. "It's been there a long time. It had best go with the house, miss. The door now, it's evil too. Maybe it was open and the priest's words were lost on it. Let be, girl, let be." But I bought it just the same, for £3. No one else wanted it, and the auctioneer was anxious to be off. As his men tied it on the roof of my car, I saw the old woman shaking her head in the background, but I had no premonitions. I was overjoyed to have found just what I had always craved for little Tudor. I had been careful to get the old hinges along with the door, and once it was in place my home would be complete. I was so happy I hummed a little tune all the way home. Even the apple trees had lost their charm. When I drove up in front of my barn, I found Anne, Weston, and old Tim, the gardener, wondering where I'd gone. They were glad to welcome me back and delighted to see my find. "It's perfect," Weston announced. "Just like you to get the very thing, miss. contributed the gardener. Only Anne was silent. "Don't you like it?" I asked, not wanting there to be one fly in the ointment or one word of dissent. I had already forgotten the old woman. Anne looked at the door which Weston and old Tim were holding. "It's beautiful," she said reluctantly. "Beautiful, but there seems something evil about it." She shuddered involuntarily. I remembered the old woman then. I thought it strange that Anne, child as she was and miles away, should echo her words. But I spoke sharply. "It's old. All old things have seen evil, much of evil. Sometimes they can reflect what they've seen, to sensitive minds." She accepted my explanation with gravity, but she had the last word. "Yes, only it's as though this evil were alive." Long before the twilight, which is so lasting in England, had ended, Weston and old Tim had the door in place. "Evil or not, it looks magnificent," Weston said. "Does it seem evil to you?" I asked. "No." Weston was matter of fact. "What you said to Anne is true, though. It doesn't seem just like any door." "It isn't. It's Tudor." We laughed at the pun. Then I told Weston about the old woman. He was quiet for a little. Then he shrugged. "Maybe. But it's a fine old piece and just what we wanted. Let's forget the rest." That was how we left it. The next morning, Weston went up to London in his own car, an ancient Daimler which, true to tradition, still ran like a song. I decided I'd walk to market. Aldringham wasn't far. The exercise would do me good. Anne, who had come over for breakfast, went with me. When we reached the gate, we found the artist. He was lying spread-eagled on the road with a nasty bruise on his forehead. We knew he was an artist, as his easel lay beside him, and a box of paints with half its contents spilled was there too. He was quite unconscious, evidently the victim of a hit-and-run driver. I sent Anne to ring up the doctor, and when she'd done that, to return with old Tim. I felt the artist's pulse. In view of the tools of his trade, there was no doubt of his profession. The beat under my fingers was faint but steady. I knew enough about fractures and concussions not to disturb him, so I began picking up the tubes of paint and putting them in his box. I was just aware of the doctor's car in the distance when I found him awake and regarding me. "So you're better?" I said. He smiled ruefully. "I guess so. Is anything broken?" "You should know," I told him, and watched him flexing his arms and legs. Apparently, there was nothing wrong with him. He grinned as the doctor came over. After a hasty examination, the doctor said he was suffering from shock. He should be quiet for a day or so. The MD looked at me, so I invited him to stay at Little Tudor. After all, he'd practically been injured on my ground. I really had no choice. The doctor and old Tim helped him in. I put him in the guest room. He slept most of the day. The doctor had seen to that. But by night he was up and insisting on being no trouble. He finally came to dinner in a robe of Weston's. He looked very young and handsome, with blonde waving hair and deep blue eyes the colour of turquoise. There was something open and ingenuous about him that made him most appealing. He was a charming talker, too. Actually, he was an artist only on the side. He had a regular job on a newspaper. Painting was his hobby, and he was on a 2 weeks vacation walking tour indulging it. He had only a few days left before he had to be back at Fleet Street. He showed me his sketchbook. The things in it were good. He certainly knew how to draw and paint. Maybe some day he could illustrate a book of mine, I suggested. He'd like that, he told me. By now, Mrs. Tim had cleared the table, and I was sitting by the fire. The artist, his name was Sandy Gordon, was moving up and down the big room. But he'd like to do something now to pay his way. How about painting that door? It looked so plain in the room. I explained it was Tudor, and all the carving was on the outside. Inside there was only the outline of 4 squares, and the wood wasn't as well polished, but I told him it would be out of character to paint it. No, it wouldn't. He'd been to some castle on his trip, pure Tudor, which had painted doors. It was even rumoured Holbein had painted them. He'd do a good job, please let him. Otherwise he could hardly accept my hospitality. What could I do but weaken? When I came down next morning he was at work, Mrs. Tim hovering near enthusiastically. Later in the day, Anne joined Mrs. Tim. "It's a lovely colour, isn't it?" she asked, but she looked worried. When I asked her why, she mumbled something about still evil. Sandy didn't finish the back of the door until just before it was time for me to take him to the train. Then he called me. "Do you like it?" He pointed to the door and stood back. It was exquisite. A path outlined with a serpentine hedge of box leading off into a riot of roses. There were roses all along the side, across the top, bower-like. Mammoth roses, incredibly full-blown. The colours were gorgeous. One could almost smell them. "It's wonderful," I told him with enthusiasm, and it was. Then, because he was obviously waiting for more, I added, "It makes one want to find out where the path goes." He turned away. "I shouldn't try to discover, if I were you. It's a funny thing," he went on with a rush as though the words were forced out of him. "It isn't what I meant to do at all. I'd planned a Persian sort of thing, a princess in a flowery field with a prince on horseback. But when I started to paint, it was as though another hand seized mine, and this is the result. Those exotic colours aren't me at all. I usually deal in muted shades. These are stronger than I ordinarily use, and I never saw a rose like any of these. Oh well, I suppose it's genius. Anyway, it's more vivid than anything I've ever done. Actually, I'm quite proud of it." "I shall be too," I told him. Then we rushed for the train. As it pulled out, he leaned from the window and called, "Don't walk down that path." Then the train took him off to London. When I got back to Little Tudor, Anne was sitting, watching the door. I thought she was looking out for me, but such it developed was not the case. She was looking at Sandy's mural. "Isn't it funny how those lovely roses take all the evil away, Aunt Tansy?" She always called me that. "I've never seen such pretty flowers. And that path, where do you suppose it goes? I'd like to find out." "You mustn't," I broke in sharply, remembering what Sandy had said. She raised her brown eyes to my slate-grey ones and laughed childishly, "As though I could. But I'm sure it's somewhere lovely, like the flowers. Perhaps Sandy knows. When he comes back to visit, we'll ask him." I looked at the door myself, and once again it seemed as though I could smell the roses, and that they moved as though swept by some slight breeze. Anne slipped her hand in mine. "The roses dance. I'm sure at the end of the path there's a carnival of roses." I wondered where she'd heard the word carnival. It was an odd word for a child to know. Perhaps she'd picked it up from Sandy. "Such a lovely scent," she half whispered. "There were never such roses in this world." She wasn't really aware of what she was saying. It was curious that she seemed to have taken the words right out of my mind. "Come on," I cried, sweeping her up. "Let's go for a walk." Instinctively, we went out the side door, leading onto the terrace. It was only then that I realized since I had brought home the new door, no one, not even Weston, had used it. The next morning I was doing much better with Catherine Howard, when suddenly Anne rushed into the room. "Surprise, surprise!" she cried, and dropped a yellow rose on my manuscript. It was the most perfect flower I have ever seen, much larger than most. It looked like a sequin star, and the dew on it glistened like diamonds. "Why, Anne, wherever did you get this? It looks like one of Sandy's roses." She giggled. "It is. I found it lying in front of the door. Do you suppose it dropped off?" "Don't be silly, Anne. You know that's impossible." I was sharp again, hating myself and the hurt look in her eyes. "Did you pick it in your mother's garden?" "No roses blooming yet," she told me gravely. "Not even in the conservatory. Besides, I've never seen a rose like this, not even at the flower show in London." I knew she'd been taken for a treat last year, and I knew she was right. I had never seen such a rose either. "Perhaps it comes from the end of the path," she suggested. "Anne, you mustn't say such ridiculous things, or even think them. Probably Sandy sent the rose down from London. It's most likely a new kind he knew, and that's why he drew them on the door. He told old Tim to put it there for me to find." I made my tones convincing, although I was remembering what Sandy had said about his painting. It wasn't like him, and I never saw a rose like any of these. Maybe he had found one and sent it, as I told Anne. Anne didn't argue. She only looked hurt. "Don't you want it?" she asked, her lip quivering. "Of course, dear. Let's put it in one of the best vases. I'll keep it here on my desk. It will inspire me." We made quite a thing of putting it in water, and a ceremony of placing it on my desk. It didn't inspire me. It worried me, for it lasted as no flower has any right to last. After a week it was as fresh as the day Anne brought it, its yellow, unfaded dew still nestling at its heart. Anne worried me too. She was always sitting, looking at the door. When I asked her why, she said she saw so much in the picture. "Some day I'll know what's at the end of the path. I have to." She was serious, and I was frightened. I tried to discourage her visits, but it was no use. She was always there, and now she was no longer interested in being with me. It was only the door that fascinated her. I was beginning to wish I'd never found it. I wished Weston would come home, but he was detained in London with a big cinema contract for my last book. "Even with the tax, you're going to have some money to spend," he told me on the telephone. I was too worried and too afraid to care. Anne was changing before my vision, growing thin and pale. Her eyes, great pools of mystery, and her hands, when they touched mine, were like claws. I tried to talk to her mother, but she wouldn't take it seriously. "Just growing," was her comment on her child, "and working her imagination overtime. If it wasn't your door, it would be something else. Don't worry." But I couldn't help it. There came a rainy day, and between the wind and storm I knew Anne wouldn't get over to Little Tudor. I made up my mind I'd watch the door myself, to see if I could discover what she saw. I suggested to Mrs. Tim that she take a nap, and when I knew she was settled I went into the long room. There, in front of the door, lay another rose, a red one this time, as beautiful and as unreal as the yellow one Anne had brought me. I knew now Sandy hadn't sent it. I'd written and asked him, and he denied it heartily. Couldn't be a real rose like those products of my imagination he'd put on paper. I took the red rose and put it in the vase with the yellow one, which was so strangely unwithered. I left it, glad to be free of the overpowering scent, but when I returned to the long room, the perfume was still there, heavy as pure attar of roses, permeating the entire room. I sat in the deep chair facing the door where Anne always sat, with the sweet, cloying odor of the rose in my nostrils growing stronger every second. I watched the door. Once again the roses seemed to sway as though moved by some, to me, unfelt breeze. They seemed to be leaning towards me, beckoning me to come to the path, and the patch stretched endlessly and invitingly before me. What a picture it was! Genius, Sandy had said. It was more. It was a masterpiece, living as some pictures do. I grew more and more enthralled. Now I could understand Anne's feelings. No wonder she liked to sit here with such sheer beauty before her, with endless, inviting vistas opening to her eyes. Carnival of roses, roses in riotous confusion, the epitome of beauty urging me to be a part of it. The heady aroma of the rose's perfume must be affecting my brain. But I was like one compelled. I had to touch the flowers, to feel their velvety petals, to be a part of them. I was out of the chair without my knowledge, moving towards the door. The scent was stronger now, more alluring, and the path more inviting. I knew if I opened the door I could step onto the path, and I knew too that I desired that more than anything in the world. I put my hand on the door handle. I turned it, opened the door. There was sunshine and roses outside, a riot of roses, red, pink, yellow, and white rustling roses, moving towards me, touching my hands with velvet, my cheeks with dew, while the path sparkled like diamonds, and a bright, unnatural sunshine flooded everything like a spotlight. I was dizzy with the redolence of the flowers. I took a step forward. I was on the threshold. Now, in another minute, I would be on the path. I would know such beauty as was not in the world. Crashing through the sunlight and the roses came Sandy's voice. "Don't walk that path." And then suddenly, the cloying scent was gone, and instead I smelt that foul odor of decay that is part of yellow roses just before they begin to wilt. Shocked, I drew back, though there were hands, strong, masculine hands, trying to pull me forward through the door. I exerted all my will and stepped back again into my long room. The path, the sun, and the roses were gone. There was only wind and rain outside as the door slammed shut. I fell back into the chair and covered my face with my hands. The door was evil. I knew now Anne was right. The old woman had known. She had been right too. Tomorrow I would have it removed. I could run no risks with Anne. I remembered now what Sandy had said about it was as though someone else had seized his hands, and it wasn't his kind of painting. It was that of the last owner of the house. He had been an artist, the auctioneer had said so, who had sold his soul to the devil so he could stay in the house, and that his pictures had been burned. The roses were his pictures, not Sandy's, his. They would have to be destroyed, know the cleansing of fire. They were utterly evil, like the door, which, as the old woman had said, probably had been open and escaped the exorcising by the priest, so the evil spirit of the artist could cling to it and come to little Tudor, bringing his evil with him. This was all strange and shattering to me, but I did not question it. I somehow knew it was so, knew too that I must cleanse the evil with fire tomorrow. I could do nothing while the storm raged. Now I was shaken and unnerved. Work would be my best medicine. I went back to my study. I ignored the roses on my desk. I couldn't bear to touch them. I started to write. My pencil took no note of time, but suddenly I was aware of movement on my desk. I looked up. The sun was shining in my windows. I had been too absorbed in Catherine Howard's love scene with the king to notice the storm was over. But that wasn't what had disturbed me. It was the roses. They were swaying and moving as though dancing with joy. "Anne!" I cried, clasping my throat. The rain was over. She could have come to little Tudor. I rushed into the long room. She was there, her hand on the doorknob, just as mine had been a short time ago. "Anne!" I called. "Anne, come back!" There was all the fright and horror I felt in my voice. It didn't stop her. She only called out over her shoulder, "I can't stop, Tansy. I've got to find out where the path goes." I rushed forward toward Anne and the moving roses, but I was too far away. She swung the door open. I saw again the carnival of roses, the path, the sunshine so different from that visaged from my study window. "Anne! Anne! No! No!" I was screaming, but it was no use. She was over the threshold. When I reached the door, it was shut. The painted roses on it rustled mockingly. I opened the door. There was no sign of Anne, no path, no roses, no unnatural sunshine. Anne was never seen again. She had found the path and vanished completely. Her disappearance made a 9 days' wonder in the neighborhood. I said I had last seen her go through the door. There was no use telling the rest. No one but I ever knew the truth, or what I thought was the truth. The next day we burned the door, old Tim and I. We chopped it up first, in small pieces, and what a bonfire it made. As it burned wildly, I heard, or thought I heard, 2 voices. One was a man's, screaming with frustration. The other was Anne's. "Thank you, Tansy," was what she said. I like to think the fire freed her soul from evil. When the door was completely ashes and I got back to my study, I looked for the roses. They were gone. Only around the vase were little seared petals that resembled the ashes of the door. The Ghoul Gallery by Hugh B. Cave. 1. Let me convince you first that the young man who came to my medical offices that night was not the type of man who gives way without reason to abject fear. Yet when I stepped into my outer office and saw him slumped on the divan, I knew that he was in the throes of mortal terror. His face was ghastly white, made hideous by the mop of jet hair that crawled into his eyes. He raised his head sluggishly and glared at me like a trapped animal. I nodded quietly to the girl who stood beside him. She stepped past me into the inner office, and I drew the door shut silently. I had known this girl for years. For that matter, all London knew her as a charming, lovely member of the upper set, a sportswoman, and a distinguished lady of one of England's famous old families. She was Lady Sybil Ravenel. Tonight, half an hour ago, she had telephoned me, seeking permission to bring a patient very dear to her, to my suite. Now she stood before me, her hand resting on my arm, and said suddenly, "You've got to help him, Dr. Briggs. He's going mad." "Suppose you tell me," I suggested softly, "what he is afraid of." "I can't, Doctor. There is the family name to consider. He is Sir Edward Ramsay." I started. That name, too, was well known to me and to the rest of London. Sir Edward Ramsay, the favourite playboy of the upper strata, noted sportsman, adventurer. I could not believe that such a man would be sitting in my offices, dragged into the depths of fear. "You must tell me the cause," I said kindly. "Otherwise I can do nothing." The girl's lips tightened defiantly. "When a man comes to you with a broken leg," she said, "you don't ask him where he got it. Please. A fractured leg is a physical malady. His is mental. But he comes to you in the same capacity, Doctor. You must help him." I can only give you the usual advice." I shrugged. "Since you refuse to divulge the cause of his terror, I can only suggest that he get away from it." I could see from the obvious twist of her mouth that she was keenly disappointed. She would have argued with me, perhaps pleaded with me, had not the door opened suddenly behind her. "I say, opened. In reality, it was flung back savagely. Young Ramsay stood on the threshold, reeling, glowering at me out of smouldering eyes. I did not know then what made him intrude at that moment. I thought foolishly that he was afraid of being left alone in the dimly lighted outer office. He staggered forward blindly, groping toward me. "The thing!" he cried. His voice was high-pitched and nasal. "By God, it's following me! It's... I stared at him in bewilderment. There was no sound in my rooms at that moment. No sound at all, except the half-inaudible humming of a machine in the adjoining suite, an electrotherapeutic machine used by my associate in the treatment of leukemia and similar afflictions. Yet the boy's hands clawed at the sleeve of my coat. He flung himself against me, muttering a jargon of words that had no seeming intelligence. And then, very suddenly, his twitching face became fixed, staring, glaring at something beyond me. With a strangled sob of abject horror, he stumbled back. I was beside him in an instant, holding his quivering body upright. As I looked at him, his eyes were wide open and rimmed with white, glued in mute terror upon a small table which stood against the wall on the opposite side of the room. The table was an insignificant one, placed there merely for ornamental purposes. I had covered it with a black cloth and lined it along the back with a small rack of medical volumes. In the center of the black cloth, facing into the room, I had set a human skull. The thing was neither fantastic nor horrible, merely a very ordinary medical head, bleached white. In the shadows, perhaps, the eyeless sockets and grinning mouth, with its usual set of enameled teeth, were a bit unconventional. But certainly there was nothing to excite such uncontrollable horror as gripped the man in my arms. His eyes were full of sheer madness as he stared at it. His lips had writhed apart and were twitching spasmodically. He clung to me with all his strength, and at length, wrenching his gaze from the thing on the table, he buried his head in my arms and surrendered to the fear which overwhelmed him. "Be merciful, Briggs," he moaned. "For God's sake, be merciful. Come with me. Stay with me for a day or two before I go utterly mad." There was no alternative. I could not send a man away in such condition. Neither could I keep him with me, for my quarters were not fitted with additional rooms for mad patients. I forced him into a chair, where he could not see the death's head on the table. Leaving him with the girl who had brought him, I hurriedly packed a small overnight case and made ready for an all-night siege of it. When I returned, I found the boy slumped wearily in the chair, with his head in the girl's comforting arms. "Come," I said quietly. He looked up at me. His bloodshot eyes struggled to drag me into focus. You are coming with me, Briggs?" he asked slowly. "I am." He pushed himself heavily out of the chair. As he turned, his hand groped for mine. He spoke with a great effort. "Thanks, Briggs. I'll try to get back a little courage." That was my introduction to Sir Edward Ramsay. The account of our departure, and of our subsequent arrival at Sir Edward's huge townhouse, is of little importance. During the entire journey, my two companions did not utter a word. The boy seemed to have shrunk into himself, to have fallen into the lowest depths of fearful anticipation. The girl sat stiff, rigid, staring straight ahead of her. I remember one thing which struck me as being more or less peculiar in view of the boy's social position. No servant opened the door to us. For that matter, the boy made no attempt to summon one by ringing the bell. Instead, he groped into his pockets for his own door key and fumbled nervously with the lock. Turning his head sideways, he spoke to me stiffly. "My man's deaf, Briggs. Damn nuisance, but it's the only reason he stays. The others cleared out long ago." The door swung open. I followed Sir Edward down the carpeted hall with the girl beside me. The boy was trembling again, glancing about him furtively. I was forced to take his arm and lead him quietly into one of the massive rooms adjoining the corridor. There he sank into a chair and stared up at me hopelessly. I realized that he had not slept in many hours, that he was on the verge of breakdown. Opening my case, I administered an opiate to deaden his nerves, although I had little hope that it would have the desired effect. The boy's terror was too acute, too intense. However, the drug quieted him. He slept fitfully for the better part of an hour, long enough for Lady Sybil to draw me aside, motion me to a chair, and tell me her story. She came directly to the point, softly and deliberately. They were in love, she and Ramsay. They were betrothed. 6 weeks ago, his love had changed to fear. At first he fought against it, she said evenly. Then it took possession of him, of his very soul. He released me from my promise. Why? Because of the curse that hangs over his family. And that is why you came to me tonight? I came, Doctor, she said fervently, because it was a last hope. I love him. I cannot give him up. He lives alone here, except for a single servant who is deaf. I have been with him every day since this influence claimed him. At night, of course, I cannot be at his side, and it is the night time he fears. And the cause of his fear? I prompted. I cannot tell you. I knew better than to demand an explanation. Without a word, I returned to my patient. He was not sleeping, for when I stood over him his eyes opened, and he stared at me wearily. I drew a chair close to him and bent forward. I want you to tell me, I said simply, the entire story. Only under those conditions can I help you. Do you understand? That is impossible. It's necessary. I can't do it, Briggs. In that case, I shrugged, getting to my feet. I shall take you away from here, at once. No, Briggs, you can't. The thing will follow me. It trailed me to your offices. It was the girl who cut him short. She stepped closer and took his hands firmly, and looked straight at me. He is under oath to say nothing, Doctor, she said evenly. Under oath? To whom? His father, Sir Guy. Then of course I shall see Sir Guy at once. He is dead. I stood silent, glancing from one to the other. Suddenly, the girl straightened up and stood erect, her eyes blazing. But I am not under oath, she cried, almost savagely. I will tell you. By God, no! The boy groped up, his face livid. I understood then the courage in Lady Sybil's heart. Slim, lovely as she was, she turned on him fiercely, forcing him back into the chair. I am going to tell him, she said bitterly. Do you hear? The oath does not bind me. I am going to tell Dr. Briggs all I know. It is the only way to help you. Then, without releasing him, she turned her head toward me. This house, Doctor, she said, is very old and full of musty rooms and corridors. It is made hideous by a terrifying sound that comes always at night from the upper galleries. The sound is inexplicable. It is a horrible note which begins with an almost inaudible moan, like the humming of an electric motor. Then it increases in volume to the pitch of a sing-song voice, rising and falling tremulously. Finally it becomes a screaming wail, like a human soul in utter torment. She waited for my questions. I said nothing. The boy had ceased his squirming, and sat like a dead man, glaring at me out of lifeless eyes. The galleries have been examined many times, Lady Sybil said quietly. Nothing has ever been discovered to provide an explanation. 4 times in the past year the upper recesses of the house have been wired for electric lights, but the lights in that portion of the house never work. No one knows why. And that is all? I murmured. I think that is all, except the history of the House of Ramsay. You will find that in the library, Doctor. I will remain here with Edward. I hesitated. I did not think it vital at that moment to go rummaging through the library in pursuit of ancient lore. But Lady Sybil looked quietly at me and said, in an even voice, "The library is at the end of the main corridor, Doctor. You will find the necessary books in section 12. I did not argue. There was no denying that cool, methodical tone. Before I left the room, however, I examined my patient carefully to be sure that I was justified in leaving him. He had sunk into complete apathy. His eyes remained wide open, as if he feared to close them. But the opiate had produced an effect of semi-torpor, and I knew that he would not soon become violent again. Thus I turned away and paced silently to the door. By a singular coincidence, the door opened as I reached it. On the threshold I came face to face with the servant, a ferret-faced fellow with deep-set, colourless eyes, who peered at me suspiciously as I went past him into the corridor. In this manner, after prowling down the dimly illuminated passage, I came to the library, and sought the particular section which the girl had suggested. Section 12 proved to be not in the main library, but in a secluded recess leading into the very farthest corner. The walls before me were lined with long shelves of books, symmetrically arranged. An ancient claw-footed desk stood in the centre, and upon it a gargoyle reading lamp which I promptly turned on. The alcove had obviously been unused for some time. A layer of dust hung over it like a funeral shroud. Its musty volumes were sealed with a film of dirt, except, and this is what led me forward eagerly, for a certain shelf which lay almost directly beneath the lamp. The books on this particular shelf had been recently removed, and had been thrown back carelessly. I took one of the volumes to the desk and bent over it. It contained, in some detail, a history of the house in which I stood, and a lengthy description of its occupants since time immemorial. Allow me to quote from it. Sir Guy Ramsay, 1858-1903. Evidently the father of my patient. Eton and Cambridge. Here followed an account of an adventurous and courageous life. In the year 1903, Sir Guy was suddenly stricken with an inexplicable fear of darkness. Despite all efforts to discover the reason of his terror, no cause was revealed, and Sir Guy refused to divulge any. In September of the same year, Sir Guy became utterly mad with fear, and spoke continually of a certain spectre which had taken possession of him. Physicians were unable to effect a cure, and on the 9th day of the month of September, Sir Guy was found in the upper galleries, where he had, to all appearances, been strangled to death. His own hands clutched his throat, but upon his hands were certain marks and bruises which revealed the imprint of another set of fingers. In these imprints, the thumb of the unknown murderer's left hand was singularly missing. No clue has ever been discovered as to the identity of the assailant. I closed the book slowly. Mechanically, I opened a second of those significant volumes, which proved to be an account of the life and death of another of Sir Edward's forebears. From the dates, I judged the gentleman to be Sir Edward's grandfather, the father of the man whose fate I had just learned. His name, peculiarly, was also Sir Edward. On the 27th day of January, in the year 1881, Sir Edward was suddenly noticed to be prowling fearfully in the upper galleries. From that time on he was observed to be very much in the throes of acute terror, but when accused of this, Sir Edward refused to confide the nature of his fear. On February 1st, he was found choked to death in the upper galleries, his own hands twisted into his throat, and the imprint of another set of hands, with the thumb of the left hand missing, still evident on his dead wrists. The murderer was not discovered. For 3 years after Sir Edward's death, the galleries were closed and sealed, after a careful inspection, by the police. At the end of that period, they were again opened by command of Sir Guy, son of the deceased. And there was one other passage, a paragraph or two, describing the sudden death of some distinguished lady far back in the archives. Her name, according to the book before me, was Lady Caroline. A woman, the script said, imbued with the same fearless courage which marked the men of her blood. In the final days of her life, she lived alone in the London house. She left a single parting message found after her death. I am becoming insane. The spectre has ebbed my last bit of resistance. Madness is, after all, a fitting death, much better than eternal fear and horror. This note was found on the morning of July 3rd, 1792. Lady Caroline was murdered, strangled to death by unknown hands, on the night the note was written. Her unfortunate body was discovered in the galleries, her fingers still clutching her dead throat, and the marks of other fingers, with the thumb of the left hand missing, imprinted on the back of her hands and wrists. For 3 years following her death, every effort was expended to locate the fiend who had so brutally destroyed her. The attempt was without avail. I make no effort to explain these quotations. They are significant in themselves. As for the spectre, I could find no further mention of it. Page after page I turned, hoping to discover some clue which might lead to a solution. I found nothing. I did, however, chance upon something of unusual interest in the oldest of the heavy volumes. It was an account of a very ancient feud. The names mentioned were those of Sir Godfrey Ramsay, the date was in the century before the French Revolution, and Sir Richard Ravenel. The account gave mention of several brutal killings and disappearances, the majority of these executed by the House of Ravenel. The cause of the feud was not divulged. The hatred between the two families, however, had come to an end with the death of Sir Richard Ravenel, who was, to quote the withered page before me, an artist of unusual genius. In the year previous to his death, having formed a truce with the House of Ramsay, he did present to Sir Godfrey Ramsay 1 or 2 paintings of great value, executed by himself as a token of eternal friendship. These paintings have been carefully preserved. I sought faithfully for an account of the life of this same Sir Godfrey. Eventually, I found it, and read the following. 12 years after the houses of Ramsay and Ravenel had formed the Pact of Peace, Sir Godfrey was suddenly stricken with an incomprehensible terror, which led to complete madness. He did call his son Sir James to him, and say the following words, "A curse has descended upon the house of Ramsay. It is a curse of horror, of torment. It is intended to make gibbering idiots of the men who bear the honoured name of Ramsay. For this reason, I command you to an oath of silence. The curse has taken possession of me, and I shall die. When you are of age, you too will be stricken by the spectre. Swear to me that you will not reveal the nature of the curse, lest your sons and their sons after them live in mortal fear." This oath was written into parchment and preserved. On the 2nd day following its execution, Sir Godfrey was found lying in the upper galleries. I closed the last volume with the uncomfortable feeling of having delved into a maze of horror and death. In the upper reaches of the very house in which I stood, countless members of the House of Ramsay had been hurled into madness and cruelly murdered. Even now, the man who occupied these whispering rooms and huge empty corridors was being slowly forced under the same hellish influence of insanity. I understood now his reason for silence. He was bound by a family oath, which had been passed down from father to son. He could not speak. The influence of that mad room still hung over me as I paced across the library and returned to the room where Sir Edward and Lady Sybil awaited me. The boy was sleeping. As I entered, Lady Sybil came toward me quietly and stood before me. "You have found the books?" she whispered. Yes. Then you know why he is bound to silence, Doctor. He is the last of the Ramsays. I am the last of the Ravenels. I stared at her. I had not suspected any connection between the names in those ancient volumes and the name of the girl before me. Peering into her features now, I felt suddenly as if I had been plunged into an affair of death itself. She, the last of the Ravenels. He has never broken the oath, she murmured. Not even to me. I have never remained here at night, never seen the spectre, but I have questioned the servants who fled from here, and so I know. I turned to my patient. He was sleeping peacefully now, and I thanked God that the terror had temporarily left him. Lady Sybil said softly, I shall stay here the night, so long as you are here, Doctor. I cannot leave him now. She walked quietly to the divan and made it as comfortable as possible. I did not suggest that she go to one of the sleeping chambers on the floor above. For my part, I could not consider waking my patient. I would have to sit by him through the night, and I knew that she, too, preferred to be close to him. At any rate, I hadn't the cruelty to suggest that she remain alone in one of those shadowed, deathly silent rooms on the upper corridor through the long hours of sinister darkness that confronted us. I think that she slept very soon after she lay down. When I bent over her a moment later to drape a silken coverlet over her lovely figure, she did not stir. I realized then that I was the only person awake in this massive, spectral house. I was alone with the unknown being that patrolled the upper galleries. I closed the door of the room and bolted it. Very quietly, I returned to my chair and lowered myself. Then I sat there, staring fearfully into the deepening shadows, until I dozed into a fitful slumber. 2. If the spectre of the House of Ramsay crept out of its hidden lair that night, I did not know it. When I awoke, a welcome sunlight was sliding across the floor at my feet from the opposite window. I was alone in the room. Sir Edward and Lady Sybil had vanished. I stood up. It was difficult to believe in this glow of warm sunlight that anything unusual had occurred during the night. Evidently, nothing had. The door opened behind me, and the ferret-faced servant, scuffling forward, said evenly, "Breakfast is waiting, sir." I followed him to the dining hall, and there found my two companions. Lady Sybil rose to greet me with a smile. The boy remained seated. His face was extremely haggard and white. He nodded heavily. "Thought we'd let you sleep, Briggs," he said. "You earned it." He did not refer again to the previous night. Lady Sybil, too, maintained a discreet silence. When the meal was over, I called her to me. "I shall stay here," I said, "until I am sure that his terror does not return. I do not feel justified in leaving the house at the present time." "You wish me to do something, Doctor?" I gave her a prescription. In substance, the desired medicine was little more than a tonic, though it contained a slight portion of morphine. It would serve to keep the boy's nerves under control, but I realized even then that the cause of his fear must be removed before any medicine would benefit him. Lady Sybil, however, promised to have the prescription filled. She had other matters to attend to, she said, and would probably return sometime in the late afternoon. When she had gone, I sought out once again those significant volumes that I had found the night before. I studied them for a very long time. It must have been well after 2 o'clock when Sir Edward came into the library. He slouched into a chair and remained there without any display of animation or life. When I got quietly to my feet and replaced the last book on the shelf, he looked at me without emotion. "Where to, Briggs?" he said dully. "With your permission," I replied, "I should like to have a look at the galleries." He nodded. I fancied that the slightest cloud of suspicion crossed his face, but he offered no objections. I had difficulty in finding my way. The route which led to the upper levels was no easy one to follow, winding as it did through a succession of peculiarly dark and unlighted corridors. Eventually, however, I found myself at the bottom of a circular staircase that coiled upward into the gloom of the floor above. I mounted the steps slowly, holding to the great carved banister for support, and, having reached the second landing, I followed the twistings of the passage by keeping as close to the wall as possible. At the end of this circular passage, a curtained window revealed the street below. As I peered down and saw the pavement far below me, I could not repress a shudder. Cautiously, I continued along this corridor to the bottom of a second staircase. Once again, with heavy steps, I groped upward. And here, at the top of the last incline, I found the upper galleries of the House of Ramsay. The room lay directly before me. Its massive door, standing half open, revealed a thread of light from some hidden source, a gleam which penetrated like a livid, groping hand into the blackness of the passage. I entered timidly, leaving the door open behind me. Before me extended a room of enormous size, more like a huge banquet chamber than an art alcove. The illumination was intense, coming as it did from a series of 4 broad windows set in the farther wall, windows which were uncurtained and designed to flood the interior with light. For the rest, the floor was lined with a smooth carpet of dull hue. The walls on opposite sides of me as I moved forward were devoted entirely to framed paintings. The rear wall, which contained the only entrance through which I had come, was carefully covered with a soft grey drape, cut to outline the wooden panels of the door. I had taken no more than a dozen steps forward into this strange chamber when I came to an abrupt halt. Before me, as I stood motionless, lay evidence that my patient had been here before me, a silk kerchief embroidered in black with his emblem. I recognized it instantly. He had worn it on the previous evening, tucked in the breast pocket of his jacket, and now it lay here on the carpet, damnable in its significance as I stared down at it. So he had not slept the night through. He had come here, come to this death room, to keep some infernal midnight tryst. I dropped the thing into my pocket. Having done this, I turned to inspect the magnificent works of art that surrounded me. And then, almost immediately after that first startling episode, came a second shock, 1,000 times greater than the first. The thing glared out at me with horrible malice. It hung before me, leering into my face. I recoiled from it with a sudden intake of breath. It was a skeleton, painted in dull values of grey and white, with a single blur of jet-black background, created by an artist who possessed a fiendish cunning for horrifying the human eye. Every revolting effect of death was incorporated into that ghastly countenance. And yet, in a medical sense, the thing was far from perfect. Even as I stared at it, I discerned a dozen very evident faults of construction. Hideous it was, but hideous only because the artist had sacrificed accuracy in order to make it so. The eye sockets, executed in a fiendish combination of grey pigments, were horribly empty and staring, but they were too close set to be natural. The frontal bone, a streak of livid white, was terrible in its effect, but far too broad. The 2 superior maxillary bones, forming the upper jaw and bounding the glaring, vacant nasal cavity, were hideously formed, but were separated on the undersurface from the row of broken teeth in order to lend that maddening grin to the mouth. There were other defects, easily recognizable. They were less significant, but as a work of horror, the skeleton before me was faultless. Never have I been so completely unnerved by something which I knew could hold no power over me. I went toward it with irresolute steps, determined to inspect it at close range and then leave the room immediately. The singular glare of its dead features had sapped all my curiosity. I wanted to get away from it. The painting was very old. Only 3 colors were evident: white, grey, and that sepulchral black. At the bottom of the heavy gilt frame I found the name of the artist, a name which choked on my lips as I cried it aloud. That name, faint and almost illegible, was Ravenel. Ravenel. In the year previous to his death, having formed a truce with the house of Ramsay, he did present to Sir Godfrey Ramsay 1 or 2 paintings of great value, executed by himself. I left the room with an inexplicable sense of fear. Fascination it might have been, for that hideous thing behind me. Horror it might have been, for the slow realization that here in this fiendish picture, lay the secret of innumerable murders and a hellish curse of madness. There is little more to tell. The concluding event of my stay in the house of Ramsay was not long in forthcoming. The hour was already late when I returned to the library on the lower floor. Sir Edward had not moved from his position. He greeted me with a nod, and the girl, who had returned during my tour of inspection, came toward me to give me the medicine I had ordered. I forced the boy to take it. Then, in depressing silence, we sat there, the 3 of us, as the hour grew later and later. Lady Sybil and I made a feeble attempt to play backgammon, but the boy's glassy eyes haunted us. The game was a mockery. When 10 o'clock came, I rose and took the boy's arm. "A night's sleep," I said sternly, "would be one of your best medicines." He glanced at me wearily, as if it hurt him to move. "You are turning in, Briggs?" "I am." He sank back into his chair with a half-inaudible murmur. I motioned quietly to Lady Sybil, thinking that if she left him, he would be certain to come with us, rather than be left alone. The girl had already prepared a room for herself on the upper floor. But the boy did not move. As I drew the door shut, he looked up suddenly and spoke in a voice that was strangely harsh. "Leave it open, Briggs. I'll go to bed in a while. Closed doors are ghastly just now." In the corridor outside, I said good night to Lady Sybil and climbed the stairs to my room. The room opened on an unlighted passage, a narrow, gloomy tunnel that twisted from darkness into darkness, revealed only by the glow of light from my own chamber. The hands of my watch, as I laid the timepiece carefully upon the table, stood at 32 minutes after 10 o'clock. No sound stirred in the great house. Lady Sybil, having climbed the stairs behind me, had gone to her room at the far end of the corridor. Below stairs, the servant of the penetrating eyes had evidently retired. It was perhaps 15 minutes later when I heard Sir Edward's step on the stairs. He climbed wearily, inertly. His tread moved along the corridor. I heard the door of his chamber open and close. After that, there was nothing but an ominous, depressing, sinister silence. I left my door open. Most men in my position would, I presume, have closed it and made haste to throw the bolt, but I found comfort, such as it was, in an open exit. I had no desire to be a rat in a trap. Nervously, I switched off the light and sank wearily to the bed. There I lay, facing the half-open door, striving to get rid of my thoughts. And there I lay when, a long time later, I was dimly conscious that the silence had dissolved into sound. It had no definite beginning, no positive substance. Only in the acute stillness of the capacious structure would it have been audible at all. Even then it was no more than a dead hum, like the drone of muted, smothered machinery. It increased in volume. For fully 60 seconds, perhaps longer, I lay unmoving, as the sound became a throbbing, wavering reality. I twisted about to stare at the door, as if I expected the vibrations to filter into my room and take the form of some ghastly, supernatural being. Then I heard something more, the distinct tread of human feet advancing quietly along the passage outside. And I saw the hunched form of Sir Edward Ramsay creeping slowly along the corridor. Visible for a moment only, he passed the open door of my chamber. An unearthly mask of sepulchral light surrounded him, an obscure, bluish vapour that seemed to rise out of the floor at his feet and hang about him like an ethereal cloak, a protean winding sheet. And I shall never forget the fear-haunted glare of the boy's eyes as he moved through the darkness. He walked as though an inner force guided him forward. His hands hung lifelessly at his sides. His face was tense and ghastly grey, strained to an almost diabolical degree of expectancy. And then, passing out of my range of vision, he vanished. I sprang from the bed and reached the door in a stride. There I stopped, with both hands clutching the door frame. The sound of his footsteps had already died, but another form was coming silently out of the darkness and moving past me, the form of Lady Sybil following him. I did not hesitate then. I knew as surely as if the walls themselves were screeching it out to me that the boy was going to those infernal galleries in the upper recesses of the house. And up there would be that eternal fiend of murder and madness, that unnamed horror which had for centuries preyed on the inhabitants of this ghastly dwelling. Groping into the passage behind those two grim figures, I fell into the mute procession. Far above me, that dirge of hell had risen to a whimpering moan, a human voice in torment, rising and falling with my steps as I paced forward. I saw the two figures before me now, the boy still enveloped in that weird mist, the girl silhouetted behind him. His tread was the tread of a man who had repeated this midnight journey many times, and knew every creaking board, every turn of the passage, every twist of the long, winding stairways that led into the upper gloom. He paced on and on. Behind him crouched the girl, shadowing him as a jungle cat might shadow some unknown, half-dreaded quarry. I saw that evil shroud of unnatural light ascend the stairs, hovering about him. Saw it grope down the second labyrinth, saw it climb again, up, into the Stygian murk. The girl crept after him, and I trailed behind with the utmost caution, lest he should turn and find me behind him. Only once, before the door of that chamber of abhorrence at the very roof of the house, did he hesitate. Then, swinging the heavy barrier open, he entered. Through that open doorway, in tripled intensity, came the voice of the House of Ramsay. It beat upon me in waves, a terrific summons, whining hideously, rising and falling with infuriate vehemence. And I knew in that frantic moment why Sir Edward had not fled in terror from this place of pestilence. He could not. That spectral voice possessed a spell that would allow no man to leave. It was irresistible in its cunning. I slunk forward. The girl had already crossed the threshold. As I slipped through the aperture, I saw them directly before me. Lady Sybil pressed flat against the wall, the boy surrounded by that protean well of light, standing motionless with both hands uplifted. The room was a pit of blackness, except for that bluish cone of light. A chill sensation took possession of me. I knew that we were not alone. I felt a malignant, gloating presence, invisible but sentient. All about me emanated that tenuous thread of sound, high-pitched now and wailing in an almost articulate voice. Human! The boy crept forward. He breathed heavily. His body quivered and trembled like a thing disjointed. I knew instinctively what he wanted. It was that grim thing on the farther wall. Mechanically, my eyes turned to stare at it. Then, overcome by what I saw, I fell back. A wall of darkness faced me. To right, to left, above and below, not a single detail of its construction was visible, except one. There, in the very space where that gleaming skeleton had hung before, a mad thing leered out at me. It was no dead rack of bones, not now. It was a face, a living, twisted, cruel face set atop a writhing body. Even as I watched, a mist of phosphorescent light, bluish-white, began to emanate from it. The rack of bones became a glowing torso, taking on human form. Young Ramsay stood glued to the floor before it. Behind me I heard a stifled sob come from the girl's lips. I could not advance, could not move. Slowly the thing changed contour. Slowly it twisted forward, coiling its sinuous way out of the great gilt frame. It was a skeleton no longer. It had become an undead form, indefinite in shape, swelling and contracting to grotesque mockeries of human mould. I saw a misty outline of ancient clothing hanging from its limbs, a garb that was hundreds of years old in style, and the face, lifted in terrible malice, was the face of an English nobleman. It burned with a frightful glow, vivid and unnatural. The living dead hands writhed up to the thing's own throat with evil suggestiveness. And then, as if from a great distance, a strangled screech split the silence of that room of death. The spectre's lips curled apart, revealing a double row of broken teeth. Words came through them, vicious, compelling words. To strangle oneself is better than to be mad for eternity. Do you hear, Ramsay? To strangle oneself. Sir Edward stumbled back, away from it. I saw his hands jerk up to his throat. I saw that fiendish, dead-alive creature lunge toward him. Then a thin cry rose behind me, from Lady Sybil's lips. I was pushed roughly aside. Sobbing wildly, the girl dashed past me and fell upon the great gilt frame, slashing at it with a knife-like thing which she clutched in her hand. Flat against it, she raked the canvas into ribbons, clawing, ripping at it in sheer madness. I think it was the sight of her, overcome by the horror of what we had seen, that made me move. I swung about, lurched forward. Against the wall, close to that living monstrosity, reeled Sir Edward. His face was livid with insanity. Insanity brought on by the damned thing that grappled with him. His mouth was twisted apart, thick with blood and foam. His body twisted convulsively, and his hands, his own hands, were clenched in his throat. That shapeless thing was all about him, hideously malformed. It had no limits, no bounds. It was a mould of bluish mist with leering face and groping hands. And the hands, God, I can never forget them. They were huge, hairy, black. They were twined about the boy's wrists, forcing the boy's fingers into his own throat, strangling him, murdering him. And the thumb of the hairy left hand was missing. With a mighty jerk, I wrenched those fingers from their hold. Behind me, the girl was still hacking at the contents of the huge frame, tearing the canvas. The wailing shriek rose to a frenzy, shrilled higher and higher. Then, all at once, the voice became a sob of unspeakable anguish, as the girl's knife struck home. It gurgled into silence. The massive shape before me dissolved into a circular, throbbing, writhing wraith of fog, with only hands and face visible. The face lifted upward in agony. The hands clenched on themselves, doubled into knots. Before my eyes the thing became a blurred outline, and then nothing. Young Ramsay slid to the floor on hands and knees, in a dead faint. I whirled about, stumbling to Lady Sybil's side. Neither of us noticed then that the room was once more in utter darkness. We were intent upon only one thing. Together we tore at that infernal painting, dragging it out of its frame, raking it to shreds. The frame fell with a crash, hurtling down upon us. Lady Sybil reeled back with a cry of fear. I held her erect. Together we stood there, staring into something empty and black and sinister. Presently, I found courage enough to grope for a match and strike it. I blundered forward, only to stop as if an outflung hand had suddenly thrust me back, while the match dropped from my fingers. I must have screamed, but I was saturated with horror. I was immune to anything more. Grimly, I found a second match and, with the yellow glare preceding me, stepped into the aperture revealed by the falling of the picture. The space was long, thin, hardly more than 3 feet deep, a silent, ancient vault. There, lying at my feet, extended an oblong box, black and forbidding, with closed cover. A coffin. I scratched another match and lifted the cover slowly. Glowering up at me, made livid by the light of the match, lay a skeletonic form, long dead, crumbling in decay. I stared down at it for an eternity. It was repulsive, even in death. The skull was a grinning mask. The hands were folded on the chest, and the thumb of the left hand was missing. Beneath those hands lay something else, a rectangular plate of tarnished metal engraved with minute lettering. I picked it out with nervous fingers. The legend was hardly visible. I rubbed the metal on the sleeve of my coat, scraping away the film of dust, but the engraving had been scored deep. Holding the match close to it, I made out the words, "Sir Richard Ravenel, famous artist, eternal seeker into the secrets of the undead. His body placed here secretly by his son, in accord with the request made before his death. The hatred between Ramsay and Ravenel may never die." Mechanically, I returned the inscription to its resting place. The girl stood behind me. I stepped past her, out of the vault, and paced across the gallery to where Sir Edward Ramsay lay motionless on the floor. Lifting him in my arms, I turned to the door. "Come," I said to the girl. She followed me out of the room. In silence, we descended the black staircase to the lower levels. There, in the boys' chamber, I lowered Sir Edward to the bed, and, bringing my medicine kit from my own room, I worked over him until he regained consciousness. The boy stared up at me, reaching out to clutch my hand. He was weak, pathetically weak, but the haunted sheen of terror was gone out of his eyes. I moved away, allowing Lady Sybil to take my place. Then I left them there, those two who loved each other with a love that was more intense than the most utter terror of this gaunt house. I groped down the main staircase to the servants' level and roused the ferret-faced deaf man. Together we climbed to the galleries. There we dragged forth that grim coffin with its horrible contents. Later, in the kitchen of that sinister house, we kindled a great fire. Into it we cast the remains of the shattered picture. Into it we threw the oblong box. And we stood there side by side, with the scarlet glare of the flames reflected in our faces, until the curse of the House of Ramsay had burned to a handful of dead ashes. The Haunted Doll's House by M.R. James. "I suppose you get stuff of that kind through your hands pretty often," said Mr. Dillett, as he pointed with his stick to an object which will be described when the time comes. And when he said it, he lied in his throat, and knew that he lied. Not once in 20 years, perhaps not once in a lifetime, could Mr. Chittenden, skilled as he was in ferreting out the forgotten treasures of half a dozen counties, expect to handle such a specimen. It was collector's palaver, and Mr. Chittenden recognized it as such. "Stuff of that kind, Mr. Dillett. It's a museum piece, that is." "Well, I suppose there are museums that'll take anything. I've seen one, not as good as that, years back," said Mr. Chittenden thoughtfully. "But that's not likely to come into the market, and I'm told they have some fine ones of the period over the water. No, I'm only telling you the truth, Mr. Dillett, when I was to say that if you was to place an unlimited order with me for the very best that could be got, and you know I have facilities for getting to know of such things, and a reputation to maintain, well, all I can say is, I should lead you straight up to that one and say, I can't do no better for you than that, sir." "Hear, hear," said Mr. Dillett, applauding ironically with the end of his stick on the floor of the shop. "How much are you sticking the innocent American buyer for it, eh?" "Oh, I shan't be over hard on the buyer, American or otherwise. You see, it stands this way, Mr. Dillett. If I knew just a bit more about the pedigree, or just a bit less," Mr. Dillett put in. "Oh, you will have your joke, sir. No, but as I was saying, if I knew just a little more than what I do about the piece, though anyone can see for themselves it's a genuine thing, every last corner of it, and there's not been one of my men allowed to so much as touch it since it came into the shop, there'd be another figure in the price I'm asking." "And what's that, 5 and 20? "Multiply that by 3 and you've got it, sir. 75's my price." "And 50's mine," said Mr. Dillett. The point of agreement was, of course, somewhere between the two. It does not matter exactly where. I think 60 guineas. But half an hour later the object was being packed, and within an hour Mr. Dillett had called for it in his car and driven away. Mr. Chittenden, holding the cheque in his hand, saw him off from the door with smiles, and returned, still smiling, into the parlour, where his wife was making the tea. He stopped at the door. "It's gone," he said. "Thank God for that," said Mrs. Chittenden, putting down the teapot. "Mr. Dillett, was it?" "Yes, it was." "Well, I'd sooner it was him than another." "Oh, I don't know. He ain't a bad fellow, my dear." "Maybe not, but in my opinion he'd been on the worse for a bit of a shake-up." "Well, if that's your opinion, it's my opinion he's put himself into the way of getting one. Anyhow, we shan't have no more of it, and that's something to be thankful for." And so Mr. and Mrs. Chittenden sat down to tea. And what of Mr. Dillett and his new acquisition? What it was, the title of this story will have told you. What it was like, I shall have to indicate as well as I can. There was only just enough room for it in the car, and Mr. Dillett had to sit with the driver. He had also to go slow, for though the rooms of the doll's house had all been stuffed carefully with soft cotton wool, jolting was to be avoided, in view of the immense number of small objects which thronged them, and the 10-mile drive was an anxious time for him, in spite of all the precautions he insisted upon. At last his front door was reached, and Collins, the butler, came out. "Look here, Collins, you must help me with this thing. It's a delicate job. We must get it out upright, see? It's full of little things that mustn't be displaced more than we can help. Let's see, where shall we have it?" After a pause for consideration. "Really, I think I shall have to put it in my own room, to begin with, at any rate. On the big table. That's it." It was conveyed, with much talking, to Mr. Dillett's spacious room on the first floor, looking out on the drive. The sheeting was unwound from it, and the front thrown open, and for the next hour or two Mr. Dillett was fully occupied in extracting the padding and setting in order the contents of the rooms. When this thoroughly congenial task was finished, I must say that it would have been difficult to find a more perfect and attractive specimen of a doll's house in Strawberry Hill Gothic than that which now stood on Mr. Dillett's large knee-hole table, lighted up by the evening sun which came slanting through 3 tall slash windows. It was quite 6 feet long, including the chapel or oratory which flanked the front on the left as you faced it, and the stable on the right. The main block of the house was, as I have said, in the Gothic manner. That is to say, the windows had pointed arches and were surmounted by what are called ogival hoods, with crockets and finials such as we see on the canopies of tombs built into church walls. At the angles were absurd turrets covered with arched panels. The chapel had pinnacles and buttresses, and a bell in the turret and coloured glass in the windows. When the front of the house was open, you saw 4 large rooms, bedroom, dining room, drawing room, and kitchen, each with its appropriate furniture in a very complete state. The stable on the right was in 2 stories, with its proper complement of horses, coaches, and grooms, and with its clock and Gothic cupola for the clock bell. Pages, of course, might be written on the outfit of the mansion. How many frying pans, how many gilt chairs, what pictures, carpets, chandeliers, 4 posters, table linen, glass, crockery, and plate it possessed, but all this must be left to the imagination. I will only say that the base or plinth on which the house stood, for it was fitted with one of some depth, which allowed of a flight of steps to the front door and a terrace partly balustraded, contained a shallow drawer or drawers in which were neatly stored sets of embroidered curtains, changes of raiment for the inmates, and, in short, all the materials for an infinite series of variations and refittings of the most absorbing and delightful kind. Quintessence of Horace Walpole, that's what it is. He must have had something to do with the making of it. Such was Mr. Dillett's murmured reflection as he knelt before it in a reverent ecstasy. Simply wonderful, this is my day, and no mistake. £500 coming in this morning for that cabinet which I never cared about, and now this tumbling into my hands for 1/10, at the very most, of what it would fetch in town. Well, well, it almost makes one afraid something'll happen to counter it. Let's have a look at the population, anyhow. Accordingly, he set them before him in a row. Again, here is an opportunity, which some would snatch at, of making an inventory of costume. I am incapable of it. There were a gentleman and lady, in blue satin and brocade, respectively. There were 2 children, a boy and a girl. There was a cook, a nurse, a footman, and there were the stable servants, 2 postilions, a coachman, 2 grooms. Anyone else? Yes, possibly. The curtains of the 4-poster in the bedroom were closely drawn round all 4 sides of it, and he put his finger in between them and felt in the bed. He drew the finger back hastily, for it almost seemed to him as if something had, not stirred perhaps, but yielded in an odd live way as he pressed it. Then he put back the curtains, which ran on rods in the proper manner, and extracted from the bed a white-haired old gentleman in a long linen night-dress and cap, and laid him down by the rest. The tale was complete. Dinner-time was now near, so Mr. Dillett spent but 5 minutes in putting the lady and children into the drawing-room, the gentleman into the dining-room, the servants into the kitchen and stables, and the old man back into his bed. He retired into his dressing-room next door, and we see and hear no more of him until something like 11 o'clock at night. His whim was to sleep surrounded by some of the gems of his collection. The big room in which we have seen him contained his bed, bath, wardrobe, and all the appliances of dressing were in a commodious room adjoining. But his 4-poster, which itself was a valued treasure, stood in the large room where he sometimes wrote and often sat, and even received visitors. Tonight he repaired to it in a highly complacent frame of mind. There was no striking clock within earshot, none on the staircase, none in the stable, none in the distant church tower. Yet it is indubitable that Mr. Dillett was started out of a very pleasant slumber by a bell tolling 1. He was so much startled that he did not merely lie breathless with wide-open eyes, but actually sat up in his bed. He never asked himself, till the morning hours, how it was that, though there was no light at all in the room, the doll's house on the knee-hole table stood out with complete clearness. But it was so. The effect was that of a bright harvest moon shining full on the front of a big white stone mansion. A quarter of a mile away it might be, and yet every detail was photographically sharp. There were trees about it, too, trees rising behind the chapel and the house. He seemed to be conscious of the scent of a cool, still September night. He thought he could hear an occasional stamp and clink from the stables, as of horses stirring. And with another shock, he realized that, above the house, he was looking not at the wall of his room with its pictures, but into the profound blue of a night sky. There were lights, more than one, in the windows, and he quickly saw that this was no four-roomed house with a movable front, but one of many rooms and staircases, a real house, but seen as if through the wrong end of a telescope. "You mean to show me something?" he muttered to himself, and he gazed earnestly on the lighted windows. They would in real life have been shuttered or curtained, no doubt, he thought, but as it was, there was nothing to intercept his view of what was being transacted inside the rooms. 2 rooms were lighted, one on the ground floor to the right of the door, one upstairs on the left, the first brightly enough, the other rather dimly. The lower room was the dining room. A table was laid, but the meal was over, and only wine and glasses were left on the table. The man of the blue satin and the woman of the brocade were alone in the room, and they were talking very earnestly, seated close together at the table, their elbows on it, every now and again stopping to listen, as it seemed. Once he rose, came to the window, and opened it, and put his head out, and his hand to his ear. There was a lighted taper in a silver candlestick on a sideboard. When the man left the window, he seemed to leave the room also, and the lady, taper in hand, remained standing and listening. The expression on her face was that of one striving her utmost to keep down a fear that threatened to master her, and succeeding. It was a hateful face, too, broad, flat, and sly. Now the man came back, and she took some small thing from him and hurried out of the room. He, too, disappeared, but only for a moment or two. The front door slowly opened, and he stepped out and stood on the top of the perron, looking this way and that, then turned towards the upper window that was lighted and shook his fist. It was time to look at that upper window. Through it was seen a 4-post bed, a nurse or other servant in an armchair, evidently sound asleep. In the bed an old man lying, awake and, one would say, anxious, from the way in which he shifted about and moved his fingers, beating tunes on the coverlet. Beyond the bed a door opened. Light was seen on the ceiling, and the lady came in. She set down her candle on a table, came to the fireside, and roused the nurse. In her hand she had an old-fashioned wine bottle, ready uncorked. The nurse took it, poured some of the contents into a little silver saucepan, added some spice and sugar from castors on the table, and set it to warm on the fire. Meanwhile, the old man in the bed beckoned feebly to the lady, who came to him, smiling, took his wrist as if to feel his pulse, and bit her lip as if in consternation. He looked at her anxiously, and then pointed to the window and spoke. She nodded, and did as the man below had done, opened the casement and listened, perhaps rather ostentatiously, then drew in her head and shook it, looking at the old man, who seemed to sigh. By this time the posset on the fire was steaming, and the nurse poured it into a small 2-handled silver bowl, and brought it to the bedside. The old man seemed disinclined for it, and was waving it away, but the lady and the nurse together bent over him, and evidently pressed it upon him. He must have yielded, for they supported him into a sitting position, and put it to his lips. He drank most of it in several draughts, and they laid him down. The lady left the room, smiling good night to him, and took the bowl, the bottle, and the silver saucepan with her. The nurse returned to the chair, and there was an interval of complete quiet. Suddenly the old man started up in his bed, and he must have uttered some cry, for the nurse started out of her chair and made but one step of it to the bedside. He was a sad and terrible sight, flushed in the face, almost to blackness, the eyes glaring whitely, both hands clutching at his heart, foam at his lips. For a moment the nurse left him, ran to the door, flung it wide open, and, one supposes, screamed aloud for help, then darted back to the bed and seemed to try feverishly to soothe him, to lay him down, anything. But as the lady, her husband, and several servants rushed into the room with horrified faces, The old man collapsed under the nurse's hands and lay back, and his features, contorted with agony and rage, relaxed slowly into calm. A few moments later, lights showed out to the left of the house, and a coach with flambeaux drove up to the door. A white-wigged man in black got nimbly out and ran up the steps, carrying a small leather trunk-shaped box. He was met in the doorway by the man and his wife, she with her handkerchief clutched between her hands, he with a tragic face but retaining his self-control. They led the newcomer into the dining room, where he set his box of papers on the table, and turning to them, listened with a face of consternation at what they had to tell. He nodded his head again and again, threw out his hand slightly, declined, it seemed, offers of refreshment and lodging for the night, and within a few minutes came slowly down the steps, entering the coach and driving off the way he had come. As the man in blue watched him from the top of the steps, a smile not pleasant to see stole slowly over his fat white face. Darkness fell over the whole scene as the lights of the coach disappeared. But Mr. Dillett remained sitting up in the bed. He had rightly guessed that there would be a sequel. The house front glimmered out again before long, but now there was a difference. The lights were in other windows, one at the top of the house, the other illuminating the range of coloured windows of the chapel. How he saw through these is not quite obvious, but he did. The interior was as carefully furnished as the rest of the establishment, with its minute red cushions on the desks, its Gothic stall canopies, and its western gallery and pinnacled organ with gold pipes. On the centre of the black and white pavement was a bier. 4 tall candles burned at the corners. On the bier was a coffin covered with a pall of black velvet. As he looked, the folds of the pall stirred. It seemed to rise at one end. It slid downwards. It fell away, exposing the black coffin with its silver handles and nameplate. One of the tall candlesticks swayed and toppled over. Ask no more, but turn, as Mr. Dillett hastily did, and look in at the lighted window at the top of the house, where a boy and girl lay in 2 truckle beds, and a 4-poster for the nurse rose above them. The nurse was not visible for the moment, but the father and mother were there, dressed now in mourning, but with very little sign of mourning in their demeanour. Indeed, they were laughing and talking with a good deal of animation, sometimes to each other, and sometimes throwing a remark to one or other of the children, and again laughing at the answers. Then the father was seen to go on tiptoe out of the room, taking with him as he went a white garment that hung on a peg near the door. He shut the door after him. A minute or two later it was slowly opened again, and a muffled head poked round it. A bent form of sinister shape stepped across to the truckle beds, and suddenly stopped, threw up its arms, and revealed, of course, the father, laughing. The children were in agonies of terror, the boy with the bedclothes over his head, the girl throwing herself out of bed into her mother's arms. Attempts at consolation followed. The parents took the children on their laps, patted them, picked up the white gown and showed there was no harm in it, and so forth, and at last, putting the children back into bed, left the room with encouraging waves of the hand. As they left it, the nurse came in, and soon the light died down. Still, Mr. Dillett watched immovable. A new sort of light, not of lamp or candle, a pale, ugly light began to dawn around the door-case at the back of the room. The door was opening again. The seer does not like to dwell upon what he saw entering the room. He says it might be described as a frog, the size of a man, but it had scanty white hair about its head. It was busy about the truckle beds, but not for long. The sound of cries, faint as if coming out of a vast distance, but, even so, infinitely appalling, reached the ear. There were signs of a hideous commotion all over the house. Lights moved along and up, the doors opened and shut, and running figures passed within the windows. The clock in the stable turret tolled 1, and darkness fell again. It was only dispelled once more to show the house front. At the bottom of the steps, dark figures were drawn up in 2 lines, holding flaming torches. More dark figures came down the steps, bearing first one, then another small coffin. And the lines of torch-bearers with the coffins between them moved silently onward to the left. The hours of night passed on, never so slowly, Mr. Dillett thought. Gradually, he sank down from sitting to lying in his bed, but he did not close an eye, and early next morning he sent for the doctor. The doctor found him in a disquieting state of nerves, and recommended sea air. To a quiet place on the east coast he accordingly repaired by easy stages in his car. One of the first people he met on the seafront was Mr. Chittenden, who, it appeared, had likewise been advised to take his wife away for a bit of a change. Mr. Chittenden looked somewhat askance upon him when they met, and not without cause. "Well, I don't wonder at you being a bit upset, Mr. Dillett." "What? Yes, well, I might say horrible upset, to be sure, seeing what me and my poor wife went through ourselves. But I put it to you, Mr. Dillett, one of 2 things. Was I going to scrap a lovely piece like that on the one hand, or was I going to tell customers, I'm selling you a regular picture palace drama in real life of the olden time, billed to perform regular at 1 o'clock a.m.? Why, what would you have said yourself? And next thing you know, 2 justices of the peace in the back parlour, and poor Mr. and Mrs. Chittenden off in a spring cart to the county asylum, and everyone in the street saying, I thought it had come to that. Look at the way the man drank. And me next door, or next door but one, to a total abstainer, as you know. Well, there was my position. What, me have it back in the shop? Well, what do you think? No, but I'll tell you what I will do. You shall have your money back, by the £10 I paid for it, and you make what you can." Later in the day, in what is offensively called the smoke room of the hotel, a murmured conversation between the two went on for some time. "How much do you really know about that thing, and where it came from?" "Honest, Mr. Dillett, I don't know the ass. Of course, it came out of the lumber room of a country house that anyone could guess. But I'll go as far as say this, that I believe it's not 100 miles from this place. Which direction and how far, I've no notion. I'm only judging by guesswork. The man as I actually paid the cheque to ain't one of my regular men, and I lost sight of him. But I have the idea that this part of the country was his beat, and that's every word I can tell you. But now, Mr. Dillett, there's one thing that rather physics me. That old chap, I suppose you saw him drive up to the door. I thought so. Now, would he have been the medical man, do you take it? My wife would have it so, but I stuck to it that was the lawyer, because he had papers with him, and one he took out was folded up." "I agree," said Mr. Dillett. "Thinking it over, I came to the conclusion that was the old man's will, ready to be signed." "Just what I thought," said Mr. Chittenden. "And I took it that will would have cut out the young people, eh? Well, it's been a lesson to me, I know that. I shan't buy no more dolls' houses, nor waste no more money on the pictures. And as to this business of poisoning Grandpa, well, if I know myself, I never had much of a turn for that. Live and let live. That's been my motto throughout life, and I ain't found it a bad one." Filled with these elevated sentiments, Mr. Chittenden retired to his lodgings. Mr. Dillett next day repaired to the local institute, where he hoped to find some clue to the riddle that absorbed him. He gazed in despair at a long file of the Canterbury and York Society's publication of the parish registers of the district. No print resembling the house of his nightmare was among those that hung on the staircase and in the passages. Disconsolate, he found himself at last in a derelict room, staring at a dusty model of a church in a dusty glass case. Model of St. Stephen's Church, Coxham, presented by J. Mereweather, Esquire, of Ilbridge House, 1877. The work of his ancestor, James Mereweather, 1786. There was something in the fashion of it that reminded him dimly of his horror. He retraced his steps to a wall map he had noticed, and made out that Ilbridge House was in Coxham parish. Coxham was, as it happened, one of the parishes of which he had retained the name when he glanced over the file of printed registers, and it was not long before he found in them the record of the burial of Roger Milford, aged 76, on the 11th of September 1757, and of Roger and Elizabeth Merewether, aged 9 and 7, on the 19th of the same month. It seemed worthwhile to follow up this clue, frail as it was, and in the afternoon he drove out to Coxham. The east end of the north aisle of the church is a Milford chapel, and on its north wall are tablets to the same persons. Roger, the elder it seems, was distinguished by all the qualities which adorn the father, the magistrate, and the man. The memorial was erected by his attached daughter Elizabeth, who did not long survive the loss of a parent, ever solicitous for her welfare, and of 2 amiable children. The last sentence was plainly an addition to the original inscription. A yet later slab told of James Merewether, husband of Elizabeth, who in the dawn of life practised, not without success, those arts which, had he continued their exercise, might, in the opinion of the most competent judges, have earned for him the name of the British Vitruvius, but who, overwhelmed by the visitation which deprived him of an affectionate partner and a blooming offspring, passed his prime and age in a secluded yet elegant retirement. His grateful nephew and heir indulges a pious sorrow by this too brief recital of his excellences. The children were more simply commemorated. Both died on the night of the 12th of September. Mr. Dillett felt sure that in Ilbridge House he had found the scene of his drama. In some old sketch-book, possibly in some old print, he may yet find convincing evidence that he is right. But the Ilbridge House of today is not that which he sought. It is an Elizabethan erection of the 40s, in red brick with stone coins and dressings. A quarter of a mile from it, in a low part of the park, backed by ancient stag-horned ivy-strangled trees and thick undergrowth, are marks of a terraced platform, overgrown with rough grass. A few stone balusters lie here and there, and a heap or two, covered with nettles and ivy, of wrought stones with badly carved crockets. This, someone told Mr. Dillett, was the site of an older house. As he drove out of the village, the hall clock struck 4, and Mr. Dillett started up and clapped his hands to his ears. It was not the first time he had heard that bell. Awaiting an offer from the other side of the Atlantic, the doll's house still reposes, carefully sheeted in a loft over Mr. Dillett's stables, whither Collins conveyed it, on the day when Mr. Dillett started for the sea coast. Lethe by Harold G. Shane. Carl von Braille saw the landscape through the dirty window of a tiny shop on Commerce Row. Have you ever felt that you had to have something? An old book, an odd bit of furniture? Carl felt that way, although he had never wanted to buy a painting before. It was cheap, the painting, and so sombre and gloomy that the little shopkeeper had despaired of selling it. So Carl fished most of the money out of his thin pay envelope and went out of the door with the canvas held firmly under his arm. That night he hung it on one of the dingy walls of his bachelor quarters. After a meagre supper, he attempted to read, but the landscape danced over the pages of his mediocre novel. So he turned his big chair around to the wall and switched off all the lights in the room, except for the little one that was fastened to the frame of the picture. It was very quiet in the room, and Carl felt pleasantly relaxed as he gazed at his new acquisition. The painting was one of utterly depressing gloom, but he did not mind, for he was one of those creatures that flourish in dank, chilly places where only toadstools, mushrooms, and lichens have any right to flourish. As to theme, the picture was simple. A river of a death-like grey-green hue that
coiled between solemn, tree-lined banks under a moon that was nearly full. But the artist had crammed an almost painful suggestion of heaviness and sorrow into the scene. An old man in a barge on the river seemed to epitomize the sentiment of the landscape, as he poled his craft upstream toward a distant bend that was obscured by shadows. The heaviness and sorrow appealed to Carl. He had known sorrow to the full, and could almost feel a kinship with the stooped old toiler. Lazily, he arose and stepped nearer to the painting. To his delight, the effectiveness of the thing was not marred by a close examination, as would have been true of an ordinary oil. A brass plate nailed to the frame and almost indistinguishable from the tarnished and peeling gilding was inscribed with badly corroded letters L-E-T, Lethe, Carl spelled out. Lethe, one of many names in ancient Hellenic and pre-Hellenic myths for the sourceless river of forgetfulness and oblivion. The cheerless picture was aptly named. But Carl did not know this. He merely grunted at what seemed gibberish to him and returned to his seat. Dreamily, he watched the painting. The thing was beautifully executed. The dark and leafless trees that grew to the edge of the water were reproduced with uncanny exactness. Their twisted boles had an acid-eaten look of age, and an illusion of movement was created by the pattern of their interlacing boughs sketched against the slate-colored sky. The perspective was almost stereoscopic in its perfection, and the focus of the picture made Carl feel that he drifted down the river toward the bend that was lost in impenetrable shadow. As he kept his attention steady, the illusion of reality grew, until at last it seemed that he actually looked upon a dreary river and forest, rather than upon a scene created by the abnormally skillful brushwork of an artist. For a moment, Carl was frightened by this unearthly quality in the landscape. He aroused himself, lit a cigarette, and drew a cloud of smoke into his lungs. Then, as he expelled twin streamers from his nostrils, he succumbed to the novelty of the situation. He had a new toy, a splendid new toy that was to provide him with endless entertainment. As the time passed, Carl tried to imagine that the lusterless water was oozing toward the distant turn, and that the spectral trees swayed in the wind that drove the grimy clouds across the sky. Marvelous! The river was flowing sluggishly along, and the clouds had all but covered the moon. He could smell the dampness and the rotting vegetation on the banks, and he could feel the hard wooden seat beneath him as he moved down the river. The prow in front of him was richly carved and covered with bizarre designs. Why, he was in a boat that rode low in the water, a barge of some sort. But how had he left his armchair? How had he gotten where he was? The whole thing was too complicated for his mind. His amazement grew. Someone was rowing. An old man, he decided, for he could hear the labored wheezing of asthmatic lungs, and the boat moved slowly, as if the lazy current helped it along as much as the efforts of its pilot. Yes, it was a very old man, like the bent old fellow in the picture. In the picture. Seconds passed before the enormity of his thoughts made an impression on Carl's brain. Everything about him was exactly as it was in the landscape that he had purchased. He tried to turn, to look about him, but to his horror he learned that he was unable to move even so much as the end of his little finger. He sat rigid on his seat, denied even the power of quaking from his fear. Then his terror gradually abated. After all, he was in no pain, and nothing menaced him. Why, he had had dreams that were far more unbearable than his present ride. Probably that's what it was. Yet it seemed rather long for a dream. Perhaps the dream took so long because the boatman was so slow. Carl chuckled mentally at his feeble bit of humour. Mentally, of course, because only his brain was his. The strange paralysis still held his muscles in thrall. As best he could, he looked ahead, determined to enjoy himself as thoroughly as possible. In front of the barge, the river ribboned on toward the bend, and on the banks withered trees reached for the bleak sky. A translucent haze or mist of light was everywhere. Odd that he hadn't noticed it from his chair. It was of the pale grey-green shade created when moonlight is diffused through thin clouds. An easy breeze stirred the dry leaves on the shore and caught at Carl's hair as if it possessed strengthless fingers. It made his scalp itch, and he longed to relieve the irritation by running his fingers through his hair. The haze grew thicker, and the shoreline lost some of its distinct outlines. With a start, Carl realized that the turn in the river was not far ahead. For the first time since his translation into this dream world, he began to worry. When was the dream going to end? However, it was difficult even to worry, for a heavy lethargy seemed to be stealing over his brain, and he was almost comfortable. Dim and distorted by the haze. No, it was a genuine fog now. The bend loomed up ahead. The folds of shadow about it were as dark as ever, too, not diluted by his approach as plain, everyday shadows would have been diluted. It was all so unnatural. As he stared, Carl became afraid once more. He had not even a faint desire to go farther, but his lassitude kept him from knowing real terror. The barge continued snail-like on its course, and the mute boatman gave no sign of comprehending his passenger's feeble wishes to return. But this was to be expected, for Carl was incapable of expressing these wishes by any sound or movement. Then, quite as abruptly as he had found himself on the river, Carl found that a crazy presentiment had taken hold of him. If he once rounded that bend in the river, he would never return. He would be out of the picture. In a dull frenzy, he tried to move his inanimate body. Frantically, he tried to exert his will over the malignant influences that bound him. It was wasted effort, and now he was almost past caring. A stand of birch trees with tight-drawn, unhealthy-looking bark loomed through the fog. A sick, tickling feeling assailed Carl's stomach. Those sallow birches were right at the bend. A faint current seemed to tug at the barge and hasten it along. Now the mist was so dense that the trees were fading from sight even as he drew near to them. The shore was completely obscured. He could scarcely make out the slow flexion of the black water over the bow of the boat. The fog was turning black. Were the shadows mixing with it and turning it black? It was so dark and cold, black. He could no longer see the outline of the carved prow. Black, black, black. The word filtered through his numb brain. He tried to utter it, but made no sound. The boatman was wheezing stertorously. The bend. The barge was turning. The cigarette in Carl's hand burned shorter and shorter. For a while, the odour of charring flesh filled the drab room. Later, it mingled with the stuffy smell of smouldering mohair. After burning a hole in the upholstery of the chair, the cigarette went out. Carl did nothing about his fingers or the mohair, because he was no longer capable of doing anything, save to stare at a bend in the river that hung before his glazing eyes, a bend in a river that was unvexed by a boat of any sort as it flowed into crape-like shadows. A few tall trees reared out of a ground mist that clung along the banks. Although the presence of the mist precluded the possibility of any wind, their branches seemed to twist against the sky. Toward morning, A pocket of gas exploded in a sewer below Carl's window. It shook the painting loose from the poorly driven nail that held it to the wall, and it thudded to the floor. The scaly frame split, and the canvas in it tore easily from the impact, as though it were very old and dry. Carl continued to stare at the spot where the bend had been.
The Magic Mirror by Algernon Blackwood. It was the last night on board the Boritania, as she was due in New York next morning. Most of the passengers were busy packing up in their cabins, so that when I strolled into the smoking room, I found it nearly empty, with only a straggler or two lined up at the bar. Fatty, however, was sitting in his usual corner with his two inseparables, Jimmy and Baldy, whose real names I never discovered. When I came in, Baldy was talking about systems at roulette. "There are no systems worth a curse," he was saying. "It's all baloney to say there are, and most of the wheels are crooked anyhow." "I guess you're right," Fatty agreed, "though I did once come across a system that was infallible. The trouble was, I couldn't work it long enough to make a real killing." "And how was that?" Jimmy inquired. "Just that the inventor faded away before we could clean up," explained Fatty. "Hard luck, you call it. Hard luck isn't the right word. It was a catastrophe. That's what it was, Baldy, a catastrophe." "Well, let's have the whole lie, Fatty," said Jimmy and Baldy together, "and we'll tell you what we think." "It's gospel truth," came the rejoinder, "and no lie at all, though I can't blame you if you don't believe it. It was about the strangest thing I ever ran up against, which is saying a lot. To this day I don't know what to make of it. It worked, I will say that for it, but it's got me beat just the same." "It is some years ago now," Fatty resumed, delighted to have even what he considered a dud audience of two, "that I stayed on rather late at Monte. The season was over, and the sporting club, together with a whole lot of the better hotels, closed down. I had my quarters in a small pub on the Rue de Moulin, I remember, as my own joint was closed too. The grub wasn't too good, and I used to drop in now and again at Quinto's to get myself a good lunch. One day, after lunch, I turned into the public gardens to smoke a cigar and look at the flowers before creeping home for a nap, and I remember that the cigar, given to me up at the golf course by a millionaire friend of mine, was particularly good. I was enjoying it, smoking away, and feeling at peace with all the world, when I noticed a curious-looking figure moving along the path towards me. He was an oldish fellow with a straggly white beard, and he was wearing a funny sort of hat on his head. I had never seen a hat quite like it before, but I found out afterwards that it was called a tarai, or some sort of name like that, and that it was worn a lot in India. There were plenty of empty seats all round me, and I prayed to God the old fellow wouldn't come and sit down within talking distance of me and my cigar. Yet that was exactly what he did. The old bozo comes tottering along till he gets to my bench, and then he parks himself bang down quite close to me. Yes, he parked himself just next door, so that I expected the next minute he would turn and ask me for a match. But he had his match all right, his stinking cheroot too, and he lights up and puffs away without a spot of trouble. Now, as you boys know, if there is one thing I cannot stand, it's the smoke from one of those greenhouse bug killers. So as soon as he got going, I was for going too. I sort of shifted my legs before getting up, and it was just then he turns and looks at me. Did I say looks at me? I can only tell you, duds, that there was something in his eyes that made me think of lightning. He spoke at the same time, and his first remark somehow took my breath away. I mean that I hadn't expected it. Could you tell something about the gambling here? He asks. Sure, I says, getting my breath back a bit. Sure I can. What's troubling you, stranger? His eyes flashed that queer way again, but all he gives me back was innocent enough. I understand they play a game called roulette, he says, but I don't know anything about it. I'd like to. The less you know, the cheaper for you, I tells him, for he didn't look to me like a man to play the tables, what with his Oxford voice and his strange face that was half a monk and half, I guess, a scholar. Keep your money, I adds, if you've got any. But I want to make some money, he explains, straight off the reel, and quite honest sounding. I've got a plan that's certain. And this time I looks him straight in the eye, lightning or no lightning, though I admit there was something in his eye that made me sort of wonder. Now listen, pal, I tells him, with a fatherly touch that I knew didn't quite come off. Listen to me, will you? Every train that pulls into this burg has some sucker on it that thinks he's going to make good dough, but only 1 in 10,000 ever gets away with it. You take my advice and beat it back to Timbuktu or wherever you hail from, and just forget it. And I takes a good puff at my cigar for having given good advice for once, feeling easy in my conscience, if you know what I mean. I come from Tibet, not Timbuktu, he corrects me, flashing those googly eyes my way, and I've got with me a magic mirror. I can't lose. It's a magic mirror from Tibet, you see. And his stinking cheroot puffed across into my face and made me cough. Well, of course I knew then that the old boy was nuts. That Tibetan magic business proved it, and yet there was something about him that had me guessing. I had the feeling that he knew a thing or two I didn't know. I can't express it quite. I knew I was on the wrong tack anyway. He had something I'd never met before. I was underrating him. He was childlike, crazy, if you like, but he was something else as well. I only know I let my cigar, that millionaire cigar, go out. That shows you, maybe. What's the great idea, I says, more easily than I felt. Are you going to flashlight from the mirror into the croupier's eye and then grab some dough? If so, I can tell you right now that those methods won't work here. Maybe they're all right back in the sticks in your Tibet, but they won't cut any ice here in Monty. He gave me a sort of patient, half-contemptuous look as though I was a kid. The mirror, he says quietly, shows me what to play. Numbers and colours, or whatever the foolishness is. And he pulls down that awful hat over his lightning blinkers, puffs out a poisonous cloud, and looks out over the flowers in the garden. In other words, he showed me plain enough that he thought I wasn't yet born. Well, this had me fair flummoxed. I just didn't know what to say next. I lit up my cigar again, then threw it away as it no longer tasted good. After a bit, I got going again. I asked him how he got his mirror, thinking it a fair question, and he gives me a long spiel about how he had been interpreter with the British expedition into Tibet, and how some lama gave him the mirror. Good stuff, too, right enough. He did the lama some service or other. They call them devil mirrors, he told me. For why? I asks, wondering what he'll throw me next. Because they bring death and riches, is the answer. Myself, I tells him I don't fancy mirrors like that. You've never seen one, he says, knowing all the answers. True, I tells him. Maybe I don't want to. He said nothing for a bit then. I had the feeling he thought I was a nitwit from Kalamazoo, and that's just what I felt, without knowing why, as though he was giving me the works and I was just dumb. Then he gets going again. I'm an old man now, he says. I'm over 100, if you care to know, and I wish to try this mirror before I die. I promised the Lama I would. I must. Only I need a helper. I cannot do it all alone. Well, this flummoxed me right down to the bone. Either he was nuts or I was. Over 100 indeed. Why, those eyes belong to a young man. I thought it over a bit. Where was I asked myself. In Monty or in some weird Tibetan monastery? Of course, I says at length, if that's the way you look at it, I've got nothing to say. Have you got the mirror with you? I'd sure like to have a look at it. Certainly, he agrees, and pulls out of his pocket a little chamois leather bag, and produces from it a small bronze mirror. I handled it cautiously, giving it the once-over. It had some curious figures twined round the polished surface, naked men and women, and their faces were awful. I'm pretty hard-boiled myself, but believe me, those faces made me shudder, so I could hardly bear to look at them. The old boy's mug, too, had something in common with them, it strikes me. Now, he says, watching me hard, do you notice anything peculiar about it? I looked carefully and turned the mirror round in various directions so as to get the reflection of the gardens and the trees. No, I tells him at last. I can't say that I do. Have you seen your own face in it? He asked at length, with a smile I didn't care much about. His question gave me quite a shock. No, I tell him, I have not. Just as well, he says, for if you did, you would die. With that I hands him back his mirror as quick as I could, but he only laughs quietly to himself and slips it back into its bag. And then I began thinking things over to myself a bit. After all, I thought, you don't get handed devil's mirrors in Tibet for nothing. I guess the old boy had to do his stuff before the Lama gave it to him. Something pretty tough, too, or one of the local guerrillas could have handled it. And so I came to the conclusion it was better not to ask any more questions. The only thing that really mattered was whether the mirror would work or not. Go in and try it, I says to him straight. Why not? But he has the answer to that, too. I must have someone with me, he explains again. When I see the numbers in the glass, I can't attend to putting the money on as well. I need a helper, someone I can trust, and I trust you. I had got this far when a wave of suspicion came over me. The old boy was a con man, and he was trying to play me for a sucker. I expected every moment his confederate would come rolling up with some plausible yarn, and that they would start stringing me along to put up some dough. I kept my eyes wide open, but I saw no one. And to fill in time, I asked him about Tibet. He told me plenty about the country, and certainly seemed to know his stuff all right. But as I couldn't check up on it, this didn't get us very far. It sounded genuine all the same. He said he had been born at a mission station right on the frontier, and that his nurse had been a Tibetan woman. When his parents died, he had got a job with the Indian government, and had now retired with a pension, and was on his way to England. He told me a lot, too, about having promised the Lama something about the mirror, but I just couldn't make head or tail of that. He wanted, anyway, to use it for getting money, and here in Monty he saw a chance, so I let it go at that. Sure you've never seen a roulette wheel? I asks him. Never, says he. Well, I'll take you right along and show you one, I says, and I bring the old bird down the street till we get to a shop that has them in the window. Half the shops in Monty stock them, as you know, so that we hadn't far to go. I watches the old fox careful to see if he's going to do an act, but he seems genuinely interested, and he soon got wise to the numbers and dozens and all that, and how it worked. And I asks him how the mirror's going to show him what to back. I shall see the numbers or the colour in the glass, says he. Well, if you've got any dough, I suggests, let's go to the rooms and give the thing a whirl. I have 1,000 francs, he says, if you think that will be enough. Plenty, I tell him, if the mirror's any good. But let's start gently with 100-franc stake, just to see how she goes. If we win, we go on. If we lose, we don't. How's that strike you? We shall win, he says, calm as you like, and half the winnings will be yours. You're entitled to them for your kindness to a stranger. Well, this little spiel goes down very well with me, so I just says thank you and takes his hand on it. Talk of a grip! That old 100%er had a fist like iron. Anyway, we wanders over to the casino, and I gets him a ticket for the salle privé, and in we goes. And let me tell you, the old bozo was on the up and up all right, for when we gets to the rooms he hands over his mill and asks me to do the staking while he consults his little mirror. Now, as chance would have it, the rooms weren't crowded, and we got a couple of good seats right at the end of one of the tables. I changed the note into plaque, and we were all set.
The old guy trots out his mirror and starts staring into it. I watches him close. After a minute or two, his face kind of changes. His skin went whiter, and his features became sort of fixed and hard. I thought at first he'd dropped off to sleep, maybe with his eyes wide open. Only I caught a flash of what I call the lightning in them, and knew he was just too concentrated to blink. You might have thought he was a flapper going to put the lipstick on with that mirror in front of him. It was sure a queer sight. I noticed the croupier nearest to us seems kind of inquisitive and keeps looking at him, but he doesn't say anything. They were paying out just when we sat down, but now they spin the wheel and it is time to stake. I glance at the old crank, and he mutters 15, hardly moving his lips. It was 15 the time before, but all the same my plaque goes on, and sure enough up she comes. 15! Now that, of course, might be just luck, but it gave me confidence all right. So when next time the old bird mumbles 21, I shoves on 2 plaque to see if I can't give the bank a jolt. And would you believe it, boys, up she comes as pretty as a picture, while I rakes in the dough, trying not to grin like a Cheshire cat as I does it. And so it goes on, just as smooth and easy as I'm telling you, and we sure gave the bank a ride that afternoon. But I thinks it wise to stop at last, as the old fellow is beginning to look kind of petered out, it strikes me. So I take him away to the bar and give him a good slug of brandy, and we split the dough as he said, and then I take him back in a fiacre to his joint. "How much did you win?" asks Baldy. 60 mil between us up to date, and giving him back his mil as agreed. Next morning, Fatty continued, I went round bright and early to see how he was making out, and I found him in rather poor shape. So I tried to persuade him to give the rooms a miss that day. Nothing doing. "Lead me to the tables," he says, firm as a rock. It was your brandy that upset me a little, for, you see, I never touch alcohol. And by his voice you might have thought he was some professor at Oxford starting up his lecture. "Anyway," I suggests, "let's have a good feed first." And I makes in the direction of Quinto's, for there was a bit of time to fill before the rooms opened. But will he eat? Not a damned swallow, I tell you. Not a single bite. "I shall see better," he whispers to me, "if I have no food. But please do not let me stop you. I will wait till you have had a meal." So that's what happened. A crank, I says to myself, must turn his own handle the way he wants, and I left him to it while I enjoyed the best blowout ever, with plenty of good liquor to wash it down, and the old boy doesn't hurry me one little bit, sitting there quiet and silent as an Indian idol. And when I'd lit my cigar, we roll away in a fiacre back to the casino. We go to the same table again, and I notice the croupier recognizes the old guy and exchanges a quick look with another croupier, and the pair of them watch that mirror pretty close, though there's nothing they can say or do about it, for any guy can look in his pocket mirror if he wants to and see if his hair's straight. And believe me, that mirror does its stuff again, fit to beat the band. Or I should say beat the bank, for it just couldn't miss. Every time my pal mutters his number, up it comes, though sometimes I don't quite catch what he mumbles, and so hold back and don't put a plaque on. And when that happens, he gives me one of those sort of lightning looks that puts the blame on me all right. After that I watches his lips. I make no further mistakes, but start playing the dough real heavy, till we'd won so much I swear I couldn't count it, and I could see that the croupiers don't like it one little bit, they don't. And so it goes on and on, boys, with me watching those mumbling lips like a cat watches a mouse, and making no more mishits, till sudden I notice that those lips of his seem kind of white. No blood in them, I mean. I give his face the once-over, and that don't look right to me either. Made me think of a bladder with the air running out of it. Something was wrong, it seems to me, and I decided we'd had enough for one day, and I'd better get him out. "Come on," I whispers to him. "Let's go. Give it a rest till tomorrow, pal." "One more turn," he whispers back, but the flash from those gig lamps not quite so bright. "I'm seeing better than ever before." So I agrees to that. One turn more can't do us any harm, and he sure was seeing perfect. 13, he mutters, and on go my plaque.
Now it so happens that he can reach the number easier than me, so I hand him the dough while I shove a maximum myself on Ampere just to give the bank a final trimming before we blow. The wheel is spinning lovely when I hear a kind of gasp and a sigh from the old boy, but when I turns quick to look at him, he seems okay. A moment later, the ball settles nice and comfortable in 13, and they pay me on Ampere right enough. Then a strange thing happens. The croupier is in the act of shoving the money over to pay the old guy on his number when he stops, and pulls it back again as though the bank had won. I catches my breath and stares a moment, and everybody stares with me. The room had filled to the brim, and everybody had been watching our play. There came sudden and awful silence. I got my breath back. "What's the matter?" I cries out. "Pay the old man his winnings." And the croupier turned to me without a smile. "On y paie parlez-moi," he said quietly, raking the money in. The old boy was dead as a doornail. He had croaked while the wheel was spinning. Can you beat it for bad luck? I looks round quick to see that no one had pinched the mirror, but I'm damned if it isn't broken into 1,000 pieces. Isn't life just plain hell? The Ring by J.M. Fry. I looked up. The man who had interrupted my gastronomic enjoyment was a tall individual, a little stooped, with a face as long as the prohibitionists in the cartoons. He had dark, hollow places under his eyes. He might have been a Canova statue for all his expression, but his features displayed deep lines as if life had given him more to worry about than most. "You are," he said, and mentioned my name. I told him I was. I arose and accepted his card. Arvid Hedden. It stirred a faint recollection. "Have a chair?" "Thank you," he murmured. I didn't invite him to such close intimacy, but he drew the chair from the opposite side of the table and sat down at the corner next my elbow. He didn't seem to want the people seated nearest us to hear whatever he was going to say. He leaned over to me and spoke in low tones. "I take it you're interested in antiques," he said. I told him I wasn't. "But," he insisted, "you bought a rare ring at the Felbinger auction not 2 hours ago." I told him I had. "What about it?" "Well," he hesitated, studying the tablecloth. Then he apparently changed his mind and switched off on a new line. "Will you sell it to me?" he inquired. I reminded him that I had just bought it. "I'll give you any amount you ask. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. I said no, feeling very stubborn. "But think," he kept on. "It isn't worth very much. $1,000 is a big price for it, and I'm offering you a fortune." "No," I said. "I won't sell it." I told him I already had more money than was good for me, but that I had never had such an unusual ring. I told him that I always had a weakness for unusual rings, and now that I had one, I was going to keep it. He hung his head for a moment. When he looked at me again, the pockets under his eyes seemed to have grown a shade darker. He caught hold of my arm. "Listen," he said. "I feel, or rather I know it's my duty to warn you. If you persist in wearing that," he tapped the ring on my finger, "you die within 24 hours. I looked at him in astonishment. "You mean to threaten?" No, you misunderstand me. I mean that the ring is fatal. It brings death to whoever wears it." I laughed. "Then to frighten? Don't be a fool." "That's what I'm trying not to be," I said a little hotly. "Oh, bother," he expostulated. "See here, you've heard of such things before." "Of course," I cut in. "Simply myths or coincidences." He spread his hands deploringly. "That's just it. That's why I hesitated about telling you this. It isn't the characteristic of educated people to be superstitious. Too bad. I think it's common sense. Have a cigar?" "No, thanks."
Listen, do you remember the Arvid Hedden archaeological expedition that made several discoveries in the lower Nile Valley a few years ago? I thought back and told him I guessed I did. Well, I led that party. It bore my name. We made some remarkable findings, among them the tomb of a noble in the court of Ramesses II. In a sarcophagus we found that ring. That ring, yes, sir. It's over 3,000 years old. Look at it. I was looking at it. 3,000 years old. Well, I shouldn't have thought it and told him as much. No, I don't suppose you would have, he remarked a little dryly. Then he paradoxically added, It's never been worn very much, although plenty have worn it. It made me curious. How's that? I asked. Well, I'll tell you, he said. The ring caught my eye, and I just kept it. That's a confession. I should have turned it over to the British Museum, which supervised the expedition, but its curious design and the little history I found concerning it made it valuable as a keepsake. So I kept it. Perhaps I ought to tell you that history. It was written in the ancient sacred hieroglyphics on a papyrus roll I found in the sarcophagus. It wasn't long, though most ironic. This man had wished to do away with his twin brother, so he made the ring and had a curse put on it by the high priest of Ammon-Ra. But then he wanted to make sure it would fit his twin brother's finger when he gave it to him, so he tried it on himself. As he did so, a bolt struck him down from the clear sky, from Ammon, the sun, as the history stated. Of course, I put no stock in this story. It was too fantastic, too mythical. I was a skeptic, as you are. I brought the ring home with me. I never wore it because it was too small, but I gave it to my sister. He stopped to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. She wanted it, he continued, so I gave it to her, and that same afternoon I looked upon her dead body. She had been run down when crossing the street. There was another pause while he threw back his stooped shoulders as if to strengthen himself. Then, seeming to sag a little more in his chair, he went on, I had the ring again in my possession. I couldn't bear to see it every day. It sent chills over me. So I hid it away in a secret drawer in my desk. My brother wanted it, and I refused to give it to him. How he ever got it, I don't know, because on the morning of that fatal day I had looked in the drawer to make sure it was still there. I think he must have seen me do that. He was a cocky young devil and only laughed at what he called my whim in keeping it hidden. He was a zealous yachtsman. On this day an adverse wind switched his boom around and tossed him overboard, and when we dragged his body from the Thames, almost the first thing I noticed was this ring on his finger. They laid him on one of the docks and worked on him with a pull motor for over an hour. It was no use. In my frenzy I forgot about the ring. When later I came to look for it, it was gone. There had been quite a crowd around, and someone must have stolen it. I spent days after that, searching every pawn shop in London. I finally found one in Whitechapel where they had bought such a ring but had sold it again. I kept my eyes on the daily papers. I investigated every violent death I found chronicled. Oh, the weary, nerve-wracking chase that ring has given me. I've done some marvelous pieces of detective work. It has led me all over Europe, and I've found in its wake only death. Violent deaths ranging from accidents to suicides and murders. Man, listen to me. Only once since it was stolen off my dead brother's finger have I got as close to it as I am now. That was at Lavenue's in Paris. A young artist was wearing it. I tried to warn him as I'm warning you, but he was very rude, would not listen. He had me ejected from the place. I waited for him, and when he came out I tried to collar him again. He avoided me, ran for a moving cab. He slipped and fell under the wheels. They rushed him away before I could crowd through the jam to get near him. It wasn't until the next day that I managed to find out where he lived. I arrived there in time to learn that his relatives had sold the ring to help pay his funeral expenses. You can imagine that it has eluded me many times. There have been months when I have lost all trace of it, only to pick up a clue from some tragedy that came to my notice. I was in Ostend when I got a hint that it had preceded me to New York. I arrived here only yesterday and frantically renewed my search. This afternoon an article in the paper caught my attention. It mentioned that a certain Felbinger had fallen from his bedroom window and become impaled on a spike fence that ran close to his house. It also stated that his heirs were selling off his goods at auction.
I followed what you would call my hunch and went down there, only to find that I was too late. You were ahead of me. I got your name and your address at the Devereux Club. There they told me that you were probably dining here, so here I am." He leaned closer to me and grasped my arm again. "Oh, I ask you, I beseech you not to wear that ring. Carry it in your pocket, hide it away, but don't wear it. I know what I'm talking about. It has driven me almost mad. I was the means of giving it to the world, and it's up to me to get rid of it again. If you're wise, you'll destroy it. Or if you don't wish to do that, sell it to me for any price you want and I'll destroy it. I won't toss it in the sea or hide it, but I'll grind it to powder and cast it to the wind, utterly destroy it." I casually blew a smoke ring and watched its vortical action. I thanked him for his consideration in warning me. I told him that if I decided to destroy the ring, I would give him the satisfaction of doing it, and in the meantime I would be very careful. He sighed heavily and arose. "Yes," he said, "I should like to have that satisfaction. I've certainly earned it. You have my transient address. Goodbye." He was gone then, and presently I followed. It was dark and cold outside. A drizzle was coming down, freezing as it hit the pavement. It was so slippery one could hardly walk. I hailed a taxi and directed it to the Devereux Club. As I settled back in my seat, I held up my hand to look at the ring by the passing lights. It was certainly curious. I didn't doubt but that Heddon's tale was simply the fabrication of an ingenious brain, and that he had become a little cracked over his Egyptian exploits, and the story about the ring which he had read. At least I believe the explanation would run somewhere along that line. I can't tell you just how it happened. I had been engrossed in my thoughts when, suddenly, I was aware of the tire chains grinding on the ice, and the sensation of spinning in a tub. Instantly, Arvid Heddon's warning flashed into my mind. I grasped hold of the door handle and hung on in a panic. I think that was what saved my life, for otherwise when the crash came I should surely have been thrown to the opposite side of the taxi, and that side was battered in by a streetlight standard. There were plenty of helping hands to extricate me from the wreckage. I waited there a moment to see if I was needed, but the driver wasn't hurt, and after shaking my clothes into shape and recovering my hat, I proceeded to negotiate my way on foot. I hadn't gone far when I was passing a skyscraper that was being erected. They work on these buildings day and night. I heard a deafening crash overhead and ducked out into the street just as a load of bricks broke through some faulty scaffolding and landed upon the sidewalk. I skated back to the curb in time to miss narrowly being struck by an oncoming car. You may suppose that my faith in our practical beliefs was just a little shaken by this time. And can you blame me for what I did? Even if you do not blame me, I blush to admit it. I took the ring off my finger and dropped it in my pocket. I felt somewhat safer as I walked on. But in another block I was calling myself names for my superstitious cowardice. Was I to be frightened by a man's freakish fancy and a few narrow squeaks that seemed to corroborate it? Of course I wasn't. I was simply making a fool of myself in doubting Plato's philosophy. I pulled the ring out of my pocket and jammed it on my finger. Just then a car sped by, followed closely by another with siren going full blast. I heard the barking of automatics and instinctively ducked. It was lucky that I did, for a stray bullet bored a neat hole through the crown of my hat. With jaws tightly set, I hurried my pace. The Devereux Club was just ahead of me, and within its portals I knew I should be safe. Nothing ever happened there. Now, to me the Devereux Club was an institution embodying all the comforts a respectable loafer could wish for. Its old-fashioned architecture appealed to me, and in spite of its exclusive atmosphere it was very homelike. It was there that I kept my bachelor quarters. I heaved a great sigh of relief as the doorman let me in. It was my haven. I felt like a mariner just getting into port after a stormy voyage. Safety was all around me. I stood for a moment in the foyer, intoxicated with it, glorying in it, drinking in the homely reek of tobacco smoke with deep breaths, and listening to the loving kisses of the billiard balls. Never shall I forget what a wonderful sense of freedom and security I had at that moment. It was an elixir for the most fatalistic constitution. I was thrilled to the marrow.
With my head held high, I buoyantly took a step, tripped over a Persian rug, and sprawled headlong. My foot struck the jamb of a knight's suit of armour standing inside the door. A halberd was loosened from the mailed fist, and I rolled out of the way as it cut a gash in the floor where my neck had been. I scrambled to my feet. I think that I was very red of face, and I know that I was swearing. I coarsely told the porter, who rushed to my assistance, that he'd better see that such menaces to life and property were banished from the Devereux Club. Yes, sir, he said he would. I told him that knights never carried such things anyway, so a halberd was particularly incongruous with that suit of armour. I brushed past him and made for the stairs. I hesitated only long enough to remove the ring from my finger, figuring that the plaster might fall off the ceiling. Has someone said that one's bedroom is one's fortress? It was in mine that at last I was able to breathe air untainted with mystery and danger. For I ask you, what could ever happen to me now? Nothing, absolutely nothing. I locked the door and sat down in my lounge chair to think matters over in a rational mood. I drew the ring from my pocket. Now that I was safe from all harm, my thoughts had dropped into a more tranquil groove, and the idea that a mere ring, however curiously wrought and old, could bear a fatal curse again struck me as being beyond reason. A ring bring death? Absurd! It was inconsistent with common sense. It was all right for the ancient people of darkest Egypt, but not today. I laughed aloud. Besides, a new and pleasant suspicion dawned upon me. Perhaps, after all, the ring was a good luck charm. Of course, that was it. Why hadn't I thought of that before? Just look at the close calls I had had, and here I was, alive and uninjured. I joyously slipped it on my finger. I recalled that our civilization sometimes permitted us to believe in good luck charms, for such a superstition is not nearly so bad as a belief in curses. I twisted it round and round on my finger, revelling in the sensation of protection its influence ensured me. I read for perhaps an hour. Then, feeling a little drowsy after my eventful evening, I repaired early to bed. Thinking seems to be more adapted to a reclining position and a darkened room. It was now that I began to attribute a psychological significance to my misadventures, a significance based on suggestion. Arvid Hedden had given me the suggestion. In spite of myself, it had leaked into my subconscious mind, and though my conscious mind had not believed, my subconscious had. It was a logical hypothesis, as any psychologist will tell you. I had simply unwittingly led myself into danger through Arvid Hedden's deep-planted suggestion. Strange it hadn't occurred to me before. Then I thought that perhaps I had not yet meditated sufficiently on the suggestion of good luck to implant it on my subconscious mind, and to inhibit the evil suggestion that had been or was already there. This brought a cold sweat upon my brow. I decided to use Coué's formula to pierce the subconscious at the moment of lapsing into sleep. But what if I shouldn't succeed? It's so much easier to believe in bad luck than in good. My imagination began to prove annoying. I thought of a dozen things that might happen, the likeliest of these being the possibility of a meteorite dropping through the roof. But sure, imagination is the stuff that cowards are made of. I rolled over and concentrated on sleep. My window rattled. I leaped out of bed. It was only the wind. But what if there should be a cyclone? There are precedents even in New York. I quickly tore the ring from my finger and laid it on my dresser, and the next day I gave Arvid Hedden the satisfaction of destroying it. Was I foolish? Possibly I was, but let me finish before you judge too harshly. I said the Devereux Club was an old-fashioned affair. It still clung to combination chandeliers, even in the bedrooms. As I turned back from the dresser, I smelled a familiar, pungent odor. I instantly turned on the lights and investigated. How it happened, I don't know. The gas jet was turned on. The Screaming Skull by Frances Marion Crawford.
1.
I have often heard it scream. No, I'm not nervous, I'm not imaginative, and I never believed in ghosts, unless that thing is one. Whatever it is, it hates me almost as much as it hated Luke Pratt, and it screams at me. If I were you, I would never tell ugly stories about ingenious ways of killing people. You never can tell but that someone at the table may be tired of his or her nearest and dearest. I have always blamed myself for Mrs. Pratt's death, and I suppose I was responsible for it in a way, though heaven knows I never wished her anything but long life and happiness. If I had not told that story, she might be alive yet. That is why the thing screams at me, I fancy. She was a good little woman, with a sweet temper, all things considered, and a nice, gentle voice, but I remember hearing her shriek once when she thought her little boy was killed by a pistol that went off, though everyone was sure that it was not loaded. It was the same scream, exactly the same, with a sort of rising quaver at the end. Do you know what I mean? Unmistakable. The truth is, I had not realized that the doctor and his wife were not on good terms. They used to bicker a bit now and then when I was here, and I often noticed that little Mrs. Pratt got very red and bit her lip hard to keep her temper, while Luke grew pale and said the most offensive things. He was that sort when he was in the nursery, I remember, and afterward at school. He was my cousin, you know. That is how I came by this house. After he died and his boy Charlie was killed in South Africa, there were no relations left. Yes, it's a pretty little property, just the sort of thing for an old sailor like me who has taken to gardening. One always remembers one's mistakes much more vividly than one's cleverest things, doesn't one? I've often noticed it. I was dining with the Pratts one night when I told them the story that afterwards made so much difference. It was a wet night in November, and the sea was moaning. Hush! If you don't speak, you will hear it now. Do you hear the tide? Gloomy sound, isn't it? Sometimes about this time of year. Hallo, there it is. Don't be frightened, man. It won't eat you. It's only a noise, after all. But I'm glad you've heard it, because there are always people who think it's the wind or my imagination or something. You won't hear it again tonight, I fancy, for it doesn't often come more than once. Yes, that's right. Put another stick on the fire and a little more stuff into that weak mixture you're so fond of. Do you remember old Blackwood, the carpenter, on that German ship that picked us up when the Clontarf went to the bottom? We were hove to in a howling gale one night, as snug as you please, with no land within 500 miles, and the ship coming up and falling off as regularly as clockwork. Biddy Teeb or Beebles a short is night, poys, old Blackwood sang out, as he went off to his quarters with the sailmaker. I often think of that, now that I'm ashore for good and all. Yes, it was on a night like this, when I was at home for a spell, waiting to take the Olympia out on her first trip. It was on the next voyage that she broke the record, you remember. But that dates it. 92 was the year, early in November. The weather was dirty, Pratt was out of temper, and the dinner was bad, very bad indeed, which didn't improve matters, and cold, which made it worse. The poor little lady was very unhappy about it, and insisted on making a Welsh rarebit on the table to counteract the raw turnips and the half-boiled mutton. Pratt must have had a hard day. Perhaps he had lost a patient. At all events, he was in a nasty temper. "My wife is trying to poison me, you see," he said. "She'll succeed some day." I saw that she was hurt, and I made believe to laugh, and said that Mrs. Pratt was much too clever to get rid of her husband in such a simple way, and then I began to tell them about Japanese tricks with spun glass and chopped horsehair and the like. Pratt was a doctor, and knew a lot more than I did about such things, but that only put me on my mettle, and I told a story about a woman in Ireland who did for 3 husbands before anyone suspected foul play. Did you never hear that tale? The 4th husband managed to keep awake and caught her, and she was hanged. How did she do it? She drugged them and poured melted lead into their ears through a little horn funnel when they were asleep. No, that's the wind whistling. It's backing up to the southward again. I can tell by the sound. Besides, the other thing doesn't often come more than once in an evening, even at this time of year.
when it happened. Yes, it was in November. Poor Mrs. Pratt died suddenly in her bed not long after I dined here. I can fix the date, because I got the news in New York by the steamer that followed the Olympia when I took her out on her first trip. You had the Leofric the same year? Yes, I remember. What a pair of old buffers we are coming to be, you and I. Nearly 50 years since we were apprentices together on the Clontarf. Shall you ever forget old Blorklet? Biddy Tibor Beebles ashore, boys. Take a little more with all that water. It's the old Hulst camp I found in the cellar when this house came to me. The same I brought Luke from Amsterdam 25 years ago. He had never touched a drop of it. Perhaps he's sorry now, poor fellow. Where did I leave off? I told you that Mrs. Pratt died suddenly, yes. Luke must have been lonely here after she was dead, I should think. I came to see him now and then, and he looked worn and nervous, and told me that his practice was growing too heavy for him, though he wouldn't take an assistant on any account. Years went on, and his son was killed in South Africa, and after that he began to be queer. There was something about him not like other people. I believe he kept his senses in his profession to the end. There was no complaint of his having made bad mistakes in cases or anything of that sort, but he had a look about him. Luke was a red-headed man with a pale face when he was young, and he was never stout. In middle age he turned a sandy grey, and after his son died he grew thinner and thinner, till his head looked like a skull with parchment stretched over it very tight, and his eyes had a sort of glare in them that was very disagreeable to look at. He had an old dog that poor Mrs. Pratt had been fond of, and that used to follow her everywhere. He was a bulldog, and the sweetest-tempered beast you ever saw, though he had a way of hitching his upper lip behind one of his fangs that frightened strangers a good deal. Sometimes, of an evening, Pratt and Bumble, that was the dog's name, used to sit and look at each other a long time, thinking about old times, I suppose, when Luke's wife used to sit in that chair you've got. That was always her place. This was the doctor's, where I'm sitting. Bumble used to climb up by the footstool. He was old and fat by that time, and could not jump much, and his teeth were getting shaky. He would look steadily at Luke, and Luke looked steadily at the dog, his face growing more and more like a skull, with two little coals for eyes, and after about 5 minutes or so, though it may have been less, old Bumble would suddenly begin to shake all over, and all on a sudden he would set up an awful howl, as if he had been shot, and tumble out of the easy-chair and trot away, and hide himself under the sideboard, and lie there making odd noises. Considering Pratt's looks in those last months, the thing is not surprising, you know. I'm not nervous or imaginative, but I can quite believe he might have sent a sensitive woman into hysterics. His head looked so much like a skull in parchment. At last I came down one day before Christmas, when my ship was in dock, and I had 3 weeks off. Bumble was not about, and I said casually that I supposed the old dog was dead. Yes, Pratt answered, and I thought there was something odd in his tone even before he went on after a little pause. I killed him, he said presently. I could not stand it any longer. I asked what it was that Luke could not stand, though I guessed well enough. He had a way of sitting in her chair and glaring at me and then howling. Luke shivered a little. He didn't suffer at all, poor old Bumble, he went on in a hurry, as if he thought I might imagine he had been cruel. I put Dianine into his drink to make him sleep soundly, and then I chloroformed him gradually, so that he could not have felt suffocated even if he was dreaming. It's been quieter since then. I wondered what he meant, for the words slipped out as if he could not help saying them. I've understood since. He meant that he did not hear that noise so often after the dog was out of the way. Perhaps he thought at first that it was old Bumble in the yard howling at the moon, though it's not that kind of noise, is it? Besides, I know what it is if Luke didn't. It's only a noise, after all, and a noise never hurt anybody yet, but he was much more imaginative than I am. No doubt, there really is something about this place that I don't understand. But when I don't understand a thing, I call it a phenomenon, and I don't take it for granted that it's going to kill me, as he did. I don't understand everything, by long odds, nor do you, nor does any man who has been to sea. We used to talk of tidal waves, for instance, and we could not account for them. Now we account for them by calling them submarine earthquakes, and we branch off into 50 theories, any one of which might make earthquakes quite comprehensible, if we only knew what they are. I fell in with one of them once, and the inkstand flew straight up from the table against the ceiling of my cabin. The same thing happened to Captain Lethe. I dare say you've read about it in his Wrinkles. Very good. If that sort of thing took place ashore, in this room for instance, a nervous person would talk about spirits and levitation and 50 things that mean nothing, instead of just quietly setting it down as a phenomenon that has not been explained yet. My view of that voice, you see. Besides, what is there to prove that Luke killed his wife? I would not even suggest such a thing to anyone but you. After all, there was nothing but the coincidence that poor little Mrs. Pratt died suddenly in her bed a few days after I told that story at dinner. She was not the only woman who ever died like that. Luke got the doctor over from the next parish, and they agreed that she had died of something the matter with her heart. Why not? It's common enough. Of course, there was the ladle. I never told anybody about that, and it made me start when I found it in the cupboard in the bedroom. It was new, too, a little tinned iron ladle that had not been in the fire more than once or twice, and there was some lead in it that had been melted and stuck to the bottom of the bowl, all grey with hardened dross on it. But that proves nothing. A country doctor is generally a handy man who does everything for himself, and Luke may have had a dozen reasons for melting a little lead in a ladle. He was fond of sea fishing, for instance, and he may have cast a sinker for a night line. Perhaps it was a weight for the hall clock, or something like that. All the same, when I found it, I had a rather queer sensation, because it looked so much like the thing I had described when I told them the story. Do you understand? It affected me unpleasantly, and I threw it away. It's at the bottom of the sea, a mile from the spit, and it will be jolly well rusted beyond recognizing if it's ever washed up by the tide. You see, Luke must have bought it in the village years ago, for the man sells just such ladles still. I suppose they're used in cooking. In any case, there was no reason why an inquisitive housemaid should find such a thing lying about with lead in it and wonder what it was, and perhaps talk to the maid who heard me tell the story at dinner, for that girl married the plumber's son in the village and may remember the whole thing. You understand me, don't you? Now that Luke Pratt is dead and gone and lies buried beside his wife with an honest man's tombstone at his head, I should not care to stir up anything that could hurt his memory. They're both dead, and their son too. There was trouble enough about Luke's death, as it was. How? He was found dead on the beach one morning, and there was a coroner's inquest. There were marks on his throat, but he had not been robbed. The verdict was that he had come to his end by the hands or teeth of some person or animal unknown, for half the jury thought it might have been a big dog that had thrown him down and gripped his windpipe, though the skin of his throat was not broken. No one knew at what time he had gone out, nor where he had been. He was found lying on his back above high water mark, and an old cardboard bandbox that had belonged to his wife lay under his hand, open. The lid had fallen off. He seemed to have been carrying home a skull in the box. Doctors are fond of collecting such things. It had rolled out and lay near his head, and it was a remarkably fine skull, rather small, beautifully shaped, and very white, with perfect teeth. That is to say, the upper jaw was perfect, but there was no lower one at all when I first saw it. Yes, I found it here when I came. You see, it was very white and polished, like a thing meant to be kept under a glass case, and the people did not know where it came from, nor what to do with it, so they put it back into the bandbox and set it on the shelf of the cupboard in the best bedroom, and of course they showed it to me when I took possession. I was taken down to the beach, too, to be shown the place where Luke was found, and the old fisherman explained just how he was lying, and the skull beside him. The only point he could not explain was why the skull had rolled up the sloping sand toward Luke's head instead of rolling downhill to his feet. It did not seem odd to me at the time, but I have often thought of it since, for the place is rather steep. I'll take you there tomorrow if you like. I made a sort of cairn of stones there afterward. When he fell down or was thrown down, whichever happened, The bandbox struck the sand and the lid came off, and the thing came out and ought to have rolled down. But it didn't. It was close to his head, almost touching it, and turned with the face toward it. I say it didn't strike me as odd when the man told me, but I could not help thinking about it afterward, again and again, till I saw a picture of it all when I closed my eyes. And then I began to ask myself why the plaguey thing had rolled up instead of down, and why it had stopped near Luke's head instead of anywhere else, a yard away, for instance. You naturally want to know what conclusion I reached, don't you? None that at all explain the rolling, at all events. But I got something else into my head after a time that made me feel downright uncomfortable. Oh, I don't mean as to anything supernatural. There may be ghosts, or there may not be. If there are, I'm not inclined to believe that they can hurt living people except by frightening them, and for my part I would rather face any shape of ghost than a fog in the channel when it's crowded. No, what bothered me was just a foolish idea, that's all, and I cannot tell how it began, nor what made it grow till it turned into a certainty. I was thinking about Luke and his poor wife one evening over my pipe and a dull book, when it occurred to me that the skull might possibly be hers, and I have never got rid of the thought since. You'll tell me there's no sense in it, no doubt, that Mrs. Pratt was buried like a Christian, and is lying in the churchyard where they put her, and that it's perfectly monstrous to suppose her husband kept her skull in her old bandbox in his bedroom. All the same, in the face of reason and common sense and probability, I'm convinced that he did. Doctors do all sorts of queer things that would make men like you and me feel creepy, and those are just the things that don't seem probable, nor logical, nor sensible to us. Then, don't you see? If it really was her skull, poor woman, the only way of accounting for his having it is that he really killed her, and did it in that way, as the woman killed her husbands in the story, and that he was afraid there might be an examination some day which would betray him. You see, I told that too, and I believe it had really happened some 50 or 60 years ago. They dug up the 3 skulls, you know, and there was a small lump of lead rattling about in each one. That was what hanged the woman. Luke remembered that, I'm sure. I don't want to know what he did when he thought of it. My taste never ran in the direction of horrors, and I don't fancy you care for them either, do you? No, if you did, you might supply what is wanting to the story. It must have been rather grim, eh? I wish I did not see the whole thing so distinctly, just as everything must have happened. He took it the night before she was buried, I'm sure, after the coffin had been shut, and when the servant girl was asleep. I would bet anything that when he'd got it, he put something under the sheet in its place to fill up and look like it. What do you suppose he put there, under the sheet? I don't wonder you take me up on what I'm saying. First, I tell you that I don't want to know what happened, and that I hate to think about horrors, and then I describe the whole thing to you as if I had seen it. I'm quite sure that it was her work-bag that he put there. I remember the bag very well, for she always used it of an evening. It was made of brown plush, and when it was stuffed full, it was about the size of... you understand. Yes, there I am, at it again. You may laugh at me, but you don't live here alone, where it was done, and you didn't tell Luke the story about the melted lead. I'm not nervous, I tell you, but sometimes I begin to feel that I understand why some people are. I dwell on all this when I'm alone, and I dream of it, and when that thing screams, well, frankly, I don't like the noise any more than you do, though I should be used to it by this time. I ought not to be nervous. I've sailed in a haunted ship. There was a man in the top, and 2/3 of the crew died of the West Coast fever inside of 10 days after we anchored, but I was all right, then and afterward. I've seen some ugly sights, too, just as you have, and all the rest of us, but nothing ever stuck in my head in the way this does. You see, I've tried to get rid of the thing, but it doesn't like that. It wants to be there in its place, in Mrs. Pratt's bandbox in the cupboard in the best bedroom. It's not happy anywhere else. How do I know that? Because I've tried it. You don't suppose that I've not tried, do you? As long as it's there, it only screams now and then, generally at this time of year. But if I put it out of the house, it goes on all night, and no servant will stay here 24 hours. As it is, I've often been left alone and have been obliged to shift for myself for a fortnight at a time. No one from the village would ever pass a night under the roof now. And as for selling the place, or even letting it, that's out of the question. The old women say that if I stay here, I shall come to a bad end myself before long. I'm not afraid of that. You smile at the mere idea that anyone could take such nonsense seriously. Quite right, it's utterly blatant nonsense, I agree with you. Didn't I tell you that it's only a noise, after all, when you started and looked round as if you expected to see a ghost standing behind your chair? I may be all wrong about the skull, and I like to think that I am, when I can. It may be just a fine specimen which Luke got somewhere long ago, and what rattles about inside when you shake it may be nothing but a pebble, or a bit of hard clay, or anything. Skulls that have lain long in the ground generally have something inside them that rattles, don't they? No, I've never tried to get it out, whatever it is. I'm afraid it might be lead, don't you see? And if it is, I don't want to know the fact, for I'd much rather not be sure. If it really is lead, I killed her quite as much as if I had done the deed myself. Anybody must see that, I should think. As long as I don't know for certain, I have the consolation of saying that it's all utterly ridiculous nonsense, that Mrs. Pratt died a natural death, and that the beautiful skull belonged to Luke when he was a student in London. But if I were quite sure, I believe I should have to leave the house. Indeed I do, most certainly. As it is, I had to give up trying to sleep in the best bedroom, where the cupboard is. You ask me why I don't throw it into the pond. Yes, but please don't call it a confounded bugbear. It doesn't like being called names. There. Lord, what a shriek. I told you so. You're quite pale, man. Fill up your pipe and draw your chair nearer to the fire and take some more drink. Old Holland's never hurt anybody yet. I've seen a Dutchman in Java drink half a jug of Hulstkamp in a morning without turning a hair. I don't take much rum myself, because it doesn't agree with my rheumatism. But you're not rheumatic, and it won't damage you. Besides, it's a very damp night outside. The wind is howling again, and it will soon be in the southwest. Do you hear how the windows rattle? The tide must have turned too, by the moaning. We should not have heard the thing again if you had not said that. I'm pretty sure we should not. Oh yes, if you choose to describe it as a coincidence, you are quite welcome, but I would rather that you should not call the thing names again, if you don't mind. It may be that the poor little woman hears, and perhaps it hurts her, don't you know. Ghost? No, you don't call anything a ghost that you can take in your hands and look at in broad daylight and that rattles when you shake it, do you now? But it's something that hears and understands. There's no doubt about that. I tried sleeping in the best bedroom when I first came to the house, just because it was the best and the most comfortable, but I had to give it up. It was their room, and there's the big bed she died in, and the cupboard is in the thickness of the wall near the head, on the left. That's where it likes to be kept, in its bandbox. I only used the room for a fortnight after I came, and then I turned out and took the little room downstairs next to the surgery, where Luke used to sleep when he expected to be called to a patient during the night. I was always a good sleeper ashore. 8 hours is my dose, 11 to 7 when I'm alone, 12 to 8 when I have a friend with me. But I could not sleep after 3 o'clock in the morning in that room. 1:15 to be accurate. As a matter of fact, I timed it with my old pocket chronometer, which still keeps good time, and it was always at exactly 17 minutes past 3. I wonder whether that was the hour when she died. It was not what you have heard. If it had been that, I could not have stood it 2 nights. It was just a start and a moan and hard breathing for a few seconds in the cupboard, and it could never have waked me under ordinary circumstances, I'm sure. I suppose you're like me in that, and we are just like other people who have been to sea. No natural sounds disturb us at all, not all the racket of a square rigger hove to in a heavy gale, or rolling on her beam ends before the wind. But if a lead pencil gets adrift and rattles in the drawer of your cabin table, you're awake in a moment. Just so,
you always understand. Very well, the noise in the cupboard was no louder than that, but it waked me instantly. I said it was like a start. I know what I mean, but it's hard to explain without seeming to talk nonsense. Of course, you cannot exactly hear a person start. At the most, you might hear the quick drawing of the breath between the parted lips and closed teeth, and the almost imperceptible sound of clothing that moved suddenly, though very slightly. It was like that. You know how one feels what a sailing vessel is going to do, 2 or 3 seconds before she does it, when one has the wheel. Riders say the same of a horse, but that's less strange, because the horse is a live animal with feelings of its own, and only poets and landsmen talk about a ship being alive and all that. But I have always felt somehow that besides being a steaming machine or a sailing machine for carrying weights, a vessel at sea is a sensitive instrument, and a means of communication between nature and man, and most particularly the man at the wheel, if she is steered by hand. She takes her impressions directly from wind and sea, tide and stream, and transmits them to the man's hand, just as the wireless telegraph picks up the interrupted currents aloft and turns them out below in the form of a message. You see what I'm driving at? I felt that something started in the cupboard, and I felt it so vividly that I heard it, though there may have been nothing to hear, and the sound inside my head waked me suddenly. But I really heard the other noise. It was as if it were muffled inside a box, as far away as if it came through a long-distance telephone, and yet I knew that it was inside the cupboard, near the head of my bed. My hair did not bristle, and my blood did not run cold that time. I simply resented being waked up by something that had no business to make a noise, any more than a pencil should rattle in the drawer of my cabin table on board ship. For I did not understand. I just supposed that the cupboard had some communication with the outside air, and that the wind had got in and was moaning through it with a sort of very faint screech. I struck a light and looked at my watch, and it was 17 minutes past 3. Then I turned over and went to sleep on my right ear. That's my good one. I'm pretty deaf with the other, for I struck the water with it when I was a lad in diving from the foretopsail yard. Silly thing to do it was, but the result is very convenient when I want to go to sleep when there's a noise. That was the first night, and the same thing happened again and several times afterward, but not regularly, though it was always at the same time, to a second. Perhaps I was sometimes sleeping on my good ear, and sometimes not. I overhauled the cupboard, and there was no way by which the wind could get in or anything else, for the door makes a good fit, having been meant to keep out moths, I suppose. Mrs. Pratt must have kept her winter things in it, for it still smells of camphor and turpentine. After about a fortnight, I had had enough of the noises. So far I had said to myself that it would be silly to yield to it and take the skull out of the room. Things always look differently by daylight, don't they? But the voice grew louder, I suppose one may call it a voice, and it got inside my deaf ear too one night. I realized that when I was wide awake, for my good ear was jammed down on the pillow, and I ought not to have heard a foghorn in that position. But I heard that, and it made me lose my temper, unless it scared me, for sometimes the two are not far apart. I struck a light and got up, and I opened the cupboard, grabbed the bandbox, and threw it out of the window, as far as I could. Then my hair stood on end. The thing screamed in the air like a shell from a 12-inch gun. It fell on the other side of the road. The night was very dark, and I could not see it fall, but I know it fell beyond the road. The window is just over the front door. It's 15 yards to the fence, more or less, and the road is 10 yards wide. There's a quick-set hedge beyond, along the glebe that belongs to the vicarage. I did not sleep much more that night. It was not more than half an hour after I had thrown the bandbox out when I heard a shriek outside, like what we've had tonight, but worse, more despairing, I should call it. And it may have been my imagination, but I could have sworn that the screams came nearer and nearer each time. I lit a pipe and walked up and down for a bit, and then took a book and sat up reading. But I'll be hanged if I can remember what I read, nor even what the book was,
for every now and then a shriek came up that would have made a dead man turn in his coffin. A little before dawn, someone knocked at the front door. There was no mistaking that for anything else, and I opened my window and looked down, for I guessed that someone wanted the doctor, supposing that the new man had taken Luke's house. It was rather a relief to hear a human knock, after that awful noise. You cannot see the door from above, owing to the little porch. The knocking came again, and I called out, asking who was there, but nobody answered, though the knock was repeated. I sang out again and said that the doctor did not live here any longer. There was no answer, but it occurred to me that it might be some old countryman who was stone deaf. So I took my candle and went down to open the door. Upon my word, I was not thinking of the thing yet, and I had almost forgotten the other noises. I went down, convinced that I should find somebody outside on the doorstep with a message. I set the candle on the hall table so that the wind should not blow it out when I opened. While I was drawing the old-fashioned bolt, I heard the knocking again. It was not loud, and it had a queer, hollow sound, now that I was close to it, I remember, but I certainly thought it was made by some person who wanted to get in. It wasn't. There was nobody there. But as I opened the door inward, standing a little on one side so as to see out at once, something rolled across the threshold and stopped against my foot. I drew back as I felt it, for I knew what it was before I looked down. I cannot tell you how I knew, and it seemed unreasonable, for I am still quite sure that I had thrown it across the road. It's a French window that opens wide, and I got a good swing when I flung it out. Besides, when I went out early in the morning, I found the bandbox beyond the thick-set hedge. You may think it opened when I threw it, and that the skull dropped out, but that's impossible, for nobody could throw an empty cardboard box so far. It's out of the question. You might as well try to fling a ball of paper 25 yards, or a blown bird's egg. To go back, I shut and bolted the hall door, picked the thing up carefully, and put it on the table beside the candle. I did that mechanically, as one instinctively does the right thing in danger without thinking at all, unless one does the opposite. It may seem odd, but I believe my first thought had been that somebody might come and find me there on the threshold, while it was resting against my foot, lying a little on its side and turning one hollow eye up at my face, as if it meant to accuse me. And the light and shadow from the candle played in the hollows of the eyes as it stood on the table, so that they seemed to open and shut at me. Then the candle went out quite unexpectedly, though the door was fastened and there was not the least draught, and I used up at least 6 matches before it would burn again. I sat down rather suddenly, without quite knowing why. Probably I had been badly frightened, and perhaps you will admit there was no great shame in being scared. The thing had come home, and it wanted to go upstairs, back to its cupboard. I sat still and stared at it for a bit, till I began to feel very cold. Then I took it and carried it up and set it in its place, and I remember that I spoke to it, and promised that it should have its bandbox again in the morning. You want to know whether I stayed in the room till daybreak? Yes, but I kept a light burning, and sat up smoking and reading, most likely out of fright. Plain, undeniable fear. And you need not call it cowardice either, for that's not the same thing. I could not have stayed alone with that thing in the cupboard. I should have been scared to death, though I'm not more timid than other people. Confound it all, man. It had crossed the road alone, and had got up the doorstep and had knocked to be let in. 2. When the dawn came, I put on my boots and went out to find the bandbox. I had to go a good way round, by the gate near the high road, and I found the box open and hanging on the other side of the hedge. It had caught on the twigs by the string, and the lid had fallen off and was lying on the ground below it. That shows that it did not open till it was well over, and if it had not opened as soon as it left my hand, what was inside it must have gone beyond the road too. That's all. I took the box upstairs to the cupboard, and put the skull back and locked it up. When the girl brought me my breakfast, she said she was sorry,
but that she must go, and she did not care if she lost her month's wages. I looked at her, and her face was a sort of greenish-yellowish white. I pretended to be surprised, and asked what was the matter, but that was of no use, for she just turned on me and wanted to know whether I meant to stay in a haunted house, and how long I expected to live if I did, for though she noticed I was sometimes a little hard of hearing, she did not believe that even I could sleep through those screams again. And if I could, why had I been moving about the house and opening and shutting the front door between 3 and 4 in the morning? There was no answering that, since she had heard me, so off she went, and I was left to myself. I went down to the village during the morning, and found a woman who was willing to come and do the little work there is, and cook my dinner, on condition that she might go home every night. As for me, I moved downstairs that day, and I have never tried to sleep in the best bedroom since. After a little while I got a brace of middle-aged Scotch servants from London, and things were quiet enough for a long time. I began by telling them that the house was in a very exposed position, and that the wind whistled round it a good deal in the autumn and winter, which had given it a bad name in the village, the Cornish people being inclined to superstition and telling ghost stories. The two hard-faced, sandy-haired sisters almost smiled, and they answered with great contempt that they had no great opinion of any southern bogey whatever, having been in service in 2 English haunted houses, where they had never seen so much as the boy in grey, whom they reckon no very particular rarity in Forfarshire. They stayed with me several months, and while they were in the house we had peace and quiet. One of them is here again now, but she went away with her sister within the year. This one, she was the cook, married the sexton, who works in my garden. That's the way of it. It's a small village, and he has not much to do, and he knows enough about flowers to help me nicely, besides doing most of the hard work. For though I'm fond of exercise, I'm getting a little stiff in the hinges. He's a sober, silent sort of fellow, who minds his own business, and he was a widower when I came here. Traherne is his name, James Traherne. The Scotch sisters would not admit that there was anything wrong about the house, but when November came they gave me warning that they were going, on the ground that the chapel was such a long walk from here, being in the next parish, and that they could not possibly go to our church. But the younger one came back in the spring, and as soon as the banns could be published she was married to James Traherne by the vicar, and she seems to have had no scruples about hearing him preach since then. I'm quite satisfied if she is. The couple live in a small cottage that looks over the churchyard. I suppose you're wondering what all this has to do with what I was talking about. I'm alone so much that when an old friend comes to see me, I sometimes go on talking just for the sake of hearing my own voice. But in this case there is really a connection of ideas. It was James Traherne who buried poor Mrs. Pratt, and her husband after her in the same grave, and it's not far from the back of his cottage. That's the connection in my mind, you see. It's plain enough. He knows something. I'm quite sure that he does, by his manner, though he's such a reticent beggar. Yes, I'm alone in the house at night now, for Mrs. Traherne does everything herself, and when I have a friend, the sexton's niece comes in to wait on the table. He takes his wife home every evening in winter, but in summer, when there's light, she goes by herself. She's not a nervous woman, but she's less sure than she used to be that there are no bogies in England worth a Scotchwoman's notice. Isn't it amusing, the idea that Scotland has a monopoly of the supernatural? Odd sort of national pride, I call that, don't you? That's a good fire, isn't it? When driftwood gets started at last, there's nothing like it, I think. Yes, we get lots of it, for I'm sorry to say there are still a great many wrecks about here. It's a lonely coast, and you may have all the wood you want for the trouble of bringing it in. Traherne and I borrow a cart now and then, and load it between here and the spit. I hate a coal fire when I can get wood of any sort. A log is company, even if it's only a piece of a deck beam or timber sawn off, and the salt in it makes pretty sparks. See how they fly, like Japanese hand fireworks. Upon my word, with an old friend and a good fire and a pipe, one forgets all about that thing upstairs, especially now that the wind is moderated. It's only a lull, though, and it will blow a gale before morning. You think you would like to see the skull? I've no objection.
There's no reason why you shouldn't have a look at it, and you'd never saw a more perfect one in your life, except that there are 2 front teeth missing in the lower jaw. Oh, yes, I had not told you about the jaw yet. Traherne found it in the garden last spring when he was digging a pit for a new asparagus bed. You know we make asparagus beds 6 or 8 feet deep here. Yes, I had forgotten to tell you that. He was digging straight down, just as he digs a grave. If you want a good asparagus bed made, I advise you to get a sexton to make it for you. Those fellows have a wonderful knack at that sort of digging. Traherne had got down about 3 feet when he cut into a mass of white lime in the side of the trench. He had noticed that the earth was a little looser there, though he says it had not been disturbed for a number of years. I suppose he thought that even old lime might not be good for asparagus, so he broke it out and threw it up. It was pretty hard, he says, in biggish lumps, and out of sheer force of habit he cracked the lumps with his spade as they lay outside the pit beside him. The jawbone of a skull dropped out of one of the pieces. He thinks he must have knocked out the 2 front teeth in breaking up the lime, but he did not see them anywhere. He's a very experienced man in such things, as you may imagine, and he said at once that the jaw had probably belonged to a young woman, and that the teeth had been complete when she died. He brought it to me, and asked me if I wanted to keep it. If I did not, he said he would drop it into the next grave he made in the churchyard, as he supposed it was a Christian jaw, and ought to have decent burial, wherever the rest of the body might be. I told him that doctors often put bones into quicklime to whiten them nicely, and that I suppose Dr. Pratt had once had a little lime pit in the garden for that purpose, and had forgotten the jaw. Traherne looked at me quietly. "Maybe it fitted that skull that used to be in the cupboard upstairs, sir," he said. "Maybe Dr. Pratt had put the skull into the lime to clean it to something, and when he took it out he left the lower jaw behind. There's some human hair sticking in the lime, sir." I saw there was, and that was what Traherne said. If he did not suspect something, why in the world should he have suggested that the jaw might fit the skull? Besides, it did. That's proof that he knows more than he cares to tell. Do you suppose he looked before she was buried? Or perhaps when he buried Luke in the same grave? Well, it's of no use to go over that, is it? I said I would keep the jaw with the skull, and I took it upstairs and fitted it into its place. There's not the slightest doubt about the 2 belonging together, and together they are. Traherne knows several things. We were talking about plastering the kitchen a while ago, and he happened to remember that it had not been done since the very week when Mrs. Pratt died. He did not say that the mason must have left some lime on the place, but he thought it, and that it was the very same lime he had found in the asparagus pit. He knows a lot. Traherne is one of your silent beggars who can put 2 and 2 together. That grave is very near the back of his cottage, too, and he's one of the quickest men with a spade I ever saw. If he wanted to know the truth, he could, and no one else would ever be the wiser unless he chose to tell. In a quiet village like ours, people don't go and spend the night in the churchyard to see whether the sexton potters about by himself between 10 o'clock and daylight. What is awful to think of is Luke's deliberation, if he did it. His cool certainty that no one would find him out. Above all, his nerve, for that must have been extraordinary. I sometimes think it's bad enough to live in the place where it was done, if it really was done. I always put in the condition, you see, for the sake of his memory, and a little bit for my own sake, too. I'll go upstairs and fetch the box in a minute. Let me light my pipe. There's no hurry. We had supper early, and it's only 9:30 o'clock. I never let a friend go to bed before 12, or with less than 3 glasses. You may have as many more as you like, but you shan't have less for the sake of old times. It's breezing up again. Do you hear? That was only a lull just now, and we're going to have a bad night. The thing happened that made me start a little when I found that the jaw fitted exactly. I'm not very easily startled in that way myself, but I have seen people make a quick movement, drawing their breath sharply when they had thought they were alone, and suddenly turned and saw someone very near them. Nobody can call that fear. You wouldn't, would you? No. Well, just when I had set the jaw in its place under the skull, the teeth closed sharply on my finger. It felt exactly as if it were biting me hard, and I confess that I jumped before I realized that I'd been pressing the jaw and the skull together with my other hand. I assure you I was not at all nervous. It was broad daylight, too, and a fine day, and the sun was streaming into the best bedroom. It would have been absurd to be nervous, and it was only a quick mistaken impression, but it really made me feel queer. Somehow it made me think of the funny verdict of the coroner's jury on Luke's death, by the hand or teeth of some person or animal unknown. Ever since that I've wished I had seen those marks on his throat, though the lower jaw was missing then. I have often seen a man do insane things with his hands that he does not realize at all. I once saw a man hanging on by an old awning stop with one hand, leaning backward, outboard, with all his weight on it, and he was just cutting the stop with a knife in his other hand when I got my arms round him. We were in mid-ocean, going 20 knots. He had not the smallest idea what he was doing. Neither had I when I managed to pinch my finger between the teeth of that thing. I can feel it now. It was exactly as if it were alive and were trying to bite me. It would, if it could, for I know it hates me, poor thing. Do you suppose that what rattles about inside is really a bit of lead? Well, I'll get the box down presently, and if whatever it is happens to drop out into your hands, that's your affair. If it's only a clod of earth or a pebble, the whole matter would be off my mind, and I don't believe I should ever think of the skull again. But somehow I cannot bring myself to shake out the bit of hard stuff myself. The mere idea that it may be lead makes me confoundedly uncomfortable. Yet I've got the conviction that I shall know before long. I shall certainly know. I'm sure Traherne knows, but he's such a silent beggar. I'll go upstairs now and get it. What? You had better go with me? Do you think I'm afraid of a bandbox and a noise? Nonsense. Bother the candle, it won't light. As if the ridiculous thing understood what it's wanted for. Look at that, the third match. They light fast enough for my pipe. There, do you see? It's a fresh box just out of the tin safe where I keep the supply on account of the dampness. Oh, you think the wick of the candle may be damp, do you? All right, I'll light the beastly thing in the fire. That won't go out, at all events. Yes, it sputters a bit, but it will keep lighted now. It burns just like any other candle, doesn't it? The fact is, candles are not very good about here. I don't know where they come from, but they have a way of burning low occasionally, with a greenish flame that spits tiny sparks, and I'm often annoyed by their going out of themselves. It cannot be helped, for it will be long before we have electricity in our village. It really is rather a poor light, isn't it? You think I'd better leave you the candle and take the lamp, do you? I don't like to carry lamps about, that's the truth. I never dropped one in my life, but I've always thought I might, and it's so confoundedly dangerous if you do. Besides, I'm pretty well used to these rotten candles by this time. You may as well finish that glass while I'm getting it, for I don't mean to let you off with less than 3 before you go to bed. You won't have to go upstairs either, for I've put you in the old study next to the surgery. That's where I live myself. The fact is, I never ask a friend to sleep upstairs now. The last man who did was Crackenthorpe, and he said he was kept awake all night. You remember old Crack, don't you? He stuck to the service, and they've just made him an admiral. Yes, I'm off now, unless the candle goes out. I couldn't help asking if you remembered Crackenthorpe. If anyone had told us that the skinny little idiot he used to be was to turn out the most successful of the lot of us, we should have laughed at the idea, shouldn't we? You and I did not do badly, it's true, but I'm really going now. I don't mean to let you think that I've been putting it off by talking, as if there were anything to be afraid of. If I was scared, I should tell you so quite frankly, and get you to go upstairs with me. Here's the box. I brought it down very carefully, so as not to disturb it, poor thing. You see, if it was shaken, the jaw might get separated from it again, and I'm sure it wouldn't like that. Yes, the candle went out as I was coming downstairs, but that was the draught from the leaky window on the landing. Did you hear anything? Yes, there was another scream. Am I pale, do you say? That's nothing. My heart is a little queer sometimes, and I went upstairs too fast. In fact, that's one reason why I really prefer to live altogether on the ground floor. Wherever that shriek came from, it was not from the skull, for I had the box in my hand when I heard the noise, and here it is now. So we have proved definitely that the screams are produced by something else. I've no doubt I shall find out some day what makes them. Some crevice in the wall, of course, or a crack in a chimney, or a chink in the frame of a window. That's the way all ghost stories end in real life. Do you know, I'm jolly glad I thought of going up and bringing it down for you to see, for that last shriek settles the question. To think that I should have been so weak as to fancy that the poor skull could really cry out like a living thing. Now, I'll open the box, and we'll take it out and look at it under the bright light. It's rather awful to think that the poor lady used to sit there in your chair, evening after evening, in just the same light, isn't it? But then I've made up my mind that it's all rubbish from beginning to end, and that it's just an old skull that Luke had when he was a student, and perhaps he put it into the lime merely to whiten it and could not find the jaw. I made a seal on the string, you see, after I'd put the jaw in its place, and I wrote on the cover. There's the old white label on it still, from the milliner's, addressed to Mrs. Pratt when the hat was sent to her, and as there was room, I wrote on the edge, a skull, once the property of the late Luke Pratt, M.D. I don't quite know why I wrote that, unless it was with the idea of explaining how the thing happened to be in my possession. I cannot help wondering sometimes what sort of hat it was that came in the bandbox. What colour was it, do you think? Was it a gay spring hat with a bobbing feather and pretty ribbons? Strange that the very same box should hold the head that wore the finery, perhaps. No, we made up our minds that it just came from the hospital in London where Luke did his time. It's far better to look at it in that light, isn't it? There's no more connection between that skull and poor Mrs. Pratt than there was between my story about the lead and— Good Lord! Take the lamp. Don't let it go out, if you can help it. I'll have the window fastened again in a second. I say, what a gale! There, it's out. I told you so. Never mind. There's the firelight. I've got the window shut. The bolt was only half down. Was the box blown off the table? Where the deuce is it? There. That won't open again, for I've put up the bar. Good dodge. An old-fashioned bar. There's nothing like it. Now, you find the bandbox while I light the lamp. Confound those wretched matches. Yes, a pipe spill is better. It must light in the fire. I hadn't thought of it. Thank you. There we are again. Now, where's the box? Yes, put it back on the table and we'll open it. That's the first time I have ever known the wind to burst that window open. But it was partly carelessness on my part when I last shut it. Yes, of course I heard the scream. It seemed to go all round the house before it broke in at the window. That proves that it's always been the wind and nothing else, doesn't it? When it was not the wind, it was my imagination. I've always been a very imaginative man. I must have been, though I did not know it. As we grow older, we understand ourselves better, don't you know? I'll have a drop of the Hulstkamp neat, by way of an exception, since you're filling up your glass. That damp gust chilled me, and with my rheumatic tendency, I'm very much afraid of a chill, for the cold sometimes seems to stick in my joints all winter when it once gets in. By George, that's good stuff. I'll just light a fresh pipe, now that everything is snug again, and then we'll open the box. I'm so glad we heard that last scream together, with the skull here on the table between us, for a thing cannot possibly be in two places at the same time, and the noise most certainly came from outside, as any noise the wind makes must. You thought you heard it scream through the room after the window was burst open? Oh yes, so did I, but that was natural enough when everything was open. Of course we heard the wind. What could one expect? Look here, please. I want you to see that the seal is intact before we open the box together. Will you take my glasses? No, you have your own. All right. The seal is sound, you see, and you can read the words of the motto easily. Sweet and low, that's it, because the poem goes on, Wind of the Western Sea, and says, Blow him again to me, and all that. Here is the seal on my watch chain, where it's hung for more than 40 years. My poor little wife gave it to me when I was courting, and I never had any other. It was just like her to think of those words. She was always fond of Tennyson. It's of no use to cut the string, for it's fastened to the box, so I'll just break the wax and untie the knot, and afterward we'll seal it up again. You see, I like to feel that the thing is safe in its place, and that
Nobody can take it out. Not that I should suspect Traherne of meddling with it, but I always feel that he knows a lot more than he tells. You see, I've managed it without breaking the string, though when I fastened it I never expected to open the bandbox again. The lid comes off easily enough. There. Now look. What? Nothing in it? Empty? It's gone, man. The skull is gone. Oh, there's nothing the matter with me. I'm only trying to collect my thoughts. It's so strange. I'm positively certain that it was inside when I put on the seal last spring. I can't have imagined that. It's utterly impossible. If I ever took a stiff glass with a friend now and then, I would admit that I might have made some idiotic mistake when I had taken too much. But I don't, and I never did. A pint of ale at supper and half a go of rum at bedtime was the most I ever took in my good days. I believe it's always we sober fellows who get rheumatism and gout. Yet there was my seal, and there is the empty bandbox. That's plain enough. I say, I don't half like this. It's not right. There's something wrong about it, in my opinion. You needn't talk to me about supernatural manifestations, for I don't believe in them. Not a little bit. Somebody must have tampered with the seal and stolen the skull. Sometimes when I go out to work in the garden in summer, I leave my watch and chain on the table. Traherne must have taken the seal then and used it, for he would be quite sure that I should not come in for at least an hour. If it was not Traherne— Oh, don't talk to me about the possibility that the thing has got out by itself. If it has, it must be somewhere about the house, in some out-of-the-way corner, waiting. We may come upon it anywhere, waiting for us, don't you know? Just waiting in the dark. Then it will scream at me. It will shriek at me in the dark, for it hates me, I tell you. The bandbox is quite empty. We are not dreaming, either of us. There, I turn it upside down. What's that? Something fell out as I turned it over. It's on the floor. It's near your feet. I know it is, and we must find it. Help me to find it, man. Have you got it? For God's sake, give it to me, quickly. Lead! I knew it when I heard it fall. I knew it couldn't be anything else by the little thud it made on the hearthrug. So it was lead after all, and Luke did it. I feel a little bit shaken up. Not exactly nervous, you know, but badly shaken up, that's the fact. Anybody would, I should think. After all, you cannot say that it's fear of the thing, for I went up and brought it down. At least I believed I was bringing it down, and that's the same thing, and by George, rather than give in to such silly nonsense, I'll take the box upstairs again and put it back in its place. It's not that. It's the certainty that the poor little woman came to her end in that way by my fault because I told the story. That's what is so dreadful. Somehow I had always hoped that I should never be quite sure of it, but there is no doubting it now. Look at that! Look at it! That little lump of lead with no particular shape. Think of what it did, man. Doesn't it make you shiver? He gave her something to make her sleep, of course, but there must have been one moment of awful agony. Think of having boiling lead poured into your brain. Think of it. She was dead before she could scream, but only think of— there it is again. It's just outside. I know it's just outside. I can't keep it out of my head. You thought I had fainted? No, I wish I had, for it would have stopped sooner. It's all very well to say that it's only a noise, and that a noise never hurt anybody. You're as white as a shroud yourself. There's only one thing to be done, if we hope to close an eye tonight. We must find it and put it back in its bandbox and shut it up in the cupboard, where it likes to be. I don't know how it got out, but it wants to get in again. That's why it screams so awfully tonight. It was never so bad as this, never since I first— Bury it? Yes, if we can find it, we'll bury it. If it takes us all night, we'll bury it 6 feet deep and ram down the earth over it so that it shall never get out again. And if it screams, we shall hardly hear it so deep down. Quick, we'll get the lantern and look for it. It cannot be far away. I'm sure it's just outside. It was coming in when I shut the window. I know it.
Yes, you're quite right. I'm losing my senses, and I must get hold of myself. Don't speak to me for a minute or two. I'll sit quite still and keep my eyes shut and repeat something I know. That's the best way. Add together the altitude, the latitude, and the polar distance, divide by 2 and subtract the altitude from the half-sum, then add the logarithm of the secant of the latitude, the cosecant of the polar distance, the cosine of the half-sum, and the sine of the half-sum minus the altitude. There! Don't say that I'm out of my senses, for my memory is all right, isn't it? Of course, you may say that it's mechanical, and that we never forget the things we learned when we were boys and have used almost every day for a lifetime, but that's the very point. When a man is going crazy, it's the mechanical part of his mind that gets out of order and won't work right. He remembers things that never happened, or he sees things that aren't real, or he hears noises when there is perfect silence. That's not what is the matter with either of us, is it? Come, we'll get the lantern and go round the house. It's not raining, only blowing like old boots, as we used to say. The lantern is in the cupboard under the stairs in the hall, and I always keep it trimmed in case of a wreck. No use to look for the thing? I don't see how you can say that. It was nonsense to talk of burying it, of course, for it doesn't want to be buried. It wants to go back into its bandbox and be taken upstairs, poor thing. Traherne took it out, I know, and made the seal over again. Perhaps he took it to the churchyard, and he may have meant well. I dare say he thought that it would not scream any more, if it were quietly laid in consecrated ground, near where it belongs. But it has come home. Yes, that's it. He's not half a bad fellow, Traherne, and rather religiously inclined, I think. Does not that sound natural and reasonable and well-meant? He supposed it screamed because it was not decently buried, with the rest. But he was wrong. How should he know that it screams at me because it hates me, and because it's my fault that there was that little lump of lead in it? No use to look for it anyhow? Nonsense. I tell you it wants to be found. Hark! What's that knocking? Do you hear it? Knock, 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 3 times, then a pause, and then again. It has a hollow sound, hasn't it? It has come home. I've heard that knock before. It wants to come in and be taken upstairs in its box. It's at the front door. Will you come with me? We'll take it in. Yes, I own that I don't like to go alone and open the door. The thing will roll in and stop against my foot, just as it did before, and the light will go out. I'm a good deal shaken by finding that bit of lead, and besides, my heart isn't quite right. Too much strong tobacco, perhaps. Besides, I'm quite willing to own that I'm a bit nervous tonight, if I never was before in my life. That's right, come along. I'll take the box with me, so as not to come back. Do you hear the knocking? It's not like any other knocking I ever heard. If you will hold this door open, I can find the lantern under the stairs by the light from this room without bringing the lamp into the hall. It would only go out. The thing knows we're coming. Hark! It's impatient to get in. Don't shut the door till the lantern is ready, whatever you do. There will be the usual trouble with the matches, I suppose. No, the first one, by Jove. I tell you it wants to get in. So there's no trouble. All right with that door now. Shut it, please. Now, come and hold the lantern, for it's blowing so hard outside that I shall have to use both hands. That's it. Hold the light low. Do you hear the knocking still? Here goes. I'll open just enough with my foot against the bottom of the door. Now, catch it. It's only the wind that blows it across the floor, that's all. There's half a hurricane outside, I tell you. Have you got it? The bandbox is on the table. 1 minute, and I'll have the bar up. There. Why did you throw it into the box so roughly? It doesn't like that, you know. What do you say? Bit in your hand? Nonsense, man. You did just what I did. You pressed the jaws together with your other hand and pinched yourself. Let me see. You don't mean to say you have drawn blood? You must have squeezed hard, by Jove, for the skin is certainly torn. I'll give you some carbolic solution for it before we go to bed, for they say a scratch from a skull's tooth may go bad and give trouble. Come inside again and let me see it by the lamp. I'll bring the bandbox. Never mind the lantern. It may just as well burn in the hall, for I shall need it presently when I go up the stairs. Yes, shut the door if you will. It makes it more cheerful and bright. Is your finger still bleeding? I'll get you the carbolic in an instant. Just let me see the thing. Ah, there's a drop of blood on the upper jaw. It's on the eye tooth. Ghastly, isn't it? When I saw it running along the floor of the hall, the strength almost went out of my hands, and I felt my knees bending. Then I understood that it was the gale driving it over the smooth boards. You don't blame me? No, I should think not. We were boys together, and we've seen a thing or two, and we may just as well own to each other that we were both in a beastly funk when it slid across the floor at you. No wonder you pinched your finger picking it up after that, if I did the same thing out of sheer nervousness in broad daylight with the sun streaming in on me. Strange that the jaw should stick to it so closely, isn't it? I suppose it's the dampness, for it shuts like a vice. I've wiped off the drop of blood, for it was not nice to look at. I'm not going to try to open the jaws, don't be afraid. I shall not play any tricks with the poor thing, but I'll just seal the box again, and we'll take it upstairs and put it away where it wants to be. The wax is on the writing table by the window. Thank you. It will be long before I leave my seal lying about again, for Traherne to use, I can tell you. Explain? I don't explain natural phenomena, but if you choose to think that Traherne had hidden it somewhere in the bushes, and that the gale blew it to the house against the door and made it knock, as if it wanted to be let in, you're not thinking the impossible, and I'm quite ready to agree with you. Do you see that? You can swear that you've actually seen me seal it this time, in case anything of the kind should occur again. The wax fastens the strings to the lid, which cannot possibly be lifted, even enough to get in one finger. You're quite satisfied, aren't you? Yes. Besides, I shall lock the cupboard and keep the key in my pocket hereafter. Now we can take the lantern and go upstairs. Do you know, I'm very much inclined to agree with your theory that the wind blew it against the house. I'll go ahead, for I know the stairs. Just hold the lantern near my feet as we go up. How the wind howls and whistles. Did you feel the sand on the floor under your shoes as we crossed the hall? Yes. This is the door of the best bedroom. Hold up the lantern, please. This side, by the head of the bed. I left the cupboard open when I got the box. Isn't it queer how the faint odour of women's dresses will hang about an old closet for years? This is the shelf. You've seen me set the box there, and now you see me turn the key and put it into my pocket. So that's done. Good night. Are you sure you're quite comfortable? It's not much of a room, but I dare say you would as soon sleep here as upstairs tonight. If you want anything, sing out. There's only a lath and plaster partition between us. There's not so much wind on this side by half. There's the Hollands on the table, if you'll have one more nightcap. No? Well, do as you please. Good night again, and don't dream about that thing, if you can. The following paragraph appeared in the Penradden News, 23rd of November, 1906. Mysterious death of a retired sea captain. The village of Treadcombe is much disturbed by the strange death of Captain Charles Braddock, and all sorts of impossible stories are circulating with regard to the circumstances, which certainly seem difficult of explanation. The retired captain, who had successfully commanded in his time the largest and fastest liners belonging to one of the principal transatlantic steamship companies, was found dead in his bed on Tuesday morning in his own cottage, a quarter of a mile from the village. An examination was made at once by the local practitioner, which revealed the horrible fact that the deceased had been bitten in the throat by a human assailant with such amazing force as to crush the windpipe and cause death. The marks of the teeth of both jaws were so plainly visible on the skin that they could be counted, but the perpetrator of the deed had evidently lost the two lower middle incisors. It is hoped that this peculiarity may help to identify the murderer, who can only be a dangerous escaped maniac. The deceased, though over 65 years of age, is said to have been a hale man of considerable physical strength, and it is remarkable that no signs of any struggle were visible in the room, nor could it be ascertained how the murderer had entered the house. Warning has been sent to all the insane asylums in the United Kingdom, but as yet no information has been received regarding the escape of any dangerous patient. The coroner's jury returned the somewhat singular verdict that Captain Braddock came to his death by the hands or teeth of some person unknown. The local surgeon is said to have expressed privately the opinion that the maniac is a woman, a view he deduces from the small size of the jaws, as shown by the marks of the teeth. The whole affair is shrouded in mystery. Captain Braddock was a widower and lived alone. He leaves no children. Note: students of ghost lore and haunted houses will find the foundation of the foregoing story in the legends about a skull, which is still preserved in the farmhouse called Bettiscombe Manor, situated, I believe, on the Dorsetshire coast. The Shining Pyramid by Arthur Machen. 1. The Arrowhead Character. Haunted, you said? Yes, haunted. Don't you remember, when I saw you 3 years ago, you told me about your place in the west with the ancient woods hanging all about it, and the wild domed hills in the ragged land? It has always remained a sort of enchanted picture in my mind as I sit at my desk and hear the traffic rattling in the street in the midst of whirling London. But when did you come up? The fact is, Dyson, I've only just got out of the train. I drove to the station early this morning and caught the 10:45. Well, I'm very glad you looked in on me. How have you been getting on since we last met? There is no Mrs. Vaughan, I suppose? No, said Vaughan. I'm still a hermit, like yourself. I've done nothing but loaf about. Vaughan had lit his pipe and sat in the elbow chair, fidgeting and glancing about him in a somewhat dazed and restless manner. Dyson had wheeled round in his chair when his visitor entered, and sat with one arm fondly reclining on the desk of his bureau and touching the litter of manuscript. "And you're still engaged in the old task?" said Vaughan, pointing to the pile of papers and the teeming pigeonholes. "Yes, the vain pursuit of literature, as idle as alchemy, and as entrancing. But you've come to town for some time, I suppose. What shall we do tonight?" "Well, I rather wanted you to try a few days with me down in the west. It would do you a lot of good, I'm sure." "You are very kind, Vaughan, but London in September is hard to leave. Doré could not have designed anything more wonderful and mystic than Oxford Street as I saw it the other evening. The sunset flaming, the blue haze transmuting the plain street into a road far in the spiritual city. I should like you to come down, though. You would enjoy roaming over our hills. Does this racket go on all day and night? It quite bewilders me. I wonder how you can work through it. I'm sure you would revel in the great peace of my old home among the woods." Vaughan lit his pipe again, and looked anxiously at Dyson to see if his inducements had had any effect. But the man of letters shook his head, smiling, and vowed in his heart a firm allegiance to the streets. "You cannot tempt me," he said. "Well, you may be right. Perhaps, after all, I was wrong to speak of the peace of the country. Though when a tragedy does occur, it is like a stone thrown into a pond. The circles of disturbance keep on widening, and it seems as if the water would never be still again. Have you ever any tragedies where you are?" "I can hardly say that, but I was a good deal disturbed about a month ago by something that happened. It may or may not have been a tragedy in the usual sense of the word." "What was the occurrence?" "Well, the fact is a girl disappeared in a way which seems highly mysterious. Her parents, people of the name of Trevor, are well-to-do farmers, and their eldest daughter, Annie, was a sort of village beauty. She was really remarkably handsome. One afternoon she thought she would go and see her aunt, a widow who farms her own land, and as the two houses are only about 5 or 6 miles apart, she started off, telling her parents she would take the shortcut over the hills. She never got to her aunt's, and she never was seen again. That's putting it in a few words." "What an extraordinary thing. I suppose there are no disused mines, are there, on the hills? I don't think you quite ran to anything so formidable as a precipice." "No, the path the girl must have taken had no pitfalls of any description. It is just a track over wild, bare hillside, far even from a by-road. One may walk for miles without meeting a soul, but it is perfectly safe." "And what do people say about it?" "Oh, they talk nonsense among themselves. You have no notion as to how superstitious English cottagers are in out-of-the-way parts like mine. They're as bad as the Irish, every whit, and even more secretive. But what do they say? Oh, the poor girl is supposed to have gone with the fairies, or to have been taken by the fairies. Such stuff, he went on. One would laugh, if it were not for the real tragedy of the case. Dyson looked somewhat interested. Yes, he said. Fairies certainly strike a little curiously on the ear in these days. But what do the police say? I presume they do not accept the fairy tale hypothesis? No, but they seem quite at fault. What I'm afraid of is that Annie Trevor must have fallen in with some scoundrels on her way. Castletown is a large seaport, you know, and some of the worst of the foreign sailors occasionally desert their ships and go on the tramp up and down the country. Not many years ago, a Spanish sailor named Garcia murdered a whole family for the sake of plunder that was not worth sixpence. They're hardly human, some of these fellows, and I'm dreadfully afraid the poor girl must have come to an awful end. But no foreign sailor was seen by anyone about the country? No. There is certainly that, and of course country people are quick to notice anyone whose appearance and dress are a little out of the common. Still, it seems as if my theory were the only possible explanation. There are no data to go upon, said Dyson, thoughtfully. There was no question of a love affair or anything of the kind, I suppose? Oh, no, not a hint of such a thing. I'm sure if Annie were alive she would have contrived to let her mother know of her safety. No doubt, no doubt. Still, it is barely possible that she is alive and yet unable to communicate with her friends. But all this must have disturbed you a good deal. Yes, it did. I hate a mystery, and especially a mystery which is probably the veil of horror. But frankly, Dyson, I want to make a clean breast of it. I did not come here to tell you all this. Of course not, said Dyson, a little surprised at Vaughan's uneasy manner. You came to have a chat on more cheerful topics. No, I did not. What I've been telling you about happened a month ago, but something which seems likely to affect me more personally has taken place within the last few days. To be quite plain, I came up to town with the idea that you might be able to help me. You recollect that curious case you spoke to me about on our last meeting? Something about a spectacle maker? Oh yes, I remember that. I know I was quite proud of my acumen at the time. Even to this day the police have no idea why those peculiar yellow spectacles were wanted. But Vaughan, you really look quite put out. I hope there is nothing serious. No, I think I've been exaggerating, and I want you to reassure me. But what has happened is very odd. And what has happened? I'm sure that you will laugh at me, but this is the story. You must know there is a path, a right-of-way that goes through my land, and, to be precise, close to the wall of the kitchen garden. It is not used by many people. A woodman now and again finds it useful, and 5 or 6 children who go to school in the village pass twice a day. Well, a few days ago I was taking a walk about the place before breakfast, and I happened to stop to fill my pipe just by the large doors in the garden wall. The wood, I must tell you, comes to within a few feet of the wall, and the track I spoke of runs right in the shadow of the trees. I thought the shelter from a brisk wind that was blowing rather pleasant, and I stood there smoking with my eyes on the ground. Then something caught my attention. Just under the wall, on the short grass, a number of small flints were arranged in a pattern. Something like this. And Mr. Vaughan caught at a pencil and piece of paper and dotted down a few strokes. You see, he went on, there were, I should think, 12 little stones neatly arranged in lines and spaced at equal distances, as I have shown it on the paper. They were pointed stones, and the points were very carefully directed one way. Yes, said Dyson, without much interest. No doubt the children you have mentioned had been playing there on their way from school. Children, as you know, are very fond of making such devices with oyster shells or flints or flowers, or with whatever comes in their way. So I thought. I just noticed these flints were arranged in a sort of pattern, and then went on. But the next morning I was taking the same round, which, as a matter of fact, is habitual with me, and again I saw at the same spot a device in flints. This time it was really a curious pattern, something like the spokes of a wheel, all meeting at a common centre, and this centre formed by a device which looked like a bowl, all, you understand, done in flints. You are right, said Dyson. That seems odd enough. Still, it is reasonable that your half a dozen school children are responsible for these fantasies in stone. Well, I thought I would set the matter at rest. The children pass the gate every evening at 5:30, and I walked by at 6, and found the device just as I had left it in the morning. The next day I was up and about at 6:45, and I found the whole thing had been changed. There was a pyramid outlined in flints upon the grass. The children I saw going by an hour and a half later, and they ran past the spot without glancing to right or left. In the evening I watched them going home, and this morning when I got to the gate at 6 o'clock, there was a thing like a half-moon waiting for me. So then the series runs thus. Firstly ordered lines, then the device of the spokes and the bowl, then the pyramid, and finally, this morning, the half-moon. That is the order, isn't it? Yes, that is right. But you know it has made me feel very uneasy. I suppose it seems absurd, but I can't help thinking that some kind of signalling is going on under my nose, and that sort of thing is disquieting. But what have you to dread? You have no enemies? No, but I have some very valuable old plate. You thinking of burglars, then? Said Dyson, with an accent of considerable interest. But you must know your neighbours. Are there any suspicious characters about? Not that I'm aware of, but you remember what I told you of the sailors. Can you trust your servants? Oh, perfectly. The plate is preserved in a strong room. The butler, an old family servant, alone knows where the key is kept. There is nothing wrong there. Still, everybody is aware that I have a lot of old silver, and all country folks are given to gossip. In that way information may have got abroad in very undesirable quarters. Yes, but I confess there seems something a little unsatisfactory in the burglar theory. Who is signalling to whom? I cannot see my way to accepting such an explanation. What put the plate into your head in connection with these flint signs, or whatever one may call them? It was the figure of the bowl, said Vaughan. I happen to possess a very large and very valuable Charles II punch bowl. The chasing is really exquisite, and the thing is worth a lot of money. The sign I described to you is exactly the same shape as my punch bowl. A queer coincidence, certainly. But the other figures or devices, you have nothing shaped like a pyramid? Ah, you will think that queerer. As it happens, this punch bowl of mine, together with a set of rare old ladles, is kept in a mahogany chest of a pyramidal shape. The four sides slope upwards, the narrow towards the top. I confess all this interests me a good deal, said Dyson. Let us go on then. What about the other figures? How about the army, as we may call the first sign, and the crescent or half-moon? There is no reference that I can make out of these two. Still, you see, I have some excuse for curiosity at all events. I should be very vexed to lose any of the old plate. Nearly all the pieces have been in the family for generations, and I cannot get it out of my head that some scoundrels mean to rob me, and are communicating with one another every night. Frankly, said Dyson, I can make nothing of it. I am as much in the dark as yourself. Your theory seems certainly the only possible explanation, and yet the difficulties are immense. He leaned back in his chair, and the two men faced each other, frowning and perplexed by so bizarre a problem. By the way, said Dyson, after a long pause, what is your geological formation down there? Mr. Vaughan looked up, a good deal surprised by the question. Old red sandstone and limestone, I believe, he said. We're just beyond the coal measures, you know. But surely there are no flints either in the sandstone or the limestone. No, I never see any flints in the fields. I confess that did strike me as a little curious. I should think so. It is very important. By the way, what size were the flints used in making these devices? I happen to have brought one with me. I took it this morning. From the half-moon? Exactly. Here it is. He handed over a small flint, tapering to a point, and about 3 inches in length. Dyson's face blazed up with excitement as he took the thing from Vaughan. Certainly, he said, after a moment's pause. You have some curious neighbours in your country. I hardly think they can harbour any designs on your punch bowl. Do you know this is a flint arrowhead of vast antiquity, and not only that, but an arrowhead of a unique kind. I have seen specimens from all parts of the world, but there are features about this thing that are quite peculiar. He laid down his pipe and took out a book from a drawer. We shall just have time to catch the 5:45 to Castletown, he said. "2. The eyes on the wall. Mr. Dyson drew in a long breath of the air of the hills, and felt all the enchantment of the scene about him. It was very early morning, and he stood on the terrace in the front of the house. Vaughan's ancestor had built on the lower slope of a great hill, in the shelter of a deep and ancient wood that gathered on 3 sides about the house, and on the 4th side, the southwest, the land fell gently away and sank to the valley, where a brook wound in and out in mystic S's, and the dark and gleaming alders tracked the stream's course to the eye. On the terrace in the sheltered place no wind blew, and far beyond the trees were still. Only one sound broke in upon the silence, and Dyson heard the noise of the brook singing far below, the song of clear and shining water rippling over the stones, whispering and murmuring as it sank to dark, deep pools. Across the stream, just below the house, rose a grey stone bridge, vaulted and buttressed, a fragment of the Middle Ages, and then beyond the bridge the hills rose again, vast and rounded like bastions, covered here and there with dark woods and thickets of undergrowth, but the heights were all bare of trees, showing only grey turf and patches of bracken, touched here and there with the gold of fading fronds. Dyson looked to the north and south, and still he saw the wall of the hills and the ancient woods, and the stream drawn in and out between them, all grey and dim with morning mist, beneath a grey sky in a hushed and haunted air. Mr. Vaughan's voice broke in upon the silence. "I thought you would be too tired to be about so early," he said. "I see you're admiring the view. It is very pretty, isn't it? Though I suppose old Merrick Vaughan didn't think much about the scenery when he built the house. A queer grey old place, isn't it?" "Yes, and how it fits into the surroundings. It seems of a piece with the grey hills and the grey bridge below." "I'm afraid I have brought you down on false pretenses, Dyson," said Vaughan, as they began to walk up and down the terrace. "I have been to the place, and there is not a sign of anything this morning." "Ah, indeed. Well, suppose we go round together." They walked across the lawn and went by a path through the ilex shrubbery to the back of the house. There, Vaughan pointed out the track leading down to the valley and up to the heights above the wood, and presently they stood beneath the garden wall, by the door. "Here, you see it was," said Vaughan, pointing to a spot on the turf. "I was standing just where you are now that morning I first saw the flints." "Yes, quite so. That morning it was the army, as I call it, then the bowl, then the pyramid, and yesterday the half-moon. What a queer old stone that is," he went on, pointing to a block of limestone rising out of the turf just beneath the wall. "It looks like a sort of dwarf pillar, but I suppose it is natural." "Oh, yes, I think so. I imagine it was brought here, though, as we stand on the red sandstone. No doubt it was used as a foundation stone for some older building." "Very likely." Dyson was peering about him attentively, looking from the ground to the wall, and from the wall to the deep wood that hung almost over the garden, and made the place dark even in the morning. "Look here," said Dyson at length. "It is certainly a case of children this time. Look at that." He was bending down and staring at the dull red surface of the mellow bricks of the wall. Vaughan came up and looked hard where Dyson's finger was pointing, and could scarcely distinguish a faint mark in deeper red. "What is it?" he said. "I can make nothing of it." "Look a little more closely. Don't you see it as an attempt to draw the human eye?" "Ah, now I see what you mean. My sight is not very sharp. Yes, so it is. It is meant for an eye, no doubt, as you say. I thought the children learnt drawing at school." "Well, it is an odd eye enough. Do you notice the peculiar almond shape? Almost like the eye of a Chinaman." Dyson looked meditatively at the work of the undeveloped artist, and scanned the wall again, going down on his knees in the minuteness of his inquisition. "I should like very much," he said at length, "to know how a child in this out-of-the-way place could have any idea of the shape of the Mongolian eye. You see, the average child has a very distinct impression of the subject. He draws a circle, or something like a circle, and puts a dot in the centre. I don't think any child imagines that the eye is really made like that. It's just a convention of infantile art. But this almond-shaped thing puzzles me extremely. Perhaps it may be derived from a gilt Chinaman on a tea canister in the grocer's shop. Still, that's hardly likely. But why are you so sure it was done by a child? Why, look at the height. These old-fashioned bricks are little more than 2 inches thick. There are 20 courses from the ground to the sketch, if we call it so. That gives a height of 3.5 feet. Now, just imagine you're going to draw something on this wall. Exactly. Your pencil, if you had one, would touch the wall somewhere on the level with your eyes. That is more than 5 feet from the ground. It seems, therefore, a very simple deduction to conclude that this eye on the wall was drawn by a child about 10 years old. Yes, I had not thought of that. Of course one of the children must have done it. I suppose so. And yet, as I said, there is something singularly unchildlike about those 2 lines, and the eyeball itself, you see, is almost an oval. To my mind, the thing has an odd, ancient air, and a touch that is not altogether pleasant. I cannot help fancying that if we could see a whole face from the same hand, it would not be altogether agreeable. However, that is nonsense after all, and we are not getting farther in our investigations. It is odd that the Flint series has come to such an abrupt end. The 2 men walked away towards the house, and as they went in at the porch, there was a break in the grey sky, and a gleam of sunshine on the grey hill before them. All the day, Dyson prowled meditatively about the fields and woods surrounding the house. He was thoroughly and completely puzzled by the trivial circumstances he proposed to elucidate, and now he again took the flint arrowhead from his pocket, turning it over and examining it with deep attention. There was something about the thing that was altogether different from the specimens he had seen at the museums and private collections. The shape was of a distinct type, and around the edge there was a line of little punctured dots, apparently a suggestion of ornament. Who, thought Dyson, could possess such things in so remote a place, and who, possessing the flints, could have put them to the fantastic use of designing meaningless figures under Vaughan's garden wall? The rank absurdity of the whole affair offended him unutterably, and as one theory after another rose in his mind, only to be rejected, he felt strongly tempted to take the next train back to town. He had seen the silver plate which Vaughan treasured, and had inspected the punch bowl, the gem of the collection, with close attention, and what he saw and his interview with the butler convinced him that a plot to rob the strong box was out of the limits of inquiry. The chest in which the bowl was kept, a heavy piece of mahogany, evidently dating from the beginning of the century, was certainly strongly suggestive of a pyramid, and Dyson was at first inclined to the inept manoeuvres of the detective, but a little sober thought convinced him of the impossibility of the burglary hypothesis, and he cast wildly about for something more satisfying. He asked Vaughan if there were any gypsies in the neighbourhood, and heard that the Romany had not been seen for years. This dashed him a good deal, as he knew the gypsy habit of leaving queer hieroglyphics on the line of march, and had been much elated when the thought occurred to him. He was facing Vaughan by the old-fashioned hearth when he put the question, and leaned back in his chair in disgust at the destruction of his theory. "It is odd," said Vaughan, "but the gypsies never trouble us here. Now and then the farmers find traces of fires in the wildest part of the hills, but nobody seems to know who the firelighters are. Surely that looks like gypsies? No, not in such places as those. Tinkers and gypsies and wanderers of all sorts stick to the roads and don't go very far from the farmhouses. Well, I can make nothing of it. I saw the children going by this afternoon, and, as you say, they ran straight on. So we shall have no more eyes on the wall at all events. No, I must waylay them one of these days and find out who is the artist." The next morning, when Vaughan strolled in his usual course from the lawn to the back of the house, he found Dyson already awaiting him by the garden door, and evidently in a state of high excitement, for he beckoned furiously with his hand, and gesticulated violently. "What is it?" asked Vaughan. "The flints again?" "No, but look here, look at the wall. There, don't you see it? There's another of those eyes." "Exactly. Drawn, you see, at a little distance from the first, almost on the same level, but slightly lower. What on earth is one to make of it? It couldn't have been done by the children. It wasn't there last night, and they won't pass for another hour. What can it mean?" "I think the very devil is at the bottom of all this," said Dyson. "Of course, one cannot resist the conclusion that these Infernal almond eyes are to be set down to the same agency as the devices and the arrowheads, and where that conclusion is to lead us is more than I can tell. For my part, I have to put a strong check on my imagination, or it would run wild. Vaughan, he said, as they turned away from the wall, has it struck you that there is one point, a very curious point, in common between the figures done in flints and the eyes drawn on the wall? What's that? Asked Vaughan, on whose face there had fallen a certain shadow of indefinite dread. It is this. We know that the signs of the army, the bowl, the pyramid, and the half-moon must have been done at night. Presumably they were meant to be seen at night. Well, precisely the same reasoning applies to those eyes on the wall. I do not quite see your point. Oh, surely. The nights are dark just now, and have been very cloudy, I know, since I came down. Moreover, those overhanging trees would throw that wall into deep shadow even on a clear night. Well, what struck me was this. What very peculiarly sharp eyesight they, whoever they are, must have to be able to arrange arrowheads in intricate order in the blackest shadow of the wood, and then draw the eyes on the wall without a trace of bungling or a false line. I've read of persons confined in dungeons for many years who have been able to see quite well in the dark, said Vaughan. Yes, said Dyson. There was the Abbé in Monte Cristo, but it is a singular point. "3. The Search for the Bowl. Who was that old man that touched his hat to you just now? Said Dyson, as they came to the bend of the lane near the house. Oh, that was old Trevor. He looks very broken, poor old fellow. Who is Trevor? Don't you remember? I told you the story that afternoon I came to your rooms, about a girl named Annie Trevor, who disappeared in the most inexplicable manner about 5 weeks ago. That was her father. Yes, I recollect now. To tell the truth, I had forgotten all about it. And nothing has been heard of the girl? Nothing whatever. The police are quite at fault. I'm afraid I did not pay very much attention to the details you gave me. Which way did the girl go? A path would take her right across those wild hills above the house. The nearest point in the track must be about 2 miles from here. Is it near that little hamlet I saw yesterday? You mean Cross-Ceciliog, where the children came from? No, it goes more to the north. Ah, I've never been that way. They went into the house, and Dyson shut himself up in his room, sunk deep in doubtful thought, but yet with the shadow of a suspicion growing within him that for a while haunted his brain, all vague and fantastic, refusing to take definite form. He was sitting by the open window, and looking out on the valley, and saw, as if in a picture, the intricate winding of the brook, the grey bridge, and the vast hills rising beyond, all still and without a breath of wind to stir the mystic hanging woods, and the evening sunshine glowed warm on the bracken, and down below a faint mist, pure white, began to rise from the stream. Dyson sat by the window as the day darkened, and the huge bastioned hills loomed vast and vague, and the woods became dim and more shadowy, and the fancy that had seized him no longer appeared altogether impossible. He passed the rest of the evening in a reverie, hardly hearing what Vaughan said, and when he took his candle in the hall, he paused a moment before bidding his friend good night. I want a good rest, he said. I've got some work to do tomorrow. Some writing, you mean? No, I'm going to look for the bowl. The bowl? If you mean my punch bowl, that is safe in the chest. I don't mean the punch bowl. You may take my word for it that your plate has never been threatened. No, I will not bother you with any suppositions. We shall in all probability have something much stronger than suppositions before long. Good night, Vaughan. The next morning Dyson set off after breakfast. He took the path by the garden wall, and noted that there were now 8 of the weird almond eyes dimly outlined on the brick. 6 days more, he said to himself, but as he thought over the theory he had formed, he shrank, in spite of strong conviction, from such a wildly incredible fancy. He struck up through the dense shadows of the wood, and at length came out on the bare hillside, and climbed higher and higher over the slippery turf, keeping well to the north, and following the indications given him by Vaughan. As he went on, He seemed to mount ever higher above the world of human life and customary things. To his right he looked at a fringe of orchard, and saw a faint blue smoke rising like a pillar. There was the hamlet from which the children came to school, and there the only sign of life, for the woods embowered and concealed Vaughan's old grey house. As he reached what seemed the summit of the hill, he realized for the first time the desolate loneliness and strangeness of the land. There was nothing but grey sky and grey hill, a high, vast plain that seemed to stretch on for ever and ever, and a faint glimpse of a blue-peaked mountain far away and to the north. At length he came to the path, a slight track scarcely noticeable, and from its position and by what Vaughan had told him, he knew that it was the way the lost girl, Annie Trevor, must have taken. He followed the path on the bare hilltop, noticing the great limestone rocks that cropped out of the turf, grim and hideous, and of an aspect as forbidding as an idol of the South Seas, and suddenly he halted, astonished, although he had found what he searched for. Almost without warning, the ground shelved suddenly away on all sides, and Dyson looked down into a circular depression, which might well have been a Roman amphitheatre, and the ugly crags of limestone rimmed it round as if with a broken wall. Dyson walked round the hollow, and noted the position of the stones, and then turned on his way home. This, he thought to himself, is more than curious. The bowl is discovered, but where is the pyramid? "My dear Vaughan," he said when he got back, "I may tell you that I have found the bowl, and that is all I shall tell you for the present. We have 6 days of absolute inaction before us. There is really nothing to be done." "4. The Secret of the Pyramid." "I've just been round the garden," said Vaughan one morning. "I've been counting those infernal eyes, and I find there are 14 of them. For heaven's sake, Dyson, tell me what the meaning of it all is." "I should be very sorry to attempt to do so. I may have guessed this or that, but I always make it a principle to keep my guesses to myself. Besides, it is really not worthwhile anticipating events. You will remember my telling you that we had 6 days of inaction before us. Well, this is the 6th day, and the last of idleness. Tonight I propose we take a stroll." "A stroll? Is that all the action you mean to take?" "Well, it may show you some very curious things. To be plain, I want you to start with me at 9 o'clock this evening for the hills. We may have to be out all night, so you had better wrap up well and bring some of that brandy." "Is it a joke?" asked Vaughan, who was bewildered with strange events and strange surmises. "No, I don't think there is much joke in it. Unless I am much mistaken, we shall find a very serious explanation of the puzzle. You will come with me, I am sure." "Very good. Which way do you want to go?" "By the path you told me of, the path Annie Trevor is supposed to have taken." Vaughan looked white at the mention of the girl's name. "I did not think you were on that track," he said. "I thought it was the affair of those devices in flint and of the eyes on the wall that you're engaged on. It's no good saying any more, but I will go with you." At 8:45 that evening, the two men set out, taking the path through the wood and up the hillside. It was a dark and heavy night. The sky was thick with clouds, and the valley full of mist, and all the way they seemed to walk in a world of shadow and gloom, hardly speaking, and afraid to break the haunted silence. They came out at last on the steep hillside, and instead of the oppression of the wood, there was the long, dim sweep of the turf, and higher, the fantastic limestone rocks hinted horror through the darkness, and the wind sighed as it passed across the mountain to the sea, and in its passage beat chill about their hearts. They seemed to walk on for hours, and the dim outline of the hill still stretched before them, and the haggard rock still loomed through the darkness, when suddenly Dyson whispered, drawing his breath quickly and coming close to his companion. "Here," he said, "we will lie down. I do not think there is anything yet." "I know the place," said Vaughan, after a moment. "I've often been by in the daytime. The country people are afraid to come here, I believe. It is supposed to be a fairy's castle or something of the kind. But why on earth have we come here?"
"Speak a little lower," said Dyson. "It might not do us any good if we were overheard." "Overheard here? There's not a soul within 3 miles of us." "Possibly not. Indeed, I should say certainly not. But there might be a body somewhere nearer." "I don't understand you in the least," said Vaughan, whispering to humour Dyson. "But why have we come here?" "Well, you see this hollow before us is the bowl. I think we had better not talk even in whispers." They lay full length upon the turf, the rock between their faces and the bowl, and now and again Dyson, slouching his dark, soft hat over his forehead, put out the glint of an eye, and in a moment drew back, not daring to take a prolonged view. Again he laid an ear to the ground and listened, and the hours went by, and the darkness seemed to blacken, and the faint sigh of the wind was the only sound. Vaughan grew impatient with this heaviness of silence, this watching for indefinite terror, for to him there was no shape or form of apprehension, and he began to think the whole vigil a dreary farce. "How much longer is this to last?" he whispered to Dyson, and Dyson, who had been holding his breath in the agony of attention, put his mouth to Vaughan's ear and said, "Will you listen?" with pauses between each syllable, and in the voice with which the priest pronounces the awful words. Vaughan caught the ground with his hands and stretched forward, wondering what he was to hear. At first there was nothing, and then a low and gentle noise came very softly from the bowl, a faint sound, almost indescribable, but as if one held the tongue against the roof of the mouth and expelled the breath. He listened eagerly, and presently the noise grew louder, and became a strident and horrible hissing, as if the pit beneath boiled with fervent heat, and Vaughan, unable to remain in suspense any longer, drew his cap half over his face in imitation of Dyson, and looked down to the hollow below. It did, in truth, stir and seethe like an infernal cauldron. The whole of the sides and bottom tossed and writhed with vague and restless forms that passed to and fro without the sound of feet, and gathered thick here and there, and seemed to speak to one another in those tones of horrible sibilance, like the hissing of snakes, that he had heard. It was as if the sweet turf and the cleanly earth had suddenly become quickened with some foul, writhing growth. Vaughan could not draw back his face, though he felt Dyson's finger touch him, but he peered into the quaking mass and saw faintly that there were things like faces and human limbs, and yet he felt his inmost soul chill with the sure belief that no fellow soul or human thing stirred in all that tossing and hissing host. He looked aghast, choking back sobs of horror, and at length the loathsome forms gathered thickest about some vague object in the middle of the hollow, and the hissing of their speech grew more venomous, and he saw in the uncertain light the abominable limbs, vague and yet too plainly seen, writhe and intertwine, and he thought he heard, very faint, a low human moan striking through the noise of speech that was not of man. At his heart something seemed to whisper ever, the worm of corruption, the worm that dieth not, and grotesquely the image was pictured to his imagination of a piece of putrid offal stirring through and through with bloated and horrible creeping things. The writhing of the dusky limbs continued. They seemed clustered round the dark form in the middle of the hollow, and the sweat dripped and poured off Vaughan's forehead, and fell cold on his hand beneath his face. Then it seemed done in an instant. The loathsome mass melted and fell away to the sides of the bowl, and for a moment Vaughan saw in the middle of the hollow the tossing of human arms. But a spark gleamed beneath, a fire kindled, and as the voice of a woman cried out loud in a shrill scream of utter anguish and terror, a great pyramid of flame spired up like a bursting of a pent fountain, and threw a blaze of light upon the whole mountain. In that instant, Vaughan saw the myriads beneath, the things made in the form of men but stunted like children, hideously deformed, the faces with the almond eyes burning with evil and unspeakable lusts, the ghastly yellow of the mass of naked flesh, and then as if by magic the place was empty, while the fire roared and crackled and the flames shone abroad. "You have seen the pyramid," said Dyson in his ear. "The pyramid of fire."
5. The Little People. Then you recognize the thing? Certainly. It is a brooch that Annie Trevor used to wear on Sundays. I remember the pattern. But where did you find it? You don't mean to say that you have discovered the girl? My dear Vaughan, I wonder you have not guessed where I found the brooch. You have not forgotten last night already? Dyson, said the other, speaking very seriously. I have been turning it over in my mind this morning while you have been out. I've thought about what I saw, or perhaps I should say about what I thought I saw, and the only conclusion I can come to is this, that the thing won't bear recollection. As men live, I have lived soberly and honestly in the fear of God all my days, and all I can do is believe that I suffered from some monstrous delusion, from some phantasmagoria of the bewildered senses. You know we went home together in silence. Not a word passed between us as to what I fancied I saw. Had we not better agree to keep silence on the subject? When I took my walk in the peaceful morning sunshine, I thought all the earth seemed full of praise. And passing by that wall, I noticed there were no more signs recorded, and I blotted out those that remained. The mystery is over, and we can live quietly again. I think some poison has been working for the last few weeks. I have trod on the verge of madness, but I am sane now. Mr. Vaughan had spoken earnestly, and bent forward in his chair and glanced at Dyson with something of entreaty. My dear Vaughan, said the other, after a pause, what's the use of this? It is much too late to take that tone. We have gone too deep. Besides, you know as well as I that there is no delusion in the case. I wish there were with all my heart. No, in justice to myself, I must tell you the whole story, so far as I know it. Very good, said Vaughan with a sigh. If you must, you must. Then, said Dyson, we will begin with the end, if you please. I found this brooch you have just identified in the place we have called the bowl. There was a heap of grey ashes, as if a fire had been burning. Indeed, the embers were still hot, and this brooch was lying on the ground, just outside the range of the flame. It must have dropped accidentally from the dress of the person who was wearing it. No, don't interrupt me. We can pass now to the beginning, as we have had the end. Let us go back to that day you came to see me in my rooms in London. So far as I can remember, soon after you came in you mentioned, in a somewhat casual manner, that an unfortunate and mysterious incident had occurred in your part of the country. A girl named Annie Trevor had gone to see a relative, and had disappeared. I confess freely that what you said did not greatly interest me. There are so many reasons, which may make it extremely convenient for a man, and more especially a woman, to vanish from the circle of their relations and friends. I suppose, if we were to consult the police, one would find that in London somebody disappears mysteriously every other week, and the officers would, no doubt, shrug their shoulders and tell you that by the law of averages it could not be otherwise. So I was very culpably careless to your story, and besides, here is another reason for my lack of interest. Your tale was inexplicable. You could only suggest a blackguard sailor on the tramp, but I discarded the explanation immediately. For many reasons, but chiefly because the occasional criminal, the amateur in brutal crime, is always found out, especially if he selects the country as the scene of his operations. You will remember the case of that Garcia you mentioned. He strolled into a railway station the day after the murder, his trousers covered with blood, and the works of the Dutch clock, his lute, tied in a neat parcel. So, rejecting this, your only suggestion, the whole tale became, as I say, inexplicable, and therefore profoundly uninteresting. Yes, therefore, it is a perfectly valid conclusion. Do you ever trouble your head about problems which you know to be insoluble? Did you ever bestow much thought on the old puzzle of Achilles and the tortoise? Of course not, because you knew it was a hopeless quest. And so when you told me the story of a country girl who had disappeared, I simply placed the whole thing down in the category of the insoluble, and thought no more about the matter. I was mistaken, so it has turned out, but if you remember, you immediately passed on to an affair which interested you more intensely, because personally I need not go over the very singular narrative of the flint signs. At first I thought it all trivial, probably some children's game, and if not that, a hoax of some sort. But your showing me the arrowhead awoke my acute interest. Here, I saw, there was something widely removed from the commonplace, and matter of real curiosity, and as soon as I came here, I set to work to find the solution, repeating to myself again and again the signs you had described. First came the sign we have agreed to call the army, a number of serried lines of flints, all pointing in the same way. Then the lines, like the spokes of a wheel, all converging towards the figure of a bowl, then the triangle or pyramid, and last of all the half-moon. I confess that I exhausted conjecture in my efforts to unveil this mystery, and as you will understand, it was a duplex, or rather triplex problem, for I had not merely to ask myself, what do these figures mean, but also, who can possibly be responsible for the designing of them? And again, who can possibly possess such valuable things, and, knowing their value, thus throw them down by the wayside? This line of thought led me to suppose that the person, or persons in question, did not know the value of unique flint arrowheads, and yet this did not lead me far, for a well-educated man might easily be ignorant on such a subject. Then came the complication of the eye on the wall, and you remember that we could not avoid the conclusion that in the two cases the same agency was at work. The peculiar position of these eyes on the wall made me inquire if there was such a thing as a dwarf anywhere in the neighborhood, but I found that there was not, and I knew that the children who passed by every day had nothing to do with the matter. Yet I felt convinced that whoever drew the eyes must be from 3.5 to 4 feet high, since, as I pointed out at the time, anyone who draws on a perpendicular surface chooses by instinct to spot about level with his face. And again, there was the question of the peculiar shape of the eyes, that marked Mongolian character, of which the English countryman could have no conception, and for a final cause of confusion, the obvious fact that the designer or designers must be able practically to see in the dark. As you remarked, a man who has been confined for many years in an extremely dark cell or dungeon might acquire that power, but since the days of Edmond Dante, where would such a prison be found in Europe? A sailor who had been immured for a considerable period in some horrible Chinese oubliette seemed the individual I was in search of, and though it looked improbable, it was not absolutely impossible that a sailor, or let us say a man employed on shipboard, should be a dwarf. But how to account for my imaginary sailor being in possession of prehistoric arrowheads? And the possession granted, what was the meaning and object of these mysterious signs of flint and the almond-shaped eyes? Your theory of a contemplated burglary I saw, nearly from the first, to be quite untenable, and I confess I was utterly at a loss for a working hypothesis. It was a mere accident which put me on the track. We passed poor old Trevor, and your mention of his name and of the disappearance of his daughter recalled the story which I had forgotten, or which remained unheeded. Here, then, I said to myself, is another problem. Uninteresting, it is true, by itself, but what if it proved to be in relation with all these enigmas which torture me? I shut myself in my room and endeavored to dismiss all prejudice from my mind, and I went over everything de novo, assuming for theory's sake that the disappearance of Annie Trevor had some connection with the flint signs and the eyes on the wall. This assumption did not lead me very far, and I was on the point of giving the whole problem up in despair when a possible significance of the bowl struck me. As you know, there is a devil's punch bowl in Surrey, and I saw that the symbol might refer to some feature in the country. Putting the two extremes together, I determined to look for the bowl near the path which the lost girl had taken, and you know how I found it. I interpreted the sign by what I knew, and read the first, the army, thus: "There is to be a gathering or assembly at the bowl in a fortnight, that is the half-moon, to see the pyramid, or to build the pyramid." The eyes, drawn one by one, day by day, evidently checked off the days, and I knew that there would be 14, and no more. Thus far the way seemed pretty plain. I would not trouble myself to inquire as to the nature of the assembly, or as to who was to assemble in the loneliest and most dreaded place among these lonely hills. In Ireland, or China, or the west of America, the question would have been easily answered. A muster of the disaffected, the meeting of a secret society, vigilantes summoned to report, The thing would be simplicity itself, but in this quiet corner of England, inhabited by quiet folk, no such suppositions were possible for a moment. But I knew that I should have an opportunity of seeing and watching the assembly, and I did not care to perplex myself with hopeless research, and in place of reasoning a wild fancy entered into judgment. I remembered what people had said about Annie Trevor's disappearance, that she had been taken by the fairies. I tell you, Vaughan, I am a sane man as you are. My brain is not, I trust, mere vacant space to let to any wild improbability, and I tried my best to thrust the fantasy away. And the hint came of the old name of fairies, the little people, and the very probable belief that they represent a tradition of the prehistoric Turanian inhabitants of the country, who were cave dwellers, and then I realized with a shock that I was looking for a being under 4 feet in height, accustomed to live in darkness, possessing stone instruments, and familiar with the Mongolian cast of features. I say this, Vaughan, that I should be ashamed to hint at such visionary stuff to you, if it were not for that which you saw with your very eyes last night, and I say that I might doubt the evidence of my senses, if they were not confirmed by yours. But you and I cannot look each other in the face and pretend delusion. As you lay on the turf beside me, I felt your flesh shrink and quiver, and I saw your eyes in the light of the flame. And so I tell you without any shame what was in my mind last night, as we went through the wood and climbed the hill, and lay hidden beneath the rock. There was one thing that should have been most evident, that puzzled me to the very last. I told you how I read the sign of the pyramid. The assembly was to see a pyramid, and the true meaning of the symbol escaped me to the last moment. The old derivation from up fire, though false, should have set me on the track, but it never occurred to me. I think I need say very little more. You know we were quite helpless, even if we had foreseen what was to come. Ah, the particular place where these signs were displayed? Yes, that is a curious question. But this house is, so far as I can judge, in a pretty central situation amongst the hills, and possibly, who can say yes or no, that queer old limestone pillar by your garden wall was a place of meeting before the Celts set foot in Britain. But there is one thing I must add. I don't regret our inability to rescue the wretched ghoul. You saw the appearance of those things that gathered thick and writhed in the bowl. You may be sure that what lay bound in the midst of them was no longer fit for earth. So? Said Vaughan. So she passed in the pyramid of fire, said Dyson, and they passed again to the underworld, to the places beneath the hills. The Waxwork by A.M. Burridge. It was closing time at Mariner's Waxworks. The last few visitors came out in 2s and 3s through the big glass doors, but Mr. Mariner, the boss, sat in his office talking to a caller, Raymond Hewson. Hewson was a thin man, carefully but poorly dressed. He spoke well, but seemed to be losing his fight to do well in the world. Mariner began to speak in answer to a question from his visitor. "Please don't think that what you're asking for is anything new," he said. "A lot of people ask to stay the night in our murderer's room. We always say no, because it does nothing for us. But you're a writer. Now that's quite different. We like people to read about us. It helps to bring in more visitors and more money." "That's just what I thought," said Hewson. "I knew that you wanted my help." Mariner laughed. "Oh, I know what you're going to say next. Somebody told me that Madame Two Swords gives people £100 to stay the night in their murderer's room. But you mustn't think that we're as rich as they are. Tell me, what newspaper do you work for, Mr. Hewson?" "Oh, I work for any newspaper that takes what I write," said Hewson carefully. "I know that I can easily sell this story. The Morning Times takes anything to do with murderers. Just think, a night with Mariner's murderers.
Every newspaper is going to want that."
Mariner thought for a minute. "Very well, Mr. Hewson. Let's say this. If your story comes out in the Morning Times, there's £5 waiting for you here the next day. But please understand it's not easy what you want to do. I know all about our waxworks, you see. I walk past them hundreds of times every day. But spend a night down there with all those figures? No, thank you." "Why not?" asked Hewson. "Oh, it's difficult to say. I don't like the idea, that's all. You're not going to have an easy night, you know." Hewson knew that only too well, but he smiled, not wanting to show his feelings. He remembered his wife and family. He must work hard because of them. They had not got much money left this month. He must not lose this lucky opening. That newspaper was going to pay him well for this story. And then there was the £5 from Mariner too. Perhaps if he wrote a good story, the newspaper had more work to give him. But he must do this story well first. "Murderers often have a hard time, but we writers have our difficulties too," he said, laughing. "Your murderer's room is no hotel bedroom, but I don't think your waxworks are going to make me too unhappy." You don't feel afraid, then?" "Oh, no," laughed Hewson. Mr. Mariner smiled and stood up. "Right," he said. "The last people are all out now. Wait a minute. I want to tell the man down there not to put the covers on the waxworks, and to tell our night people that you're going to be down below. Then I can show you round." He picked up a telephone and spoke into it. Then he said, "There's just one thing I must ask. There was some talk of a fire down in the murderer's room earlier this evening. I don't know who said there was a fire, but it seems it was a mistake. So please don't smoke. Now, if you're ready, let's make a move." Hewson followed Mariner through 5 or 6 rooms, where his men were at work covering up the kings of England and other famous people. Mariner spoke to one of the men, asking him to bring an armchair to the murderer's room. "I'm sorry, but that's the best we can do," he said. "Perhaps if you sit in the chair, you can get some sleep." He took the writer down to the murderer's room. It was a big room, without much light. Hewson thought of a church. He felt you had to speak very quietly in here. But this was not a good place. It was a place for remembering wrongdoers, murderers, and the bad things that made them famous. The waxwork figures stood on small stands, with numbers at their feet. He knew some of the figures, but not others. There stood Thurtell, the murderer of Weir. Over there was little Lefroy, a killer hungry for money. 5 yards away sat Mrs. Thompson, known for her unusual lovers. Brown and Kennedy, the 2 newest figures, stood next to Mrs. Dyer and Patrick Mayon. Mariner showed Hewson the more interesting murderers one by one. "That's Crippen, as you perhaps know. A weak little man, not very interesting to look at. There's old Vaquier. You can tell him by all that hair on his face. And this is—" "Yes? Who's that?" asked Hewson quietly. "Oh, he's the best figure in our show. Of all these people, he's the only one living today." Hewson looked at the waxwork closely. A small, thin figure, only 5 feet tall. It had a little moustache, big glasses, and an unusual coat. It was easy to see that he was French. Without knowing why, he felt suddenly afraid of that smiling face. He moved back from the figure, finding it difficult to look at it again. "But who is he?" he asked. "That," said Mariner, "is Dr. Bourdette." Hewson didn't know the name. Mariner smiled. "If you're French, you remember it well," he said. "For years all Paris was in fear of this little man. He worked as a doctor by day, but at night he cut people's throats. He killed just because he liked killing, and always in the same way. After his first murder, the police found some important letters. They know all about him now, and if only they can catch him. But our friend here is too clever for him. He knew the police were after him. They soon lost him. They're looking for him now all over Europe. They think he's dead, but they can't find the body. Last year, there were 1 or 2 more murders, but the police believe that another person is now doing the killing in his place. It's interesting how every well-known murderer has his followers, isn't it?" Hewson felt fear run through his body. "I don't like him much." he said. "Just look at those eyes." "You find that his eyes eat into you. That's how he did it, you know. He could send people to sleep just with his eyes. In these killings, the murdered person never seemed to fight back. He's too small to kill anybody if they're not sleeping." I thought I saw him move just now," said Hewson, trying not to show his fear. Mariner smiled. "You're going to think that you see many things before the night is over. We're not going to shut you in down here. When you feel it's time to stop, come up again. There are watchmen in the building, so don't be afraid if you hear them moving about. I'm sorry that I can't give you any more light. We like to have the room dark, you understand. Now come back to my office and have a strong drink before starting the night's work." The night watchman brought the armchair for Hewson. He tried to make him laugh. "Where do I put it, sir?" he asked. "Just here? Then you can talk to Dr. Crippen when you get tired of doing nothing. Or there's old Mrs. Dyer over there making eyes at you. She usually likes to have a man to talk to. Just tell me where, sir." Hewson smiled. The man's words made him feel happier. Tonight's work didn't seem quite so difficult. "I can choose a place for it. Thank you," he said. "Well, good night, sir. I'm on the floor above if you want me. Don't let any of these figures come up behind you and put their cold hands round your throat. And look out for that old Mrs. Dyer. I think she finds you interesting." Hewson laughed and said good night to the man. After some thought, he put the armchair with its back to Dr. Baudet. He couldn't say why, but Baudet was much worse to look at than the other figures. He felt quite happy as he put the chair in its place. But as the watchman's feet died away, he thought of the long night in front of him. Weak light lit the lines of figures. They seemed near to being living people. The big dark room was very quiet. Hewson wanted to hear the usual sounds of people talking and moving about, but there was nothing, not a movement, not a sound. "I feel I'm on the floor of the sea," he thought. "I must remember to put that into my story." He looked without much interest at the unmoving figures all round him. But before long, he felt those eyes again, the hard eyes of Baudet, looking at him from behind. He wanted more and more to turn round and look at the figure. "This is all wrong," he thought. "If I turn round now, it only shows that I'm afraid." And then he heard another person speaking inside his head. "It's just because you're afraid that you can't turn round and look." These different thoughts seemed to be fighting inside him. Finally, Hewson turned his chair a little and looked behind him. Of the many figures standing there, the figure of the little doctor seemed the most important. Perhaps this was because a stronger light came down on the place where he stood. Hewson looked at the face, so cleverly made in wax. His eyes met the figure's eyes. He quickly turned away. "He's only a waxwork, the same as the others," Hewson said quietly. They were only waxworks, yes, but waxworks do not move. He didn't see any of them moving, but he did think that now the figures in front of him seemed to be standing a little differently. Crippen was one. Was his body turned a little more to the left? Or, he thought, perhaps my chair isn't quite in the same place after turning round. Hewson stopped looking. He took out a little book and wrote a line or two. "Everything quiet. Feel I'm on the floor of the sea. Baudet trying to send me to sleep with his eyes. Figures seem to move when you're not watching." He closed the book and quickly looked to his right. He saw only the weak wax face of Lefroy, looking back at him with a sorry smile. It was just his fears. Or was it? Didn't Crippen move again as he looked away? He just waited for you to take your eyes off him, then made us move. "That's what they all do. I know it," he thought. "It's too much." He started to get up from his chair. He must leave immediately. He couldn't stay one night with a lot of murderers moving about when he wasn't looking. Hewson sat down again. He must not be so jumpy. They were only waxworks, so there was nothing to fear. But why then did he feel so afraid, always thinking that they played games with him? He turned round again quickly and met Baudet's hard eyes. Then suddenly he turned back to look. Crippen! Ha! He nearly caught Crippen moving that time. "Be careful, Crippen, and all you others," he said. "If I do catch you moving,
I'm going to break your arms and legs off. Do you hear? I can leave now, he thought. I've got a lot to write about. A good story, 10 good stories. The Morning Times isn't going to know how long I stayed here. They aren't interested. But the watchman is going to laugh if he sees me leaving so early. And then there's the money from Mariner. I don't want to lose that. But this was too hard. It was bad that the waxworks moved behind your back. But it was worse that they could breathe. Or was it just his breathing, seeming to come from far away? These figures seemed to be doing what children do in a lesson, talking, laughing, and playing when the person giving the lesson turns his back. There I go again, he thought. I must think about other things. I'm Raymond Hewson. I live and breathe. These figures round me aren't living. They can't move and speak as I can. They're only made of wax. They just stand there for old ladies and little boys to look at. He began to feel better again. He tried to remember a good story a friend told him last week. He remembered some of it, but not all. He had the feeling that Baudette's eyes were on him again. He must have a look. He half-turned, and then pulled his chair right round. Now they were face to face. As he spoke, his words seemed to fly back at him from the darkest corners of the room. "You moved, you little animal!" he screamed. "Yes, you did. I saw you." Then he sat, looking in front of him, not moving, cold with fear. Dr. Baudette moved his little body slowly and carefully. He got down from his stand and sat right in front of Hewson. Then he smiled and said in good English, "Good evening. I did not know that I was going to have a friend here tonight. Then I heard you and Mariner talking. You cannot move or speak now until I tell you. But you can hear me quite easily, I know. Something tells me that you are, let's say, a little afraid of me. Make no mistake, sir. I am not one of these poor dead figures suddenly turned into a living thing. Oh, no. I am Dr. Baudette in person." He stopped and moved his legs. "I am sorry, but my arms and legs are quite tired. I don't want to take up your time with my uninteresting story. I can say that some unusual happenings brought me to England. I was near this building this evening when I saw a policeman looking at me too closely. I saw perhaps he wanted to ask some difficult questions, so I quickly came in here with all the other visitors. Then I had a very good idea. I told somebody that I saw smoke. Everybody ran out into the street, thinking there was a fire. I stayed here. I undressed that figure of me, put on its coat, and quickly put the figure at the back of the room, where nobody could see it. Then I took its place here on the stand. I must say that I had a very tiring evening, but luckily the people didn't watch me all the time. I could breathe. Sometimes I could move my arms and legs a little. What Mariner said about me was not very nice, you know. But he was right about one thing. I am not dead. It's important that the world thinks I am. What he said about my doings is mostly right, too. Most people, you know, collect something or other. Some collect books, some collect money. Others collect pictures or train tickets. And me, I collect throats." He stopped talking for a minute and looked at Hewson's throat carefully. He did not seem to think it was a very good one. "I'm happy you came tonight," he went on. "You mustn't think that I don't want you here. It was difficult for me to do any interesting collecting over the last few months. So now I'm happy to go back to my usual work. I'm sorry to see that your throat is a little thin, sir. Perhaps that is not a nice thing to say, but I like men with big throats best. Big, thick, red throats." He took something from his coat, looked at it closely, and ran it across his wet finger. Then he moved it slowly up and down over his open hand. "This is a little French razor," he said quietly. "Perhaps you know them. They do not cut very far into the throat, but they cut very cleanly, I find. In just a minute I am going to show you how well they cut. But first I must ask the question that I always ask. Is the razor to your liking, sir?" He stood up
small and very dangerous. He walked over to Hewson as slowly and quietly as a cat going after a bird. "Please be so good as to put your head back a little. Thank you. And now a little more, just a little more. Ah, thank you. That's right, monsieur. Thank you, thank you." At one end of the room is a small window. In the daytime it gives a weak light. After the sun comes up, this new light makes the room seem sadder and dirtier than before. The waxwork figures stand in their places with unseeing eyes. Soon the visitors are going to arrive. They are going to walk around, looking at this figure or that. But today, in the center of the room, Hewson sits with his head far back in his armchair. His face is up, ready for the razor. There is no cut on his throat or anywhere on his body, but he is cold, dead, and Dr. Bourdette watches the dead man from his stand, without any show of feeling. He does not move. He cannot move. But then, he is only a waxwork.
The Willow Landscape by Clark Ashton Smith. The picture was more than 500 years old, but time had not changed its colours, unless to touch them with the mellow softness of ancient hours, the gathering morbid desire of bygone things. It had been painted by a great artist of the Sung dynasty, on silk of the finest weave, and mounted on ebony rollers tipped with silver. For 12 generations, it had been one of the most cherished possessions of Shi Liang's forefathers. And it was equally cherished by Shi Liang himself, who, like all his ancestors, was a scholar, a poet, and a lover of all beauty shared by art and nature. Often, in his dreamiest or most meditative moods, he would unroll the painting and gaze upon its idyllic loveliness, with the feeling of one who retires to the remoteness and seclusion of a mountain-warded valley. It consoled him in a measure for the bustle and blare and intrigue of the imperial court, where he held an official post of no small honour, since he was not altogether native to such things, and would have preferred, like the olden sages, the philosophic peace of a hermitage bowered amid some leafy grove. The picture represented a pastoral scene of the most ideal and visionary beauty. In the background arose lofty mountains rendered vague by the slow withdrawal of morning mists. In the foreground, a little stream descended in mimic turbulence to a tranquil lake, and was crossed on its way by a rustic bridge of bamboo, more charming than if it were made of royal lacquer. Beyond the stream and around the lake were willows of vernal green more lovely than anything ever beheld, except in vision or memory. Incomparable was their grace, ineffable their waving. They were like the willows of Shaoshan, the Taoist paradise, and they trailed their foliage as leaning women trail their unbound hair. Partly hidden among them was a tiny hut, and a maiden dressed in peony pink and white was crossing the bamboo bridge. Somehow, the picture was more than a painting, was more than an actual scene. It possessed all the enchantment of far-off things for which the heart has longed vainly, the charm of forfeit years and lost places. Surely, the artist had mingled with its hues the diviner iris of dream or of retrospect, and the wine-sweet tears of a nostalgia long denied. Shi Liang felt that he knew the landscape more intimately than any real scene. Each time that he gazed upon it, his sensations were those of a returning wanderer. It became to him the cool and sequestered retreat in which he found a never-failing refuge from the weariness of his days. And though he was of an ascetic turn, and had never married nor sought the company of women. The presence of the peony maiden on the bridge was by no means exceptionable. In fact, her tiny figure, with its more than mortal charm, was somehow an essential part of the composition, and was no less important to its perfection than the stream, the willows, the lake, and the far mountains with their riven veils of mist. And she seemed to companion him in the visits and sojournings of reverie, when he would imagine himself repairing to the little hut, or roaming beneath the delicate foliage. In truth, Xi Liang had need of such refuge and companionship, illusory though they were. Aside from his younger brother, Po Lung, a boy of 16, he was without living relatives or comrades, and the family fortunes, declining through several generations, had left him the heritor of many debts and little cash or property, except a number of priceless art treasures. His life was increasingly sad, and oppressed by ill health and poverty. Much of the stipend from his secretarial post at the court was necessarily devoted to the cancelling of inherited obligations, and the remainder was barely enough for his own sustenance and the education of his brother. Xi Liang was approaching middle age, and his honourable heart was rejoicing over the payment of the last family debt, when there came a fresh stroke of misfortune. Through no fault of his own, but the machinations of an envious fellow scholar, Xi Liang was dismissed from his position, and found himself without means of support. No other post offered itself, for an unmerited disgrace was attached to the imperial dismissal. In order to procure the necessities of life and continue his brother's education, Xi Liang was now forced to sell one by one the irreplaceable heirlooms, the antique carvings of jade and ivory, the rare porcelains and paintings of the ancestral collection. This he did with extreme reluctance, with a sense of utter shame and profanation, such as could be felt only by a true lover of such things, and by one whose soul was consecrated to the past and to the memory of his fathers. The days and years went by. The collection dwindled piece by piece, and the time drew near when the studies of Po Lung would be completed, when he would be a scholar versed in all the classics and eligible for a position of both honour and profit. But now the porcelains and lacquers, the jades and ivories had all been sold, and the paintings were likewise gone, all except the Willow Landscape, so dearly cherished by Xi Liang. A mortal and inassuageable sorrow, a dismay colder than the chill of death itself, entered Xi Liang's heart when he realized the truth. It seemed to him that he could no longer live if he should sell the picture. But if he did not sell it, how could he complete the fraternal duty which he owed to Po Lung? There was but one possible course, and he sent word at once to the Mandarin Meng Li, a connoisseur who had purchased other pieces from the old collection, telling him that the willow picture was now for sale. Meng Li had long coveted this picture. He came in person, his eyes gleaming in his fat face with the avidity of a collector who scents a bargain, and the transaction was soon made. The money was paid at once, but Xi Liang begged leave to retain the picture for another day before delivering it to the Mandarin. And knowing that Xi Liang was a man of honour, Meng Li assented to this request. When the Mandarin had gone, Xi Liang unrolled the landscape and hung it on the wall. His stipulation to Meng Li had been prompted by the irresistible feeling that he must have one more hour of communion with the beloved scene, must repair once more in reverie to its inviolate retreat. After that, he would be as one without a home or a sanctuary, for he knew that in all the world, whether in art or reality, there was nothing that could afford a like asylum for his dreams. The mellowing rays of earliest eventide were sifted upon the silk volumen where it hung on the bare wall, but for Xi Liang, the painting was steeped in a light of supernal enchantment,
was touched by more than the muted splendor of the falling sun, and it seemed to him that never before had the foliage been so tender with a mortal spring, or the mist about the mountain so glamorous with eternally dissolving opal, or the maiden upon the bridge so lovely with unfading youth. And somehow, by an unaccountable sorcery of perspective, the painting itself had grown larger and deeper, and had mysteriously assumed even more of the illusion of an actual place. With unshed tears in his heart, like an exile who bids farewell to his natal valley, Xi Liang enjoyed the sorrowful luxury of looking upon the willow picture for the last time. As on 1,000 former occasions, his fancy strolled beneath the branches and beside the lake. It inhabited the hut whose roof was so tantalizingly revealed and concealed. It peered at the mountain tops from behind the foliage, or paused upon the bridge to converse with the peony maiden. And now there happened a strange and inexplicable thing. Though the sun had gone down while Xi Liang continued to gaze and dream, and twilight had thickened in the room, the picture itself was no less plain and luminous than before, as if it were lit by another sun than that of contemporary time and space. And the landscape had grown even larger, till it seemed to Xi Liang that he was looking through an open door on a veritable scene. Then, as bewilderment assailed him, he heard a whisper that was not an actual voice, but which seemed to issue from the landscape and become audible as a thought in his mind. And the whisper said, "Because you have loved me so long and so dearly, and because your heart is native here but alien to all the world beside, it is now permitted that I should become for you the very refuge of which you have dreamed, and a place in which you can wander and abide forever." So, with the surpassing joy of one whose fondest dream has been verified, who inherits the heaven of his reverie, Xi Liang passed from the twilight room into the morning picture. And the ground was soft with the flower-embroidered grass beneath his heel, and the willow leaves murmured in an April wind that blew from long ago, and he saw the door of the half-hidden hut as he had never seen it before except in fancy. And the peony maiden smiled when he approached her, and answered his greeting in a voice that was like the speech of the willows and the blossoms. The disappearance of Xi Liang was a matter of brief concern to those who had known him. It was readily believed that his financial sorrows had driven him to suicide, probably by drowning in the great river that ran beside the capital. Po Lung, having received the money left by his brother from the sale of the last painting, was enabled to finish his education. The Willow Landscape, which had been found hanging on the wall of Xi Liang's abode, was duly claimed by its purchaser, the Mandarin Meng Li. The Mandarin was delighted with his acquisition, but there was one detail which puzzled him considerably when he unrolled the volume and examined it. He could remember only one figure, a maiden in pink and white, on the rustic bamboo bridge, and now there were 2 figures. Meng Li inspected the second figure with much curiosity, and was doubly surprised when he noted that it bore a singular resemblance to Xi Liang. But it was very tiny, like that of the maiden, and his eyes were dim from peering at so many porcelains and lacquers and paintings, so he could not be entirely sure. However, it was undeniably peculiar. Meng Li might have thought the matter still stranger if he had looked more often at the painting. He might have found that the peony maiden and the person who resembled Xi Liang were sometimes engaged in other diversions than that of merely passing the time of day on the bamboo bridge. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,